The Dharma Discourses of Cardinal Master Chongsan, Kongsa PB. With one truth in one world. As one family and one household, as one workforce in one workplace, let us build the world of Il-One. The Canon of Secular Life, Section. Chapter 1, Prolegomenon. From the very moment the numinous consciousness enters a mother's womb, up through the time one is born. In this world, matures, lives one's life, and finally enters nirvana, there must be a path that one pursues through embracing the Dharma in order to enjoy a consummate life both in this life and in the eternal world. Therefore, during gestation, there must be a way of prenatal education, after birth in this world, and during infancy, there must be a way of infant education. As one grows up, there must be a way of general education involving both the study of sciences and study of the way, in a household. There must be a way governing relations between husband and wife, parents and children, and siblings and kin. In a religious community, there must be a way of faith and a way for believers. In society, there must be a way for men and women, old and young, strong and weak, and the public at large. In the nation, there must be a way of governing and a way for the governed. In the world, there must be a way of humankind, as one reaches old age after completing all types of human affairs. There must be a way of repose and a way of liberation. At the point of nirvana, there must be a way of nirvana and a way of sending on spirits in transition. Thus, there is no limit to the number of principles that human beings must practice throughout their lives by embracing the Dharma. But I have elucidated the fundamentals of these principles and titled it The Canon of Secular Life. Chapter 2, Education 1. On Education. Education is the foundation for developing the world and the basis for civilizing humankind. Hence, it can be said that the rise and fall, prosperity or decline of individuals, families, societies, and nations depends on whether or not education is well executed. Although human beings are said to be the most perspicacious of all living creatures, without the power of education we cannot be sure we will be able to fulfill our superior numinous potential. Even if families, societies, nations, or the world may have already been formed, without the power of education, their preservation or development cannot be assured. Therefore, from the period of gestation, which is the foundation of human life, through birth, and the various stages of maturation, the ways of prenatal education, infant education, and general education must all be provided and cultivated in order for a person to become a useful human being in one's family, society, nation, and the world. Furthermore, education may be broadly divided into two categories: study of the sciences and study of the way. The study of sciences, as the foundation of material civilization, serves the material development of the world. Education in the study of the way, as the foundation of spiritual civilization, promotes the spiritual development of the world. Therefore, these two types of education must be cultivated simultaneously, but the study of the way should be adopted as the basis and the study of sciences as its application. Then, both spiritual and material civilization will be well-rounded and the happiness of humankind will be consummated. 2. The way of prenatal education. Human education begins with prenatal education. In ancient times, it is said that Taran, the mother of King Wen, 1171 to 1122 BC, already began teaching her son while he was still in her womb. Since then, the term prenatal education has spread throughout the world. If prenatal education is carried out well while a numinous consciousness is still abiding in the fetus inside the womb, then a congenitally superior numinous consciousness will have its temperament enhanced, and even an inferior one will find its temperament improved. If the pregnant mother takes poor care of her body and mind and does not carry out prenatal education well, then, regardless of the superiority or inferiority of the fetus's numinous consciousness, its temperament may decline. Therefore, the founding master said, when a fetus is in the mother's womb, it is the time when its numinous consciousness begins to develop, so the parent's thoughts, speech, and actions readily influence the fetus' future disposition. Therefore, during this gestation period, it is extremely important for the mother to be circumspect. The Dharma of prenatal education first entails a woman being careful with her body. She should not overexert herself by lifting objects that are too heavy. She should refrain from climbing up or descending down steep and dangerous places. She should avoid places where cold, heat, dryness, and humidity are excessive. She should not consume unripe fruit or spoiled food, and should be cautious about allowing herself to become overly hungry or overly full, and she should avoid overexerting herself or becoming overly indolent. Next, she should keep her mind pure. She should not allow her mind to become greedy, angry, or deluded. She should not show resentment, jealousy, or arrogance. She should let go of worries and defilements and be careful to calm her mind when she is frightened or alarmed. She should attend Dharma meetings often and listen well to the teachings of the Buddha and wise masters, and should never let go of a suitable measure of mind practice. Next, she must behave correctly. In her actions, she must not commit killing, stealing, or sexual misconduct. In her speech, she must not make impertinent remarks, make insinuations, speak evil, or be double-tongued. She should always handle all matters in a fair and upright manner, respect everyone in the congregation, make donations as much as she is able, and wherever she goes observe well the local laws and public morality. 3. The way of infant education. Human nature is originally pure and free from either good or bad. However, in response to sensory conditions, we can become either good or bad. When we are in good environments, naturally it is easy for us to be influenced by what is good, but when we are in bad environments, naturally it is easy to be contaminated by what is bad. Especially during early childhood, when we are innocent and naive and our consciousness has not yet fully developed, we are readily influenced by what we see and hear. Hence, it is said that in olden days, Mencius's mother moved 3 times to find the right environment for her son's education and finally raised her son to become a sage. Thus, how can we neglect education during early childhood? Regarding the Dharma of education for children, the founding master has laid out a 4-fold path. First is teaching via the mind, by placing a locus for faith in one's mind and maintaining a state of mind that is upright, wholesome, and serene. One leads the children to model themselves wholeheartedly on that mind. Second is teaching via conduct, by first conducting oneself correctly and maintaining right measure in one's actions. One leads the children automatically to model themselves wholeheartedly on that conduct. Third is teaching via speech, by frequently talking to them about the exemplary words and wholesome actions of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sages, and saints, and distinguished and accomplished persons. One leads children to remember and adopt those examples and teaches them through gentle and rational words about human affairs and universal principles. Fourth is teaching via severity. This is a method of teaching through strict authority when children are immature. It is not a method to be used often. 4. The way of general education. Even if prenatal education was proper and infant education unimpeachable, unless one also receives during one's youth the education in sciences appropriate to one's generation or the training in the study of the way that establishes fundamental integrity throughout one's life, it is easy for one to pass one's entire life in vain. Thus, from youth through adulthood, one must receive simultaneously the education appropriate to one's time and the training in the way and its power. This is called general education. Education throughout one's lifetime involves, first, education in academic disciplines, which primarily involves acquiring knowledge and skills through the study of sciences. Second is education of the spirit, which primarily involves acquiring a disciplined mind and moral Conduct through training in the way and its power. Third is education in propriety, which involves cultivating and practicing all appropriate ceremonies and etiquette within the household, society, nation, and world. Fourth is education regarding work, which involves cultivating a spirit of diligence in everyday life and field practice in productive labor. Chapter 3, The Family 1. On the family. Family is the foundation of human life. Where there are human beings, a family is formed. Within a family, starting with the married couple's relationship, other bonds naturally develop, such as between parents and children, or between siblings and other relatives. Only if these relationships are cultivated in accordance with the way appropriate to each can a family become a happy family, a peaceful family, and a progressive family. 2. The way of husband and wife. The family starts with husband and wife. Hence, first there must be a way between husband and wife. This is exactly what was meant when an ancient sage said, "The way of a superior person begins with husband and wife." The way between husband and wife first involves harmony. Spouses must love and respect each other, forgive each other's faults, and, by mutually supporting each other's endeavors, they will become earnest friends and companions till the end. Second is fidelity. Husband and wife must both hold in the highest regard being faithful to each other, avoid such unwholesome conduct as debauchery, and, except for the most heinous of crimes, they must generously forgive each other's faults and, until the end, together accept both happiness and suffering. Third is diligence and sincerity. Both husband and wife, in the spirit of self-reliance, must live diligently and sincerely, thereby creating a comfortable home and sharing all human duties. Fourth is public service. Husband and wife must come together in unison and faithfully carry out their duties and obligations to the nation and society, as well as support philanthropy and enterprises of edification, education, and so forth, as best they can. 3. The way of parents. Those who have become parents to fellow human beings have a parental way to follow. First, parents must do their very best to provide for and protect their children until they acquire self-power in every respect. Second, parents must do their very best to educate their children in every respect at the proper time. Third, parents must allow their children to contribute widely to public service without binding them just to their own family, so that they will unfailingly follow the human way of justice and exert themselves in the task of deliverance. Fourth, parents must always offer them their full devotion and love without weighing whether they are filial or unfilial. For the way of children. There is a way for children to follow. By practicing each and every detail described in the items listed in the section The Principle of Gratitude to Parents in the Principle Book of Won Buddhism, children will attain truly outstanding filiality. However, if in order to appease their parents' minds, they obey their unreasonable demands, then that is compromising a greater filiality for a lesser one. If in order to nurture their parents, they neglect to perform great activities on behalf of the public at large, that too is compromising a greater filiality for a lesser one. If their parents suffer from senility and are benighted about the most important of principles, then with calm energy and gentle words, children should try to keep admonishing them until they have changed their minds. Should the children be deeply involved in public affairs and unable to care for their parents, then they should ask their siblings or relatives to take over the duty instead, so that by completely accomplishing those public affairs, they will be realizing a truly great filiality. Also, even if their parents might show little love or affection, they should not complain or become resentful but just fulfill their duties as children. 5. The way of siblings and relatives. When siblings receive the same vital energy from their parents and are raised with that same loving energy, the natural order of heavenly laws is for the elder to love the younger and the younger to respect the elder. Therefore, siblings should take pleasure together in good things and be concerned together over bad things, but should not quarrel unreasonably over gain or loss or become envious of one another's achievements and fame. Elder siblings should only be concerned with fulfilling their duties as elders, without considering the respect of the younger siblings should only be concerned with fulfilling their duties as the younger, without considering the love of the elders. Thereby, they will long preserve the affectionate ties provided by heavenly laws. All relatives must be affectionate toward one another, moreover, they should enlighten each other should any of them be at fault, rescue each other where they face difficulties, encourage each other in good deeds, and thus proceed along the same path of blessings and happiness. However, to make wrongful requests or to rely inappropriately on others' influence just because they are one's siblings and relatives is not the way of siblings and relatives. While people may well exert themselves initially so that benefits can be reaped by their siblings and relatives, they should not harbor a mind that seeks and desires benefits from them. Thus will the family enjoy eternal harmony. Chapter 4, Religious Faith 1. On religious faith. Religious faith is the crucial factor in providing a foundation for spiritual life. For human beings to pursue their life in this world, they must have true faith so that their minds will be in tranquility and at peace amid all favorable and adverse sensory conditions or suffering and happiness. With the strength of a firmly grounded mind, they will not only accomplish great practice and great enterprises, but will take that faith as the compass pointing toward the eternal world. Therefore, religious faith also must involve the way, and only if human beings maintain a faith that is based on the way will it be a sound faith, effective faith, and eternal faith. 2. The way of religious faith. The way of religious faith first means choosing well the religion to believe in, for the objects of faith could be inadequate or perfect, false, or truthful. Also, the method of faith could be dubious or legitimate, superstitious, or realistic. You must select and believe in the religion that has the most consummate and truthful object and the most legitimate and realistic method of faith. Second, you should combine faith in other power and self-power. Realizing that all truths are originally inherent in one's own nature, you must cultivate simultaneously the belief in and worship of the object and your own internal belief and practice. Third, you should respect and have sincere faith in the lineage of original guides. You must sincerely revere and have faith in the great master who illuminated the tenets of faith and in his Dharma and his Dharma lineage. At the same time, realizing that all the truths in this world are originally based on a single principle, you must go one step further to revere and have faith in all the Buddhas and sages of the 3 time periods. Fourth, it involves being consistent in your belief and dedication. Your faith must not regress or come to end according to circumstances or time, and no matter how difficult the conditions you might face, you should be consistent throughout interminable lifetimes with unswerving belief and dedication. 3. The way of religious faith. When a person becomes an adherent of a religion, he or she must follow the way of the believers expected of that order. First, believers must demonstrate full belief in and dedication to their faith in and practice of the order's teachings. Second, they must make every sincere effort to engage in religious activities and understand its doctrines. Third, they must follow the order's rules and regulations and properly revere the order's leaders. Fourth, as far as possible, they must exert their efforts in propagation and edification. Fifth, they must participate in the maintenance and development of the order by fulfilling their appropriate duties in spirit, body, and material contributions. Chapter 5, Society 1. On society. A society is formed when people gather together. Whether it is a group of several people, a nation, or the world, these all constitute large and small societies. In any society, there are distinctions between men and women, old and young, as well as differences between strong and weak, wise and foolish. Furthermore, according to these various relationships, different types of organizations and ranks are formed. If each sector within these relationships possesses the way appropriate to it, that society will enjoy peace and prosperity. If not, antagonism and quarrels will never cease. 2. The way of man and woman. In a society, there first must be a way governing relationships between a man and a woman. The way of man and woman first involves mutual respect. A man and a woman, by not neglecting the etiquette of mutual respect, will be respectful of each other's character. Second is discretion. When a man and a woman are associating with each other, they must be fair and proper so as not to harm sound morals. Third is concession and cooperation. Men and women should work for the construction of a vibrant society by displaying the magnanimity of mutual concession and the virtue of cooperation. 3. The way of old and young. An old saying enjoins us to treat other elders with the same deference we show the elders of our home and to love others' children just as we love our own. Respecting elders and loving children will be an admirable practice for a society. There is the way for adults to interact with the young. First is to sufficiently understand the new ethos developing every day and encourage all younger persons with genial expectations and hopes. Second is not to be solely concerned with their age but to treat each of them in a manner appropriate to their respective wisdom and conduct. There is the way for the young to interact with their elders. First is to respect them for their extensive experience and wide-ranging considerations and to defer to them with trustfulness and reverence. Second is not to forget to sympathize with and comfort elderly people who are lacking self-power and to protect and support them as best one can. 4. The way of the strong and the weak. In a society, there are also the various distinctions between poor and wealthy, noble and simple, high and low, senior and junior, learned and ignorant, wise and foolish. Summing up, we may refer to them all as the distinction between the strong and the weak. If, without a proper way governing relations between the strong and the weak, they both proceed only with oppression and confrontation, then both will suffer calamities. However, if there is a way for each of them and they proceed along a path of cooperation and evolution, society will experience peace and prosperity. Therefore, the strong and the weak must practice thoroughly the essential dharmas regarding how the strong and the weak may evolve, as elucidated in the principal book of Won Buddhism, and ceaselessly exert their efforts until the strong and the weak both evolve into a single, eternal strong. 5. The way of the public. When a person lives in a society, one can either be a member of the general public or a public servant. Therefore, a society cannot do without a way of the public. The way of the public is first to respect public sentiment meaning what is generally accepted by the society as correct. All individuals should respect and obey just laws and the public consensus. Second is to observe propriety, those who lead and those who follow, men and women, old and young, wise and foolish, strong and weak, must not neglect the rules of propriety with regard to one another. Third is to give pride of place to the public interest. In all matters, whenever public and private interests conflict, one should give pride of place to the public interest. One should exert one's utmost efforts for the sake of the public interest, while being thrifty when using public property and while duly venerating those who devote themselves to public service. Fourth is to realize for oneself the public principle. That is, one must proceed with a thorough realization that respecting the public means respecting oneself and benefiting the public means benefiting oneself. And that serving the public interest is a fundamental duty of gratitude. Chapter 6, The Nation 1. On the nation. In a nation, there are those who rule and those who are ruled, those who edify and those who are edified. According to how well those who rule and those who are ruled practice their respective ways, a nation's rise and fall will be decided, and according to how well those who edify and those who are edified practice their respective ways, a nation's prosperity and decline will be decided. Therefore, a nation's leaders should first master the essential dharmas for preparation as leaders, as Eluci 513 dated in the principal book of Won Buddhism, and put that way into proper practice, so that there will be no impediments to the destiny of the nation or the future of the masses. Its citizens must also practice well the way of citizens in order that the nation may prosper and all its citizens enjoy happiness. 2. The way of governance and edification. There are various ways involving governance and edification, but if we were to name their essential points, they are, first, to govern and edify in accordance with the way. This means to assist all people to awaken to the fundamental principle of the universe, which is their own original natures, so that they will be edified through non-action with regard to the great way of no arising and no ceasing and the retribution and response of cause and effect. Second is to govern and edify others through one's own virtue. By leaders taking the lead in putting the way into practice, their virtuous edification will manifest itself widely, so that the minds of the masses will be edified and able to respond in kind. Third is to govern and edify by laws and regulations, leading the masses with the authority of laws and clarity of judgment on matters. In the past, when the times were different, any one of these three was enough for governance and edification, but in the future all three must be exercised in order to put into practice well-rounded governance and edification. 3. The way of citizens. The citizens are the nation's masters. Hence, if all citizens fulfill their way, then the nation will prosper and the masses will gain happiness, but if not, the nation will decline and the masses will be unable to avoid misfortune. The way of citizens first involves observing the nation's laws. Regardless of whether they are leaders or followers, citizens must strictly observe and duly obey the nation's laws. Second, the way of citizens is to fulfill the duties of a citizen. All citizens must fulfill all their duties regarding education, the economy, national defense, labor, and so forth. Third, the way of citizens is to serve the public through one's own occupation. If all citizens always engage in their own occupations with the public spirit of benefiting oneself and benefiting others, and steadfastly progress in their own ways of life, they will thereby contribute also to national productivity and culture. Fourth, the way of citizens involves concord and unity. For the sake of the nation's development and benefit, all citizens should refrain from personal greed and seeking wrongful profit, but should go forward instead with great unity. Chapter 7, The World 1. On the world. The world is a great household that encompasses all of humanity. The human race, as individuals, families, societies, and nations, must fulfill its respective ways, while at the same time carrying out well the way as fellow beings of this world. When dealing with the myriad affairs of the world, one should completely understand that all the affairs involving oneself, one's family, the society, the nation, or the world are ultimately but a single affair. Hence, in any situation, one should employ the small without ever forgetting the great. Accordingly, as far as the world is concerned, the entire human race must unwaveringly aspire, understand, and cooperate for the sake of world peace and the common benefit of all humankind. 2. The way of the human race. All of us human beings must proceed in unison along the path of living well and prospering well together. To set forth the main principles of the way of the human race, first, all the world's religions must equally break down the walls separating different religions and enable others to understand that all the principles are but one truth in one world, teaching this one truth to others. On that basis, they should proceed in unison to create this one world. Second, people of all races and nations must together escape from the boundaries between them and understand that all races and nations are but a single family and a single offspring, teaching others about this. On that basis, they should proceed in unison to create this one world. Third, all those pursuing their work in the World must break down the biases of their respective enterprises and understand that all the enterprises of this world are but a single enterprise at a single workplace. Teaching others about this, on that basis, they should proceed in unison to create this one world. Chapter 8, Repose 1. On repose. In heaven and earth, there is a proper order of the 4 seasons. For human beings, there are proper times in their lifespans. Just as heaven and earth do not transgress this proper order, and thus the myriad things follow the order. A being born, maturing, bearing fruit, and being harvested, so too human beings must not forget the proper time in order to live a consummate life throughout their lifespans and in their coming and going within birth and death. Therefore, the founding master said, except in extraordinary situations, should in their youth learn to read, in their prime of life engage in study of the way and endeavor to deliver others, and in their old age retire to a place of quiet leisure and natural beauty, be rid of all attachments and cravings of the secular world, and further reflect upon the great matter of birth and death. During one's youth, one should focus mainly on education in order to develop the foundation of human character. During adulthood, one should primarily engage in work in order to make manifest the value of human life, and during one's old age, one should primarily concentrate on spiritual cultivation in order to nurture faithfully the spiritual seed of endless lives. Hence, just as during one's youth one must take rest at appropriate times while engaged in business, during one's old age a greater focus on repose is essential. Only when the way of repose and the way of liberation are well followed will the spiritual and physical life over endless lives be free of defects. 2. The way of repose. As one reaches the time for repose, thoroughly understanding that the matters of birth and death and the concentration of the spirit are most crucial and essential, one should focus only on cultivating the spirit in one's everyday life. The way of repose means, first, you must not obstinately try to see what you cannot see with your eyes. Second, you must not obstinately try to hear what you cannot hear with your ears. Third, even if you see and hear something, do not intervene in what is none of your business. Fourth, once you have entrusted your children or another responsible party with the management of your livelihood, do not be concerned with whether their treatment is generous or parsimonious. Fifth, do not harbor remorse when thinking back on the events that occurred earlier in your life. Sixth, do not harbor attachments regarding your assets, children, or other related matters. Seventh, if you have any resentments or regrets about the past or present, be rid of them all. Eighth, do not be dragged about by disputes over what was right or wrong in your own past. Ninth, engage more diligently in the practices of reciting the Buddha's name and seated meditation. 10th, continue to exert yourself in the practice of timeless Sn. 3. The way of liberation. There are no limits to worldly affairs and no boundaries to a sense of attachment. Thus, there will be no end to attachments if one tries to handle all human affairs while retaining a sense of attachment. But if they are handled in a state of liberation, there will be neither suffering nor hindrances in either favorable or adverse situations. Therefore, if we try to gain liberation from all worldly affairs, we first must contemplate the fount of all principles, and next apply that truth in every situation. The way of liberation means first to contemplate thoroughly the fundamental truth of no arising and no ceasing, in which birth and death are essentially non-existent, and then practically apply that truth to sensory conditions involving sasras so that one will gain liberation from birth and death. Second, contemplate thoroughly the fundamental principle of the self-nature that suffering and happiness originally are utterly void, and then practically apply that truth to sensory conditions involving suffering and happiness so that one will gain liberation from them. Third, contemplate thoroughly the principle That all discriminations as well as gain and loss are originally the retributions and response of cause and effect in the locus of voidness, and then practically apply that truth to sensory conditions involving discrimination as well as gain and loss so that one will gain liberation from all of them. The statement in the heart of the perfection of wisdom he beheld that the five aggregates of being were all empty and passed beyond all suffering and distress, becomes the main principle in the practice of liberation. Chapter 9, Nirva 1. On Nirva. Nirva can be translated as clear and round and tranquil. Clear and round refers to that state in which our self-nature is originally perfect and complete and utterly impartial and selfless. Tranquil refers to that state in which our self-nature is originally undisturbed and free from defilements. When a person awakens to this way of the self-nature and thereby recovers the self-nature's original state, this is what is meant by Nirva. 2. Fortify that state and never deviate from the self-nature so that one is gratified by ultimate bliss, this is what is meant by gaining the bliss of Nirva. However, very few people in this world attain the true bliss of Nirva and are consistently gratified by consummate quiescence, hence, the Buddhist order nominally refers to a person's death as Nirva. Even though the very same term Nirva is employed, there are those who actually enter Nirva by fully realizing the fundamental truth, while there are many whose physical bodies enter Nirva but their false conditioning has not come to rest, and thus they have not attained true Nirva. Therefore, practitioners should each day train well in the way of Nirva, so that they may be fully gratified by the bliss of Nirva even while they are alive, and attain true Nirva upon the Nirva of their physical bodies. 2. The way of Nirva. Regarding the way of Nirva, the founding master provided detailed instructions on how close relatives should send off the spirit at the time a person enters Nirva, as well as how the person whose spirit is about to depart should prepare for death. See the scripture of the founding master, chapter 9, Sending on Spirits. In transition, 2 and 3. These instructions should be assiduously carried out. During one's final moments, one should make a great vow even more resolutely to achieve Buddhahood and to deliver all sentient beings. One may then depart with pure and clear one-pointedness. These instructions to make the vow to become a Buddha and deliver sentient beings and to return to and rely on pure and clear one-pointedness is the main principle of the way of Nirva. 3. The way of sending on the spirit. Sending on the spirit means delivering a person by converting him or her from being unwholesome to being wholesome and leading him or her from low to high. One may send oneself on or rely on someone else to send one on. The way of sending on the spirit involves, first, creating an affinity with the Buddha. Without affinities with the order of the right Dharma, it is difficult to receive deliverance. Hence, one should first create an affinity with the Buddha. Second is to establish faith. By establishing faith in both self-power and legitimate other power, one can ensure that other power and self-power function together. Third is enlightenment. By continuously cultivating simultaneous progress in both self and other power, one should ultimately attain enlightenment on one's own so that, through the radiance of enlightenment, one will be able to bravely follow the right path. Fourth is to accumulate merit and virtue. If in ordinary life you show beneficence to all fellow beings with your spirit, body, and material possessions, and in particular contribute a lot to the work of deliverance, there will be many people who will admire and praise your beneficent merits. Thereby, you will receive spiritual advancement anytime and everywhere, because through coming and going you will face no obstructions or hindrances from Ra. Fifth is to make the one mind pure and clear. By realizing that the one mind is the fundamental merit that is pure and clear, in one's ordinary life one will avoid being tainted by or attached to the 5 desires of this world. One's merit will then remain as merit and become the fertilizer for one's future merit, and even in coming and going within birth and death, one will be free and dynamic so that one will continue to be reborn in each and every world and in each and every lifetime. Chapter 10, General Conclusion. The past, present, and future are mutually interconnected through relationships of causes, conditions, and effects, ceaselessly circulating over and unfolding this infinite world. In all matters, an effect must have a cause, and a cause must lead to an effect. If there is a plant here that is thriving, one may surmise that its seed was originally of good quality and it received adequate soil and fertilizer. Then, one can readily understand that if one sows a good seed today in good soil and adequately fertilizes it, the plant will thrive. Sentient, insentient, and all things do not diverge from this principle, as they are created, mature, and change. Therefore, if one lives a good life through the seed that is the numinous consciousness, the soil that is cause and conditions, and the use of fertilizer that accords with moral principles, then all these meritorious qualities will accordingly manifest in the effect. Furthermore, if one cultivates the seeds of posterity well by following the ways of repose and nirvana, the eternal future will also be assured. Hence, all these principles working together as reciprocal bases throughout the beginning, middle, and final stages of our life will determine all of our future life. Now, to sum up the main principles of the spirit that underlies all these ways, from prenatal education up through nirvana, cultivating and applying a pure mind, a mutually life-giving mind, and an impartial mind prove to be both the greatest dharmas and the greatest treasures in the eternal world. As an ancient said, one thought of right-mindedness is a bodhima. It is better than building 7 jeweled stupas as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Those bejeweled stupas will ultimately be reduced to dust. But one thought of right-mindedness produces right enlightenment. Dharma Discourses, P.B. Chapter 1, His Affinities with the Founding Master. 1. In the second year of the Won Buddhist era, 7th lunar month, August/September, 1917, the Founding Master established the very first 10-member unit of the Won Buddhist order. Initially, he selected 8 members to cover the 8 directions of the world and chose a proxy to temporarily serve as the central member, saying, "For this position, I have a specific person in mind." He continued waiting until he met Cardinal Master Chongsan and appointed him to the central position. 2. During the early days of Won Buddhism, the founding master assigned several of his disciples to compose verses. He gave Chongsan the topic of Il-1. Chongsan wrote a couplet in literary Chinese, which, in translation, means, all things are harmonized into one/heaven and earth are one great circle. 3. In the 4th year of the Won Buddhist era, 7th lunar month, 26th day, August 21, 1919, at the last session of the Dharma authentication prayers, the founding master asked the 9 disciples whether they had any last words to leave behind. Chongsan replied, "We depart in gladness, but we hope that you will not be at all troubled by our offering our lives." For the following month, the founding master sent Chongsan off to Wlmyng Hermitage in Pinsan, Phuan County, and said to him, "Don't read Buddhist scriptures." Then, Chongsan turned his eyes away even from the sight of the scripture stand. Another time, the founding master sent him off to Mandkay Mountain in Chinan County and said, "Don't pass by Chenju." Chongsan then went away and would not even look in the direction of Chenju. Later, Cardinal Master Chongsan said to his students, "I have never offered a single material thing to the founding master, but I have not the slightest regret regarding the affection and loyalty I have displayed. In my mind, I never departed from him, in my actions, I never disobeyed his will even once." 5. At Wlmyng Hermitage, Master Chongsan composed a verse in literary Chinese, which, in translation, means, "The energy of earth suffuses the clouds for 10,000 li/the mind of heaven penetrates to the center of the moon." 6. Master Chongsan said, "Early on, when I was seeking the way in Kingsane province, sometimes when I closed my eyes, a great master with a perfect countenance and a scene of the calm seashore would appear before my eyes. When I met the founding master in Insan, I realized that the person who had appeared was the founding master and the landscape was in San. 7. While Master Chongsan was roaming around Kla province single-mindedly seeking the way, he met Kim Haeun of Wahei village in Chngp County. With great joy, she invited Chongsan to her home and attended upon him with great respect and solicitude. Finally, she also welcomed the founding master into her home. Later, a student asked the master, "We have heard that, before you met the founding master in Wahei village, you often performed miracles. From what type of spiritual practice did they result?" Chongsan replied, "Because I did not understand the way at that time, idle phenomena appeared, or, sometimes, without my being aware of it, strange traces manifested themselves." 8. The master said, "In my lifetime, there have been 2 causes for joy. The first is that I was born in Korea, the second is that I met the founding master." He then added, "Everyone must feel the same way about our master's grace, but I received in particular one additional grace from him, for he personally sought me out and led me to himself." 9. The master said, "Ever since I was 8 or 9 years old, my mind was painfully troubled from the yearning I had to escape from the ordinary human path and to live with a complete knowledge of everything. I sometimes ran away from home and sought out a person of unusual ability, sometimes I entreated heaven, and thus spent 9 years wandering here and there. But from the day I had the good fortune to meet the founding master, all my suffering completely vanished. My only worries since then were that, on account of being enticed by even a modicum of selfish motives, the functioning of my mind might not be like empty space, or that the 3 great powers would be deficient in me and my public spiritedness might not be as wide-ranging as it should. I did not feel the slightest attraction or envy for things like scholarship, scientific expertise, or fame and profit." 10. The master said, "Ever since I met the founding master, I obeyed his instructions without the slightest reluctance. I may not have been sure about anything else, but I was utterly confident that his Dharma was the only path to achieving Buddhahood. If you seek to achieve Buddhahood, then you should practice only according to the founding master's teachings and follow my guidance. Before you understand the Dharma, you may engage in ascetic practices or wander on aberrant paths. But after you have met your master and learned the Dharma, you need only practice according to the master's guidance." 11. The master said, "Although many Buddhas have passed through the world, there has never been in the past, and never will be in the future, a teaching as consummate as that of our founding master. This is because, first, the founding master has enshrined the Il-One song as the foundation of truth, the object of faith, and the model of practice. By integrating everything into this Il-One, he enabled us to apply it directly to our faith and our practice. Second, by elucidating the great moral principle of the fourfold grace, the founding master perfectly clarified not only the moral principle governing the relations between human beings, but also human beings' relations with heaven and earth, parents, fellow beings, and the law. Third, not mentioning miracles but taking the essential Dharma of the way of humanity as the core, he bestowed the true Dharma of delivering the masses through the consummate great way that accords with truth and reality. There still are not many who truly recognize the founding master, but in the future, as the world develops more and more, the world will widely acknowledge the founding master as the new presiding Buddha of the age. 12. Early on, Master Chongsan, together with the congregation, swore an oath to the founding master, which said, "We have fortunately met with this order of the Great Way and have adopted as our single aim the great matter of attaining Buddhahood and delivering sentient beings. In order to attain this goal, with even more resolute determination and utmost aspiration, we make the following vows. 1. Having dedicated ourselves to wholehearted faith guided by the right Dharma of our founding master, we shall never regress from this mind throughout all adverse or difficult sensory conditions. 2. Having discovered the right road of the threefold study, we shall never rest from this practice no matter what the temptation or the obstructions of Mra. 3. Having understood the fundamental principle of the fourfold grace, we shall not change from this life of gratitude till the end, no matter what the adverse sensory condition or cause for resentment. 4. Having learned the great principle of selfless service to the public, we shall remain ever devoted to this way of public service, even if there should be 1,000 hardships. 13. In June of the 28th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1943, at the funeral service for the founding master, Master Chongsan addressed his sacred spirit in a eulogy. When you, dear founding master, taught and guided benighted people like us, you forgot all hardship and poured out all your love on us. With myriads of expedients and innumerable Dharma talks, you guided us who were struggling in the darkness on our path ahead. Without you, dear Master, how could we sentient beings, who are ephemeral like dayflies, have found eternal life? Without you, Master, how could we foolish persons who could not distinguish between primary and secondary have understood the roots of transgressions and blessings? Without you, Master, in this world of numerous temptations, how could we have been awakened to the right way of humanity? Without you, Master, in the midst of endless confusion, how could we have dared hope to achieve Buddhahood? When we think of your benefaction, it is as limitless as the heavens above. When we think of your affection, it is deeper than the rivers and seas. 14. The following day, at the installation ceremony for the position of Prime Dharma Master, the Master addressed the sacred spirit of the founding Master, early on, ever since I, your humble servant, embarked on this practice and task under your guidance, I have wholly relied on you in everything, O Father and Master, with faith as unshakable as Mount Tai. Now, suddenly encountering this heaven-shattering grief of your death, I am like a lamb who has lost its shepherd and find it hard to avoid being panic-stricken. However, since the spirit that you, O Father and Master, have instilled in us remains engraved in my brain and my marrow, I vow that it shall not change over an eternity of kalpas. While it is a cause for qualms that a dullard like me has to take on the great responsibility of this succession, I will make every effort, while remaining ever fearful and cautious like a man treading on thin ice, to attain and make manifest your spirit, always in accord with your usual teachings. Hence, I pray with utmost sincerity that I may have the cooperation of my fellow members within and the protection of your sacred spirit above. 15. Every year in June, the Master addressed the sacred spirit of the founding Master, as a rule, because there is morality in the world, the human spirit may be cultivated, because there is the Buddha, morality may be elucidated, and because there is an order of his adherents, the Buddha's radiance may extend widely. The Buddha's radiance is a lamp for the world and the spiritual life of sentient beings. Alas, 3,000 years had already passed since the assembly on Vulture Peak, and it had also been a long time since the traces of the sages had vanished everywhere in both East and West, so that true edification was unable to be carried out and the right Dharma could not stand. At this crisis point, the founding Master rekindled the fading sun of the Buddha and turned again the Dharma wheel that was about to come to a stop. Hence, we anticipate that, in the future, as the fortunes of this way long prosper through an infinity of kalpas and your doctrines spread widely, the whole world will turn into the utmost bliss of the ill one and sentient beings will all become true sages. 16. Every year, in the third lunar month, the Master celebrated the founding Master's great enlightenment. And the beginning of the order, today, the 26th day of the third lunar month, is the holy anniversary day on which the founding Master attained great enlightenment and started this new order. Our founding Master, who was a new Buddha for this new world, with the great vow that he made over an eternity of kalpas to deliver all sentient beings, appeared in this world at this crisis point caused by the demise of morality. He had extraordinary thoughts ever since his early youth, In order to awaken to the great truth of the universe, he aroused great doubt on his own, cultivated ascetic practices on his own, and attained great enlightenment on his own. Afterwards, with this great aim of delivering sentient beings and healing the world, he beat the great Dharma drum and turned the great Dharma wheel. In order to harmonize all the ways that had hitherto been set apart from each other and all the dharmas that had each been differentiated from the other, he prominently made manifest the Il-One Song, the Dharmakya Buddha, which is the origin of all things in the universe and the unified body of myriad human affairs and universal principles, elucidated the consummate practice path of cultivation, inquiry, and choice, and, through the great principles of the fourfold grace and the four essentials, enabled the full integration of the moral principles of all sentient beings in the worlds of the 10 directions. Buddhist era, 1953, the Master erected a commemorative stele in the Park of Eternal Commemoration, Ingmon, for the founding Master Sati-san, the Holy Honored One of Perfect Enlightenment, and inscribed it as follows: as a rule, in heaven and earth, the myriad things attain the way of birth and maturation because the 4 seasons keep cycling and the sun and the moon shine in alternation. In the world, sentient beings have received the grace of deliverance because the Buddhas have appeared in successive ages and the sages have transmitted the Dharma from one to the other. This is the correct order of the universe and of nature. Ever since the inception of Kayamuni Buddha's assembly on Vulture Peak long ago, the right Dharma and semblance Dharma ages have already passed, so that now, during this degenerate Dharma age, the right way cannot be practiced. Hence, false dharmas pervade the world and the spirit has lost its power, material things dominate all under heaven, and thereby the sea of suffering of living creatures has expanded day by day. This is the reason for the reappearance of the founding Master, our Savior, in this world. After narrating a brief history of the founding Master's life, he continued, alas! The founding Master was born and raised on the outskirts of a poor village, after existing as a sage for many kalpas before. Though he did not receive any formal education, he comprehended on his own the thrust of written texts, and although he did not have the guidance of a teacher, he awakened on his own to the great way. Though he lived in a period of great upheaval, he did not hesitate to carry out his task. Even when he was faced with obstinate people, he showed an infinite ability to deliver them. His presence was awe-inspiring like Mount Tai, yet he was also fully endowed with loving kindness and compassion like a balmy spring breeze. The way he handled daily affairs was forthright and magnanimous, but he would display genuine understanding and concern about even minor matters. He reformed the ancient Dharma, while more firmly establishing its general truths. While rectifying the ills of the times, he did not allow his doctrine to harden into dogmatism. While completely subsuming the myriad dharmas into one, their distinctions were made clearer than before. He applied the one truth to the myriad dharmas, but always made the original essence appear just as it is, so that internally he abided in the fundamental principle of the unsurpassed sublime meaning, while externally he showed a masterful comprehension of even the peripheral tendencies present in all situations and circumstances. He thus limitlessly opened the right Dharma of the great way of Il-One in the 10 directions and the 3 time periods. Therefore, he deserves to be called the Tathagata who has tens of billions of transformation bodies, Nirmakya, and the perfect epitome of the hosts of sages. 18 The Master said, the life of the Buddha of the past, Kayamuni, was recorded in 8 episodes, but the founding Master's life will be recorded in 10. The 10 episodes in the life of the founding Master are, 1. The episode of arousing doubt while looking at the sky, 2. The episode of praying on Sambachi mountain pass, 3. The episode of ascetic practice while searching for a teacher, 4. The episode of entering Samdi along the river bank, 5. the episode of attaining great enlightenment at Norumuk. 6. The episode of constructing a levee in Insan. 7. The episode of receiving Dharma authentication through the blood seal. 8. The episode of elaborating the Dharma at Pongni Mountain. 9. The episode of transmitting the Dharma in Siniong village. 10. The episode of entering Nirvana in the Kaimi year, 1943. Chapter 2, The Way of Propriety. 1. In the 36th year of the Won Buddhist era, 9th lunar month, September, 1951, Cardinal Master Chongsan finished the compilation of the new edition of the Canon of Propriety, Yejshin, at Shuji Temple and said to his attendant Yi Kong Jain, propriety by its very nature varies in its forms and rules, depending on the generation and the nation. Not only that, but now is a critical moment when the old world is being reconstructed into a new world. Hence, it would be difficult at this point to establish a perfect way of propriety for this new world. Let us therefore first mimeograph the draft and follow it provisionally for the next 10 years, then subsequently we will gradually perfect it as the canon of propriety for the new age. He added, the fundamental spirit of propriety is reverence. The purport of our canon of propriety is to show reverence widely and to venerate the public good. In elucidating propriety, there is the essence of propriety that never changes and the function of propriety that needs to be adapted to fit the times. Thus, if we change the essence of propriety, it would not be recognized as the Dharma, but if we do not know how to alter the function of propriety in accordance with the times, then that Dharma would not be put into practice. 2. The attendant asked, I wonder if the explanations of the rules of proper deportment in all the articles of part I might not be too detailed and commonplace to dignify them as a scripture. The master replied, it is the bane of people today to admire lofty and profound theories in any dharma but to denigrate practical learning involving plain and ordinary things. We must deeply awaken to this fact and make keeping the ordinary rules of propriety in daily life the foundation of observing the canon of propriety. As for those overly scrupulous exegetically explanations, let us reduce them as much as possible during the final editing of the canon. 3. The attendant asked again, all rites are performed by always having the Il One song as the object of worship, but how shall we carry out rites at places where the Il One song is not enshrined? The master replied, if the mind of the person who is performing the rites has the Il One song as its object, then both form and formlessness are the truth of Il One song, and the zenith, the nadir, and the rest of the 8 directions all become the complete body of the Dharmakya Buddha. Hence, there is no place where the Dharmakya Buddha does not respond in accordance with that mind. 4. The attendant asked again, all funerary rites are carried out by placing a photograph or funerary tablet of the deceased right in front of the Dharmakya Buddha. In the order of the service as well, the rites before the Buddha and the rites before the deceased spirit are both performed at the same place. Isn't this a bit muddled? The master replied, the truth of the Dharmakya Buddha subsumes the whole universe, hence, there is no harm in placing the deceased's funerary tablet on the Buddha altar. As far as distinguishing between them, so long as the mind of the celebrant differentiates between the Buddha and the deceased, they are naturally differentiated in accordance with his or her mind. 5. The attendant asked again, according to common custom, when conducting the rites for a wedding, a 60th birthday, a funeral, or an ancestral memorial, etc., it is regarded as the honor and duty of children and relatives to do as much as they can to create a splendid event and to prepare abundant dishes in order to host many guests. But in our order, we are instructed to give precedence to simplicity and frugality in all ceremonies, and to donate the money we thereby save to the Buddha altar to be used for the order's tasks. Isn't this a little too insipid in actual practice, and might it also be misconstrued as a means of raising money in the Buddha's name? The master replied, in all rites, to create a splendid Event and prepare abundant dishes may be extremely impressive at the moment, but those are nothing more than one-time events. Moreover, for those who are poor, such events may bring about future destitution. Thus, the aim is to conduct these rites without jeopardizing our livelihoods by performing them simply and frugally in accordance with our means. Also, if those who are well off use the money on such public welfare activities as edification, education, charity, and so forth by reducing those wasteful, one-time expenditures, wouldn't that be a truly eternal memorial, while at the same time helping to accrue blessings for the deceased in the other world and benefiting society as well? If the sponsor's donation is spent by the officiant for his own private use, then that would just be obtaining personal gain in the Buddha's name. On the other hand, if the donation is used for the public welfare, then that would be benefiting oneself and benefiting others and would create unlimited merit. However, you must understand that even frugality is a matter of the proper degree. Necessary expenses should be spent, only wasteful or extravagant items should be reduced. Furthermore, if those who are frugal economize only out of miserliness and have no thought of making offerings or donations for the public welfare, then that contradicts the principle of propriety. Additionally, if the officiant of a rite, in using the donations on public tasks, spends even a little on private matters, then that would be accumulating transgressive karma. Also, if those receiving education or benefits through others' donations do not possess faith and public spiritedness or make no contribution to the public welfare, then they would be accumulating a gigantic debt. These principles must be clearly understood. 6. The attendant asked again, according to common custom, servants' burial garments for the deceased are typically made of expensive cloth. Alternatively, there is even a practice of making servants just to be burned as an offering to the spirit of the deceased. However, in our order, we are instructed to use even old clothes as servants so long as they are clean. Isn't this really rather ungenerous to the body that is leaving this world for good? Moreover, during memorial services, food is offered for the spirits of the deceased to partake of, and, on other occasions honoring the spirits of ancestors. 2. We demonstrate our devotion by preparing food. In our religion, however, we do not make a food offering at memorial services. Isn't this also ungenerous to the deceased? The master replied, as for servants, if no clean used clothes are available, it is fine to make new ones. However, if there are old clothes that are just as good, then there is no need to insist on making new ones. The point is that we do not need to spend too much on the body that has already returned to dust. Furthermore, to make new clothes just to burn them, and so forth, leads to unnecessary expenditures out of superstition, which only diminishes the blessings of the deceased in the future. This practice must be prohibited. Furthermore, although it may be true that displaying food on the altar is a means of showing the relative's devotion, it is unclear exactly how the spirits of the deceased partake of those offerings. A spirit that no longer has a physical body cannot live by consuming human food. What is more, once they have all been reborn according to their respective karmic retribution and reward, what does this food have to do with those spirits? If the spirits of the deceased are presumed to have the capacity to consume food, they would only be doing so because of their karmic consciousnesses acquired while they were alive. But even granting traditional norms of propriety, why would they limit their food offerings to just once or twice a year if people really believe that the spirits of the deceased live off that food? Thus, those who are conducting memorial rites must understand this principle, and, as I said before, shift the spirit of offering food toward sincerely praying for the advancement of the spirit of the deceased, and toward adding to the blessings of the deceased in the other world through material donations. This is the true method of honoring the deceased. 7. The attendant asked again, according to common mourning custom, when one's parents pass away. One deliberately wears humble attire to demonstrate one's sincere sorrow. Also, the mourning period is set at as much as 2 full years, with shorter periods depending on the relationship to the deceased, on the theory that it is not until the 3rd year after the child is born that it may finally leave the parents' bosoms. In our order, however, mourners just wear simple clothes and pin on a small tag to indicate they are in mourning, and the mourning periods, too, last only 49 days at the maximum, with shorter periods determined according to the relationships to the deceased. Isn't this rather too slight as far as human sentiment is concerned? The master replied, the genuineness of mourning and cherishing the deceased's memory comes from the mind. It does not depend entirely on whether one wears humble clothes, nor on whether the mourning period is long or short, but only on whether the mourner's spirit of gratitude is full, or not. When people's consciousness was undeveloped, their minds could be swayed by formalities, so the chief mourner wore special mourning clothes and stayed in mourning for 2 full years to encourage sincere grieving and devotion. But nowadays, because human understanding is more developed, it is difficult to guide their minds through mere formalities. Furthermore, these days when life has gotten so pressing, it has become difficult suddenly to prepare special mourning clothes and to neglect one's job and to sever all social ties for 2 full years. If by wearing mourning clothes and staying in mourning for 2 full years there would be some benefit to the numinous capacity of the departed spirit, then perhaps it could be recommended to those who could do it, but since in fact it has utterly no connection to the numinous capacity of the spirit of the deceased, how can we insist on keeping intact a practice that does not correspond to either the truth or the times? If we only disseminate the spirit of gratitude by whichever means we choose, then I believe that human morality and affection will be naturally transmitted. 8. The attendant asked again, according to common custom, when parents pass away, their children display their devotion by arranging a burial site in the mountains chosen according to yin-yang geomancy, which presumably will affect the descendants' fortune or misfortune. In our order, however, we are instructed to choose between burial and cremation as suits the circumstances. What is the reason for this? The master replied, when parents pass away, it is right for the children to choose a burial site in the mountains where the soil is good. However, it is not right for the children to put too much effort into the task, connecting the descendants' fortune to the site, or, should some misfortune occur, to transfer the skeletons to a new location. As a rule, a plant while it is alive receives vital energy from the soil, but once it has dried up and died it can no longer do so. It is even less the case for a skeleton, from which the life force has already left and has turned into dust. How can it receive energy from the soil and determine the descendants' fortune or misfortune? We must understand that this, too, is a formality and expedient to encourage the spirit of gratitude. Although cremation may seem a bit callous at first glance, what possible difference could burial or cremation make to a skeleton that has already lost consciousness and turned into dust? According to the Buddhist interpretation, people's physical bodies are an assemblage of karma. Hence, for the spirit, cremation may even have a more beneficial dimension. 9. The attendant asked again, during all rites, whether the Dharmakya Buddha or the spirit of the deceased is taken as the object of worship. It presumably is only the formless mind that is addressing the formless world. If we consider this as just a matter of faith, then no objection need be raised. However, if we try to interpret this issue realistically, isn't it a bit difficult to comprehend that there could be a mutual response between two formless objects? The master answered, the original source of all things in the universe is the essence of the Dharmakya Buddha. From out of this essence, a single energy circulates, causing innumerable changes and transformations. This is the functioning of the Dharmakya Buddha. In this essence and function, that which has no form, no sound, no smell, and thus is ineffable, nevertheless majestically presides over essence and function. Being always void and numinous, and this is the Dharmakya Buddha's numinous awareness. The essence and function, as well as this numinous awareness, are all the one Dharmakya Buddha, and our physical bodies, vital energies, and minds are also constituents of the Dharmakya Buddha, which are mutually interconnected and non-dual. Because they are all non-dual, birth, old age, sickness, and death, as well as the retribution and response of cause and effect, all follow the way of the Dharmakya Buddha and do not transgress it by even a hair's breadth. Because they are non-dual, when you also make a vow while keeping the Dharmakya Buddha as the object of your thoughts, if one-pointedness is mastered, you can naturally attain the awesome power of the universe. Because they are non-dual, when you are also conducting a ritual where the spirit of the deceased is kept as the object of mind and your one-pointedness is mastered, you and the spirit of the deceased will feel mutually connected and responsive, and that awesome power will reach the spirit no matter where it resides. This is the truth of Il One that interfuses everything. When you use wireless telecommunication, the reason you are able to hear sounds coming from millions of li away is because the energy connects across that distance. For the same reason, insentient plants naturally know how to draw nutrients from the soil. If this principle of non-duality is completely mastered, or if one awakens to the principle that all existing things derive from formlessness, then it will not be too difficult to comprehend how this formless world is taken as the object of this formless mind. 10. The attendant asked again, how does the merit from Dharma rituals accrue to the spirit of the deceased? The master replied, we conduct Dharma rituals for the following reasons. First, the deceased will develop affinities with the gateway, the way. Second, if the sponsor, officiant, or participants pray single-mindedly, then, according to the principle of the non-duality between the Dharmakya Buddha and us, the karmic obstacles of the deceased spirit can naturally melt away. Third, if a spiritual mentor who has the power of the way recites scriptures and Buddhist sutras or expounds the Dharma, the path to wisdom may possibly open for the deceased without the latter's knowing it. Fourth, if we make donations that contribute to public service tasks, it will help the deceased enjoy blessings in the other world. Fifth, in addition to that one-time ritual, if the related parties perform many other public services for the deceased's sake, cultivate all kinds of good deeds, and have descendants who join in the practice of the way and attain the power of the way, then their hidden virtue will also reach that deceased spirit. These are all made manifest according to the principle of non-action and spontaneity, hence they cannot be judged only by what occurs at the ritual site. 11. The attendant asked again, in our order, we are accustomed to making silent declarations while having the Dharmakya Buddha enshrined as the object of faith. However, we don't make silent declarations to either Kayamuni Buddha or the founding master. What is the relationship between the Dharmakya Buddha and the Buddhas who took human form, and how are the ways of faith distinguished? The master replied, in order to unify all the objects of faith, the founding master established the teaching of faith in the Dharmakya Buddha. The Dharmakya Buddha is the foundation of all things in the universe, as well as the original nature of all the Buddhas and all the sages. All the Buddhas and sages are also those masters who are not separate from their self-natures. Hence, making a silent declaration to the Dharmakya Buddha in fact develops into a silent declaration to all the Buddhas and sages. Furthermore, as for the way of practicing faith, without the Buddha who took human form, we would not be able to understand the truth of the Dharmakya Buddha, and without the truth of the Dharmakya Buddha, the Buddha who took human form would not be able to elucidate it. Thus, although the ways of faith are non-dual, if I were to distinguish them, then I would say that faith in the Dharmakya Buddha is a faith based on truth and faith in the Buddha who took human form is belief and reverence based on doctrine. 12. The attendant asked again, since, in traditional Buddhism, Kayamuni Buddha is the original teacher, all the adherents' faith and reverence is focused on him. However, in our order, our veneration of the founding master is deeper than that for Kayamuni Buddha. What is the relationship between Kayamuni Buddha and the founding master, and how are the respective ways of faith and reverence distinguished? The master replied. After the founding master attained great enlightenment, he realized that Buddhism is the most fundamental of all the religions and Kayamuni Buddha the holiest of all the sages and saints. Hence, the founding master himself adopted Kayamuni Buddha as his original guide, and since we have encountered the founding master's order and received the Dharma from him, if we were to describe our relationship, Kayamuni Buddha is like our grandfather and the founding master is like our father, and as for the ways of faith and reverence, we should revere the grandfather as the grandfather and the father as the father. However, it is inevitable that our moral sensibilities and affections are directed more toward our father. 13. The attendant asked again, the ancestral tablet for the founding master in the Hall of Eternal Commemoration in Majane uses the title Tathagata. In traditional Buddhism, this honorific title may not be used except to refer to Kayamuni Buddha. So, won't there be some who might think this presumptuous? The master replied, it is true that Tathagata is one of Kayamuni Buddha's 10 honorifics, so it is an extremely respected title. However, if there is only a single person who holds the title of Tathagata and no one will ever again come along who can use that title, then that means nothing more than that Buddhism is in decline. Furthermore, if even deserving sages appear and yet are unduly prohibited from holding this title, then that would be nothing less than spiritual tyranny. Reflection would also tell us that Kayamuni Buddha must have reappeared in this world many times during the past 3,000 years on behalf of sentient beings. Hence, if that same Buddha, with the same Dharma power, was not bestowed the same honorific, wouldn't that be unreasonable? Therefore, in our order, among the 6 Dharma ranks, we have formally established the highest as that of greatly enlightened Tathagata. Thereby, not just in the case of our founding master, but whenever advanced sages give the seal of approval or many people recommend someone by acclamation, we will not restrict ourselves from bestowing the title of Tathagata on those with due qualifications. However, this is not indiscriminately abusing this weighty title or upsetting the traditional Dharma lineage. When we promote someone in their Dharma rank, there must be guidelines for advancement. Also, regarding the Dharma lineages, there are clear records of each generation, so that ancestors are ancestors and descendants, descendants. Thus, if someone judges such practice to be presumptuous, there's no need to defend it. But if looked at rationally, I think it is not presumption, but a great opening up of the gate of the Buddha Dharma. 14. The attendant asked again, regarding the ancestral tablets in the Hall of Eternal Commemoration, with the exception of the founding master, we enshrine all our ancestors on a shared tablet. How can all those many ancestral spirits reside in common on one small tablet? The master replied, enshrining a tablet does not mean that our ancestors' spirits reside on that tablet, rather it means that, in whichever realm they are now residing, they watch over us. Their watching over us would not be limited to either 1,000 li or 10,000 li, so why couldn't 1,000 or 10,000 spirits respond at a single spot? Therefore, enshrining them all on a single, shared tablet does not create any disturbance at all in the spiritual realm. 15. The attendant asked again, in all rites, how efficacious is the method of performing silent declarations, while relying on exemplary texts in the canon of propriety? The master replied, as for the method of silent declarations, when one prays alone, one would generally do so silently. In the case of public rites, in order to unify the content of the congregation's silent declarations, we perform explanatory formal prayers. In our rites, this method of relying on ceremonial prayers to perform silent declarations is led by the ritual presider or a representative of the congregation, who recites the exemplary texts as an explanatory formal prayer, while everyone in the congregation concentrates on the prayer and ends the prayer by repeating to themselves, "This we pray wholeheartedly." Each exemplary text is designed to serve as a model of the standard, hence, when there is an occasion to make silent declarations for some special end, then the texts may be modified according to the case. 16. The Master said, in any undertaking, an event executed without the proper preparations will be rushed and disorganized. Hence, the practice of propriety begins with study and preparation. If one becomes inattentive and acts recklessly when one is alone, then even in the presence of others one's bad habits will be displayed. An ancient sage said, "The superior man is watchful over himself when he is alone, because there is no difference between what is concealed and what is revealed." For this reason, those who are practicing propriety must above all be careful. 17. The Master said, severing the ties between closest blood relations through wicked speech is in fact a great transgression that damages fundamental human order. Furthermore, if someone thoughtlessly relays unpleasant words from one person to another, causing resentment and enmity, whether intentional or unintentional, his transgression will be enormous indeed. Whether it is for expediency or for the truth, do your best to relay good words between people, in order to help them resolve any existing resentments or grudges, and encourage them always to aspire to do what is right and support them to proceed with good deeds that will be the true propriety and wholesome merit that enhance the spirit of human beings. 18. The Master said, to flatter someone when he is doing well but scorn him when he is not is the behavior of an inferior person. Hence, to keep one's affection even more for a person who is not doing well is the propriety of a superior person. Forsaking loyalty according to one's self-interest or displaying proper manners in another's presence and abandoning them in his or her absence is to disregard the fundamental meaning of propriety. Not abandoning loyalty and proper manners regardless of gain and loss or presence and absence is what is meant by acting on a true understanding of the fundamental meaning of propriety. 19. The Master said, in interacting with people, there are three ways to follow. First is the way of deferring to one's seniors, second is the way of taking care of one's juniors, third is the way of friendly relationship with your peer group. 20. A student asked, is there any difference in merit that derives from private commemorative rites and rites performed in common? The Master replied, the difference in the merit accrued is made manifest according to the sincerity of the sponsoring family and the Dharma power of the Dharma Master, but it makes no difference whether it is a private or public rite. However, since a joint rite conducted by the order as a whole allows the departed spirits to receive many members' joint commemoration and many spiritual mentors' prayers in common, the merit accrued becomes that much greater. The student asked again, if the ceremony was conducted by a presider who does not possess great Dharma power, can the departed spirit still be delivered? The Master replied, even if the presider does not possess great Dharma power, if the presider disinterestedly does his or her utmost as laid out in the canon of propriety, then the departed spirit will attain deliverance. 21. Upon compiling the canon of propriety, the Master composed in literary Chinese the numinous incantation, in ju chng in gai asam jane mansa yiasam tong chng y tong il chia y chng tong sim jane. In translation, it means, the numinous energy of heaven and earth settles my mind. All things turn out as I wish, fusing with my mind, heaven and earth and I are the same one essence. I and heaven and earth, being the same one mind, are equally authentic. Later, he composed in literary Chinese the incantation of clarity, ch jane jipsen chng jng pon mui. A tk hogwang ikwi ti von gi tinjilton sama akch wi chasamil. In translation, it means, the Dharmakya is pure and clear, and originally free of obstructions. Tracing back its radiance, we also become just so, the primordial pneuma of grand harmony, Tey, coalesces into a single mass. Evilmers and baleful rebirth destinies vanish naturally on their own. Chapter 3. On Korea's National Prospects. One day during the 29th year of the Won Buddhist era, 10th lunar month, November/December, 1944, Cardinal Master Chongsan wrote down in literary Chinese a stanza from an ancient poem, and said, "These are the future prospects of our nation and our order." The passage translates as follows: Mount Ji, when the fog has lifted, appears luxuriant and lofty. The river Jing, even when the wind has stopped, is naturally still rippled. Lament not that spring has passed and its redolent splendor has all faded. Farther down the stream, there will be another season for harvesting the lotus's seeds. 2. In July of the following year, cyclical year Ryu, 1945, the master visited Pusan and wrote the following passage in literary Chinese and hung it in the Dharma Hall of Chor-Yang Temple, ground of the mutually life-giving fourfold grace/site where the three jewels are enshrined. Then, he prayed for the tranquility of the times. 3. One day a follower asked, during the March 1st independence movement, cyclical year Kimi, 1919, did the founding master say anything special about the times? The master replied, he said, "This shout is calling out for the great opening. Let us hurry to finish up the levee project and perform our prayers." 4. After Korea was liberated from Japanese colonial rule on August 15, 1945, the master expressed his views on founding a new state in his pamphlet on founding a state, Kengaknon. Since August 15, 1945, I have heard the declarations of various leaders and examined their methods of leadership, and have also broadly observed the changes in the public sentiment. At some moments, I was happy, at other moments, I was concerned. And at still other moments, thoughts of possible courses of action naturally occurred to me. Hence, I have briefly recorded aspects of these thoughts that occurred naturally to me and titled it On Founding a State. Its gist is to take the spirit as its root, government and education as its trunk, national defense, construction, and the economy as its branches and leaves, and to attain the fruits through the way of advancement, so as to cultivate well in perpetuity a deep-rooted national power. 5. Regarding the spirit of building a new state, the master said, what is foremost regarding the spirit of founding a new state is the unity of our minds. In all cases, it is an indubitable law, united we're strong, but divided we're weak, united we flourish, but divided we fall. What chance do we have of establishing a perfect and robust nation through a process of founding a state, a great task that will leave its mark over numberless years, unless it is rooted initially in this unity of our minds? Hence, state building must have unity as its basis. Unity is attained through our mind grounds being radiant, and this radiance is attained by overcoming the hindrances that lie deep within each person's heart. Those hindrances are caused by many things: the absence of a spirit of harmony because of clinging to one's own viewpoint and not accepting the perspective of the middle way, a lack of respect for one's opponents because one is ensnared in fame and ego, ignoring just causes and right doctrines. Due to being enticed by burning political ambitions, disturbing the minds of the masses by stirring up jealousies and disputes, and by employing manipulative tactics, a lack of objective critical ability because of a failure to distinguish between what is primary and secondary in specific matters, and because of being enticed by partisan passions, an inability to attain a spirit of grand accord because of regionalism and factionalism, lacking the magnanimity to embrace a wide spectrum of differences and instead reviving private feuds and old resentments and indulging in exposing others' minor faults, a lukewarm spirit of national independence because of giving precedence to self-interest and greed, an inability to respect the sincere intent of true patriots, a lack of self-reflection regarding one's own mind and leaving the responsibility for unity to others. If we will only overcome all these hindrances, unity will naturally occur. However, if such hindrances still remain in our hearts, then no matter how strongly we advocate unity, it will be difficult actually to attain it. Therefore, the public task of state building lies initially in resolving this basic problem. 6. The Master continued, the second point regarding the spirit of founding a state is the establishment of self-power. While we must be profoundly thankful to the allied powers who presented us with liberty, we must try to get along well with all the allied nations by maintaining an even-handed attitude and a spirit of autonomy, rather than being attached to one particular nation and opposing others for the sake of our own particular ideology or political position. As I view our nation's present circumstances, we shall have no success without following the middle way, and without the common support of the allied powers, our nation building cannot progress satisfactorily. Thus, we must focus on unity and establish the power of our national autonomy. 7. The Master continued, the third point regarding the spirit of founding a state is loyalty, justice, and dedication to the public good. Loyalty means a constancy of mind that is free from falsehood. Justice refers to doing right to the utmost, without discriminating between self and others. Dedication to the public good means contributing to society and the nation with a mind of loyalty and justice. In whatever age, if the spirit of loyalty and justice is absent in the world, then any enterprise, society, or nation will only be making a deceptive show, and will inevitably come to nothing. Thus, we must examine our own minds, and if the spirit of loyalty and justice is present, we must amplify it, but if it is absent, we must arouse those states of mind, even if we have to force ourselves. Hence, if with the spirit of justice we resist the wrong, however tempting, and persevere in the right, however distasteful, and if people proceed wholeheartedly with loyalty and justice, then the task of founding a state will be successful and the foundation of our nation will be as solid as if it were built on the rock of Mount Tai. 8. The Master continued, the fourth point regarding the spirit of founding a state is clarity of right relations. In constructing the state, there must be leaders and followers, venerators and venerated. If leaders do not have the authority to lead and followers do not have a willingness to be led, or the venerated have no position for being venerated and those who should be venerating have no intention of doing so, then each person would behave as the boss, which would make orderly government difficult. Wouldn't this subvert nation building? Therefore, even if those who were being led yesterday assume a leadership position today, we must readily receive their leadership. In the same manner, if those who lead today stand in the position to be led tomorrow, then they must readily accept others' leadership. As for veneration, if the right person at the right time assumes a position that deserves veneration, one should give that person veneration appropriate to the case, transcending far and near, intimate and distant, or the sameness or difference of ideologies, and thus progress together by cooperating with him or her. I believe this is the correct path for a civilized people's nation building. 9. The Master continued, the fifth point regarding the spirit of founding a state is to observe the overall situation. Whatever you might be doing, do not be enticed only by immediate concerns or temporary greed, but instead, with a keen eye for the international situation and a close knowledge of each sector of the nation, come up with well-rounded measures. Do not court personal glory, but promote well the national reputation. Do not fight for personal political power, but develop well the nation's power. Do not become absorbed in personal interests, but consider well the national interest. Understanding the principle that an individual's good or bad actions will increase or decrease the prestige of the nation, do not engage in contemptible actions, especially in front of foreigners. Understanding the principle that a thing immediately pleasing to oneself may cause discomfort to others, show consideration for the public. Understanding the principle that a temporary beneficial thing may bring about a loss in the future, calculate carefully what will lead to permanent gain. Understanding that constant flux is the principle of the universe, establish laws that are appropriate to the times, without insisting on one type of law. Understanding the principle that any law or regulation that is excessive will lead to vice, do not let your mind be biased toward any single aspect. 10. Regarding government, the Master said, government should ensure the proper and satisfactory exercise of people's individual rights without privileging a specific sector. While all administration should be conducted simply and speedily, grave matters should be resolved according to the law while taking public opinion into account. Laws should be strictly observed by all, whether high or low, and, once a national consensus is reached, a patriotic spirit and public morality should be propagated through training citizens nationwide. All leadership should be based on faithfulness, so that the public comes to trust the leaders. Every effort should be made to foster talents and develop the economy, so as to cultivate a capacity for independence, self-defense, self-reliance, and self-sustenance. For the spiritual guidance of the citizens, government and religion should progress together in tandem. 11. Regarding religion, the Master said, if people's faith in religion is weak, due to deficiencies in regulating their spirits and nurturing their consciences, they then will wantonly act as they please in both favorable and adverse conditions, which will cause the crime rate to rise. Even among those who belong to a religion, a good number might become superstitious or overly partisan, which will render them unable to engage widely in the life of an honorable citizen or sufficient public morality. If the state, by encouraging religions appropriate for guiding citizens, allows the four agencies of the state administration, the judiciary, schools, and religions to proceed with their own allotted duties, then that also will be an essential part of the great planning for the nation's everlasting future. 12. Regarding education, the Master said, education is the great path for people to progress. Hence, we should put in place compulsory education and expand the educational system. Instead of focusing on the science and neglecting spiritual education, as has been the case so far, education should be carried out with a well-rounded curriculum that emphasizes patriotism and public morality. Improved education on matters of propriety should offer a foundation for spreading propriety among the citizens and for unifying the standards of propriety. In order to promote a climate of general respect for labor, courses in practical training and field work should serve as the first step in an education that encourages national industries and as the driving force for cultivating the characteristics of diligence and reliability among the citizens. 13. Regarding the path of progress, the Master said, the foremost task is to pay tribute to those who have engaged in meritorious service, including those who have made outstanding achievements in government or national defense, those who have made extraordinary achievements in edification and education, those who have contributed hefty sums that became a great resource for the public interest, or made much merit both in spirit and in body for enterprises involving the public interest, and those who greatly benefited and contributed to the nation and society through their discoveries and inventions or in other fields. Second, we must promote education. Whether it is the nation, an organization, or an individual, we must eagerly promote education for the gifted, so that they may continue to gain new knowledge in any given field. We also must avidly support research institutions, so that they may deliver all kinds of ingenious means for national construction and social development. Third, we must abolish hereditary succession and limit inheritance. All honors should be limited to the person concerned, so the descendants do not needlessly rely on their ancestors' influence. Inheritance should be limited to the amount necessary to give someone a start, and the rest should be donated directly to public enterprises, so that both parents and children will make merit together. By living through self-power, they will contribute to the development of the nation and society and to people's general ability to lead their own lives. 14. Concluding the booklet on founding a state, the Master said, the central theme in all the above-mentioned articles is that we should protect everyone equally, regardless of class, so that we may attain individual freedom and financial stability, carry out a revolution in the mind first before undertaking a revolution in the world, ensure that, through the voluntary generosity of the rich, the number of public interest institutions may gradually increase and people's living standards will naturally come more into balance, cooperate in this single task of nation building without discriminating between government and private enterprises, and, by offering some preferential rewards to persons of meritorious service, even at the price of limiting somewhat other people's options in life, attain to the path of progress in both public and private life. 15. The Master continued, at this critical moment, the most urgent duty is for all of us to reflect back on our mind and do our best for its continuous improvement, and for each level of leadership always to effectively exercise correct leadership of the people. If we are not good at heart, then even if we advocate an excellent ideology, it will just bring bad results. Flouting the rights of others and being blinded by the pursuit of undeserved gains. How can this be the principle of equality? The true value of equality will be realized only by first awakening to the impartial way of the universe and by not being preoccupied with personal ownership as well as by not seeking food and clothing without working for them. Also, rejecting sanctions of any kind and falling into a lawless life by acting as one pleases. How can this be the principle of freedom? The value of true freedom will be realized only by first bringing each individual's mind to a level consistent with public morality or a regulated life, and by not infringing on or restraining others' just opinions and just liberties. 16. The Master said further, if we examine the state of public sentiment these days, we often find that people presume they are contributing to nation building even as they create a storm in the midst of calm by needlessly stirring up popular passions or by treating their fellow countrymen like enemies. However, true nation building manifests its potential by calming even the storms that are already raging and by changing even old enmities into beneficent relations, so that true power is attained by people of all classes holding hands and collaborating with one mind. If the proper order is preserved in the midst of equality and laws and regulations are respected in the midst of freedom, and if the rich or the poor, officials or the people, perform their respective roles and bring their hearts together, the task of building a new state will naturally be realized. Only after the successful founding of the state will ideology, equality, freedom, and rights have any meaning, and only then shall we be able to enjoy our happiness on our own. By putting down the small self and asserting the great self, small self and great self will both be saved. However, if the great self is put down and the small self is asserted, then both will perish. 17. The Master said, material things have roots and branches, human affairs have endings and beginnings. Only after understanding what comes first and what comes later can state building follow the proper course. Only after domestic unity is achieved will we gain international trust, only after international trust is gained will we achieve success in international diplomacy, only after international diplomacy is successful will national sovereignty be won, only after national sovereignty is won will we have real equality and freedom. If those who hope for equality and freedom were to destroy national unity, then that would be like wanting to live but voluntarily committing suicide. 18. The Master said, if the mind is impure, even the greatest ideology will be contaminated. If the essence of an undertaking is flawed, even the best effort will be wasted. He then said, those who propagandize for themselves inordinately and target others with devious attacks may stir up temporary public sentiment but will ultimately never be successful. He continued, traitors are those who knowingly commit wrongful acts out of personal ambition, True patriots are those who may have initially been misguided but immediately correct themselves upon realizing it. 19. The Master said, those who act recklessly without understanding the grand purpose lead worthless lives. Even while they are alive, and when they die, their deaths are worthless. He said again, those who compromise their consciences by going along with circumstances may appear to gain temporary security, but they will not avoid perpetual ignominy. He said further, those who advocate the public interest outwardly but seek personal benefit inwardly, all their words become lies, and all their actions fraudulent. 20. The Master said, human conflicts start with ideological differences, next move on to power struggles, and then next to a war of hatred, ultimately resulting in senseless fighting, which brings unnecessary harm to the public. 21. The Master said, others' outfits may look fine, but if you just put them on they may not fit you. Only when outfits are made according to your own size and height will they become your own. He said again, at this time of cultural exchange, insisting only on your own way is obstinacy, just as being swayed only by that of others is being spineless. Therefore, you should be independent inwardly and open-hearted outwardly, adopting good points and forsaking bad points. This is the wisest policy for the times. 22. The Master said, once anything goes to an extreme, it changes, and excessiveness leads to abuses. Thus, not leaning on either extremes or excessiveness is the essential dharma for saving the world. He said again, seizing and being seized or giving and receiving, the difference between these is as great as heaven and earth. Seizing and being seized create resentment and enmity, wherein the seeds of peril are hidden. Giving and receiving manifest grace and affection, producing peace. 23. The Master said, to encourage the good and to honor public spirit is the right path for progress. If we were to slight the good and ignore the public interest, it would be taking the path of regression. He also said, if we preclude people from living beyond their means, encourage public enterprise, and impose legal limitations on inheritances, this will stimulate a fervor for public enterprise, bring an increase in public assets, and result in the people's common happiness. 24. The Master said, without training, it will be difficult to put anything into practice. Without preparation, it will be difficult to succeed in anything. Therefore, there must be periods of training and periods of preparation. He said again, if you bend a branch, you must do it slowly, or you might break it. He said again, you cannot teach a child the great learning, you cannot entrust an egotist with public affairs. 25. The Master said, if the head is confused, the rest of the body will accordingly be confused. If the head is right, the rest of the body will naturally follow suit. Hence, all the responsibility is on the leader. He said again, if an offense is grave, heaven will not forgive it. If there is utmost sincerity in public spiritedness, there will be assistance from nature. Again, he said, right prevails in the end is a foundational principle of the universe. Hence, there is a point where the intent of heaven and the human mind openly converge. 26. A politician asked, at this early stage of nation building, the times are still unsettled and there are many national matters that urgently need attention. Even religion is an affair that should come after building a state. May I ask, therefore, that you turn your efforts to nation building? The Master said, although I have little ability, I am doing my utmost for the nation through this religious order. So, what do you mean when you ask me to work toward nation building? The guest replied, I mean that you should participate in a political party or initiate a national movement. The Master said, when you are building a house, the foundation, pillars, and beams each have their roles, and unless their functions are combined so that each fulfills its own role, you won't be able to construct the house. Likewise, when you are founding a state, government, religious edification, and domestic production all have their own roles, and unless each provides support through its incumbent role, the state cannot be constructed. Hence, politicians must concentrate on governing well through whatever means are appropriate. Religious leaders must concentrate on edifying the people through appropriate means, and manufacturers must likewise concentrate on producing goods. Thus, with their power joined, a whole state will be constructed. As you have said, these are unsettled times, so, in the task of founding a new state, properly guiding public sentiment is the most urgent matter. Hence, a desirable path for nation building would be for the government first to examine each religious order and support those orders that are most helpful to the times, allowing them to be more active in the task of religious edification. It has not been long since our order was established, so we still do not have many adherents. However, along with relief operations right after liberation from Japanese colonial rule in 1945, I believe we have rendered lots of background support in properly guiding public sentiment through the means we had available. The guest asked, then, in your order, do you intend only to render background support but not to let your members assume public office? The master said, the ordained adherents must devote themselves to the affairs of the order, so it would be difficult for them to engage in both roles. However, lay adherents can engage in politics as much as they wish. I surmise that, in the future, only those who have been correctly edified by religion will make excellent politicians. 27 The Master said, these days I hear a lot of talk about our being on the left or the right, but those who speak that way do not understand the grand purpose of religion. Religion, that is to say, the way and its power, is the essence of politics, and politics is the function of the way and its power. In our four great principles, selfless service to the public is the foundation of virtuous politics, both ancient and modern, both left and right. Thus, those with political conviction are people who, by completely awakening to the principle of non-self, serve the public without selfishness. Those who act rashly by chasing after fame and power cannot serve as agents in the task of founding a state. The root of politics is the way and its power, and the root of the way and its power is the mind. To understand this mind and to nurture this mind, so as to practice in accordance with our original nature, is our proper duty and obligation. He said again, at the moment, politicians have taken the leading roles and are running a political theater, but after that curtain falls, a new curtain will rise on a play involving the way and its power. Now is the period of preparation for specialists in the way and its power. Hence, you must prepare assiduously. He said again, when you build a house, the building lot is prepared and the carpenters erect the house, then the walls are added, which are then covered with wallpaper before the owners of the house can live in it. Likewise, at this time, parties on the right and left are preparing the ground, after which the government will do the work of carpenters, then, the way and its power will add the walls and cover them with wallpaper, thus establishing a complete and satisfactory state. 28 The Master said, after liberation, this nation has been in an extremely difficult situation, however, the general trend for the future is extremely bright. The day does not dawn or the spring come all at once, there are gradual steps and stages. He said again, the present time is like ice in the early spring, the ice has started to melt underneath but on the outside it is still unthawed. But before you know it, all the ice will have melted away. Again, he said, as the world opens up, those who like to fight will perish. Hence, from now on, whether it is a fight between nations or between individuals, whoever attacks first will be defeated. 29 During the Korean War, on New Year's Day of 1951, the Master said, as we enter the new year, we must fortify our faith even more strongly. Blessings and transgressions are all made and received by ourselves, hence we must first have right faith in ourselves. The void is soundless and odorless, but it has such awesome power that it can be neither deceived nor denied. Have full faith in and reverence for this truth. Moreover, do not lose hope. When you think in terms of the eternal world, there is ample room for progress, even for a person in difficult straits right now, if that person does not despair and voluntarily stops making any effort. Those who do not lose hope will advance. Also, do not neglect maintaining a peaceful mind. Do not seek peace from afar but first seek it nearby in your own minds. No matter how difficult your situation is, you must not let go of your peaceful state of mind, for then you will become a master who brings peace in the coming world. 30 During the Korean War, the master often said in admonition, even if you are the only one left, will you devote yourself to this practice and to this task? Even if all others engage in slander and persecution, will you steadfastly protect this religious order? Then he said, in the past when a new religious order was being established, many martyrs were produced. However, our Dharma is the great way of mutual life-giving in this new world, so such things will not happen. You may put your minds to rest. Then, he said, the faithless may live right nearby but are actually 1,000 or 10,000 leagues, li, away. Those whose faith is sincere may live 1,000 leagues away but are right here with me. Therefore, wherever you may be, always be a person who is concerned both for others and for the order. Then, you will naturally find refuge from calamity. 31 The Master said, Confucius was once surrounded by a gang of bandits so that he and his followers had no food for 7 days. At that time, he sat unperturbed and said, only after the weather has gotten cold can we understand the integrity of the pines, only after experiencing severe hardship can we gain true strength in our practice. Hence, his followers' minds were not at all disturbed as they sang and conversed together in serene voices. Seeing this sight, the bandits were utterly amazed, and saying, this is surely a group of heavenly beings, they finally retreated. This certainly qualifies as an eternal model of minds that have been calmed. 32 At Sandong Temple, the master composed a verse in literary Chinese, which translates as follows, in the dawn sky, after the sound of thunder and rain, thousands of doors in myriads of dwellings open one after the other. He continued and said, the turmoil of modern times had its beginnings with the Kabo uprising in 1894. Since these wars had their start in this country, the idea of peace will also start in this country. How can we dictate to the world through economic or military power? The great destiny of this new world will be led by sages, Buddhas, and Bodhisattvas. Guided by this country's new great way and its power, the whole world will become a single household in the future. He said further, since the great destiny of the world is now turning toward the east and south, the countries in the east and south will steadily develop and this nation will become the spiritual center of the world. 33 Seeing the Mugungae, the rose of Sharon, the Korean national flower, and the Teegi, the Teeg flag, the Korean national flag in front of Sandong Temple, the master said, Mugungae is a good name. Mugung means limitless and unchanging, and Mugungae foretells that this country will become the origin of the way and its power in the new world. Teegi involves a profound principle. Teeg, the grand ultimate, Teji is the principle of the universe, which is the parent of the myriad things. Teeg is also Mug, the ultimate of non-being, and Mug is ill one. The Teegi indicates that the great way of ill one will in the future become the place of refuge for the whole human race, and this country, which is its place of origin, will become the spiritual parent nation of all living creatures. Chapter 4, Vision and Plans. 1. A guest asked, since the name of your order is Won Buddhism, Won Pulgyo, I would like to know the meaning of one. Cardinal Master Chongsan replied. 1. Circle, in metaphysical terms, is that realm where language, names, and signs are extinguished, hence, it is impossible to describe. However, in physical terms, the myriad things in the universe are all expressed through this one, hence, it is simultaneously the root source of the myriad dharmas and the true reality of those myriad dharmas. Therefore, although all the various religious teachings in heaven and earth may differ in their expression in millions of ways, in reality there is not a single dharma other than one. The visitor asked, if the meaning of one is in this way so perfectly interfused, may I be so bold as to suggest that naming this order Wondo, the way of one, or Wongyo, the one teachings, might more adequately subsume all religious teachings. Although Buddhism may be an ancient and great religion, in the eyes of the world its religious principles are often presumed to be partial. What about reconsidering this matter? The master replied, Fool. Buddha means to awaken and also mind. Even though the truth of one is complete and thus subsumes the myriad dharmas, it would be just a vacuous principle without the mind that is awakening. Thus, the two terms one and pool are originally a non-dualistic truth and are inseparable. In the case of traditional Buddhism, too, its fundamental teachings are free of partiality, but on account of particular institutions, people naturally misunderstood it as a partial doctrine. But if its institutions are renewed, the real essence of the Buddha Dharma, in accordance with truth, will be made fully manifest in the world. To a guest asked, what do you think of your Honorable Order's development plan? The master said, as an ancient sage said, things have roots and branches. Human affairs have firsts and lasts. If we prepare by understanding what comes first and what later, then I believe our order will develop as a matter of course. The visitor asked, what do you think should be done first and what later? The master replied, first, we must compile carefully our religious texts, second, we must foster our human talent, third, we must gain the economic power necessary to operate all our enterprises. However, given our nation's current situation, things are not going as well as we could wish, so we are struggling. The guest asked, some churches are so focused on propagation that they even proselytize in the street. Shouldn't your order be doing the same? The master replied, we do engage in propagation using appropriate methods, but we haven't gone so far as to proselytize in the street. The guest asked, if you have already decided to engage in propagation, then wouldn't it be better to do it zealously? The master replied, it is like a merchant who stocks his shop with excellent products, gives his customers a good price, and thus benefits the masses, his shop will naturally prosper. In the same way, even in religious edification, if we prepare completely all our religious texts and do not harm anyone but only benefit them, then the order will naturally develop. Up till now, formal proselytization has been the focus of religious development, but in the coming world, I believe that substantive activities will become the critical factor. 3. In the 31st year of the Won Buddhist era, 1946, at the inaugural assembly of the Kamgangdan Adamantine Association, the master delivered the following admonition, there is a profound reason for naming this organization the Kamgangdan. By never forgetting the two Chinese characters KM and Gang, I hope that all you members will manifest well the real qualities of adamant. You should discover inwardly the adamantine self-nature with which each of you is inherently endowed. Once you have discovered your self-nature, you should continually eliminate distracted thoughts and finally make manifest the clear and pure mind ground, just as a goldsmith would eliminate all sorts of impure metals and minerals in order to extract the pure gold. And just as the goldsmith makes good use of pure gold, you should become a sage who wholesomely use your mind and readily apply myriad actions in accordance with your capacities. In addition, outwardly, you should help unify this organization through consistent faithfulness, so it will be as strong as adamant. If You notice any of the members violating the precepts, then, through the power of the organization, admonish and caution each other in advance, so that all members possess qualities that are as pure as gold. As the organization becomes stronger, you should, by promoting further the power of public service, propagate widely our founding masters' right Dharma and carry on our forerunners' work far into the future, so that this organization's adamant-like illumination will shine over the world. 4 In May of the 31st year of the Won Buddhist era, 1946, at the opening ceremony of the Will Academy, the Master delivered the following admonition. When the founding Master was alive, he personally intended to found this academy and even decided on the name Will, One and Only. However, due to the nation's conditions at the time, his intent could not be realized, but after liberation we are now able to open the academy. Thus, you should first understand the true meaning of Will and achieve its one and only purpose, its one and only activity, and its one and only result. Its one and only purpose is to deliver all sentient beings and cure the world. Its one and only activity is selfless service to the public. Its one and only result is building the world of Il-One. Even though there are now only a few students in a small classroom, in the future numberless persons of the way will be pouring out to deliver the world in abundant ways. 5 In April of the 33rd year of the Won Buddhist era, 1948, the Master established and promulgated the Won Buddhism Charter. Article 1, in the General Principles section, stated, Won Buddhism is based on the Great Way of Il-One, which is the principle of the universe and the mind seal of all the Buddhas. It takes right faith, right enlightenment, and right practice as its cardinal teachings. Article 2 said, the teachings of this order have as their goal delivering all sentient beings and curing the world by having the grace of the Buddhas transform the entire world and having the SN Dharma transform the entire congregation through the essential ways of human life, viz., the fourfold grace, and the four essentials, and the essential ways of practice, viz., the threefold study and the 8 articles. Article 3 stipulated, this order takes the Il-One song, the Dharmakya Buddha, as the fundamental object of veneration and worship, for Il-One is the original source of the fourfold grace and the referent of the 3 aspects of Buddhahood, viz., law body, Dharmakya, reward body, Sabhagakya, and transformation bodies, Nirmakya, and the mind seal that was rightly transmitted by Kayamuni Buddha and the founding master Sati-san. 6 In April of the 34th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1949, at the first graduation ceremony of the Will Academy, the Master delivered this admonition. I regret that during the past 3 years you had to endure much hardship without receiving a satisfactory education. Even so, try to reflect over the course of our order's enterprises, from the early levy project to selling charcoal and confectionery, farming and stock raising, as well as running orchards and pharmacies. On a personal level, some worked at the spinning mill or the rubber factory. Hence, none of your forerunners could comfortably attend a 3-month SN retreat, let alone a 3-year academy. In all enterprises, this is the typical sequence in their initial stage and is precisely the reason why descendants have special reverence for their forerunners. The life of a religion is faith, the motive force of an enterprise is public-spiritedness. If you are equipped with just these 2 qualities, then even though you may be lacking in education, your future will be bright. Do not worry about lacking anything other than these 2, do not trouble yourself to acquire anything other than these 2. You have now completed the curriculum at the academy, but your great learning is only beginning. Great learning is practice in the midst of work, where you practice while you work and work while you practice. Never forget even for a moment that each of your words and acts can have great consequences for the future activities of the academy and the order. Grounding yourselves on belief and dedication and on public spiritedness, I hope you will exert yourselves at this practice while working, and consummately accomplish the Buddha's practice and the Buddha's enterprise. 7. In the 34th year of the Won Buddhist era, 5th lunar month, May/June, 1949, while launching the magazine Won Kwang, W.N. Kwang, Radiance of One, the Master bequeathed the inscription "The Radiance of Il One illuminates all the 10 directions." He then explained its essential point: everything that is true ultimately survives, no matter how hard one tries to destroy it. But if something is false, no matter how hard one tries to make it last, it ultimately disappears. 8. A practitioner asked, "Won Kwang is the name of both our official magazine and the schools we have established. What does the term mean?" The Master answered, "Generally, it means to illuminate the great way of Il One." However, the two characters Won and Kwang involve even more profound principles. 1, as the original essence of Il One, means the original realm of all things and the myriad dharmas. Kwang means the manifestation from that realm of all things and the myriad dharmas. With One as the original essence and Kwang as the function, all dharmas are subsumed therein. Hence, don't forget this meaning but contemplate it well, so that your thought, speech, and conduct will all be in accord with Won Kwang. This is crucial for the development of our order. 9. In April of the 38th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1953, after finishing the order's comprehensive evaluation of its first generation, the Master said, "We have done our best to be fair in evaluating the ranks of practice and the ratings of our various enterprises, but how can we hope to have acknowledged all the hidden practices and merits? Hence, leaving the true evaluation to the infallible truth, if we use the current rankings as a rough measure to encourage us to further effort in the future, then we will have here truly valuable fellow adherents and highly ranked meritorious people. Subsequently, those spirits of the deceased whose achievements surpassed their given rank on the tablet at the Hall of Eternal Commemoration would feel no qualms about receiving memorial services, but those spirits whose achievements may have fallen short of their given ranks, how embarrassed they will be to receive such an undeserved commemoration." 10. In April of the 39th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1954, the Master sent a message to the meetings of the Supreme Dharma Unit and the Ministers' Association that said, "I offer my heartfelt congratulations for the notable progress in every section of our order, thanks to the efforts of members of the Supreme Dharma Unit, officers at headquarters, and directors of specific organs and temples, who have all shown unflagging sincerity and a sense of public service. Due to my illness, I was unable to fully share in the happiness at the last year's General Convention celebrating the first 36 years of our order, and we are unable this year as well to commune with each other as we wish. The moon of our minds, which illuminates each other without speech, remains as clear as ever, but you and I feel regret equally at being unable to experience the joy of reunion." Then, turning to the immediate agendas of the governance of the central administration and how best to secure its dignity, the Master said, "So far, because our order's primary objective has been internal consolidation rather than external expansion, we have run our affairs almost like a household through verbal consensus. Regarding official positions, too, we paid little attention to formalities, but have just kept matters informal. However, from now on, as all administrations expand and the numbers of active members increase, the face of the order will become more conspicuous both inwardly and outwardly. Hence, let us cooperate in complying with the direction of the central administration and securing its dignity." Then, regarding the tasks to be promoted by the whole order, he said, "So far, because we have been working hard mainly to grow individual organizations and temples, we have mostly postponed the order-wide enterprises that should have been managed at headquarters. However, from now on, each individual organization and temple should unite and work hard at promoting order-wide enterprises, showing more concern for the maintenance of the headquarters as well. Regarding edification and governance through organized units, he said, if at headquarters you further strengthen the authority and functions of the Supreme Dharma Council and make it the central organ for governing the order, and in each temple, you fortify the units of edification and make them the organ for promoting practice and enterprises, then you shall obtain a great result, half the effort, double the result, as the saying goes. 11 In the 39th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1954, at the award ceremony for the extraordinary performers who fulfilled the duty of original guidance, the Master gave a congratulatory address. One of our sacred duties as Won Buddhists is to recruit at least 9 adherents to this order, so that all may bask in the founding Master's Dharma and grace. When the founding Master initially opened the gate of this order, he laid the foundation by recruiting 9 adherents, and said, in the future, if each of you also recruits at least 9 adherents and propagates our Dharma through this method, then before too long the way and its power will permeate all under heaven. The founding Master called this the duty of original guidance, YNWN, lit. The fount of the pond, comparing it to the way a fount of water flows out in all directions, equally bestowing its grace on the myriads of living creatures, and he encouraged us in a variety of ways to carry out this duty. Therefore, if every one of us recruits at least 9 adherents and, through these affinities and loyalties, encourages them to the very end to achieve merit and virtue, whether in practice or enterprise, then that will amount to a superb enterprise in the establishment of the Great Way. And if holy sages or leaders in enterprise emerge from among those whom you have guided, then the merit and virtue of your original guidance will indeed be incomparable. To hold a ceremony and hand out awards is nothing more than an expedient means of promoting this practice. You must understand that truly great merit is accumulated quietly. 12 In March of the 40th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1955, at the first graduation ceremony of Won Kwang, W.N. Kwang, College, the Master delivered an admonitory address. Although this is the first time that Won Kwang College has held a graduation ceremony and conferred bachelor's degrees, many decades of sweat-soaked history are hidden behind today's event. On this day, you should reflect one more time on that history and, in applying in the world what you have learned at college, you should not utilize it only on limited, small tasks, but widely on limitless great enterprises on behalf of the entire public, so that the merit and virtue of this college and this order will be known throughout the world. From now on, you should make endless efforts to accumulate real power in actual life, taking the entire world as a greater school and regarding all things in the world as great teachers. If, in commemoration of this day, you decide to devote yourself to this practice and steadily continue with it, then you truly will be able to graduate with flying colors from the well-lived life of a hero. 13 In April of the 41st year of the Won Buddhist era, 1956, at the groundbreaking ceremony for the second phase of the levee project at Insan, the Master gave a congratulatory address. The founding Master's purpose in starting the great construction of this levee project with his 9 fellow unit members as the first enterprise after the order's foundation was to secure the economic foundation of our order, but internally, he had an even deeper intent. Now, as we begin this grand undertaking of the second phase of the levee project, we must understand that the significance and value of this project is no different than those of the first, and we must have the same spirit as that of the original 9 disciples. Throughout this project, let us examine still further the quality of our fellow adherents' faith and examine still further their business prowess. Prompted by this project, let us realize more keenly the source of blessings and rewards as well as the paradigm of the wholeness of both spirit and flesh. 14 In November of the 41st year of the Won Buddhist era, 1956, at the opening ceremony of the Central Meditation Center, the Master delivered this admonition: At our meditation centers, we have several extraordinary goals that are not found elsewhere. First, we take ability rather than formality as the standard so that we may develop many competent male and female ordained devotees. Second, we take the study of the way rather than scientific knowledge as the standard so that we may train directly in pragmatic practice and pragmatic faith. Third, rather than training for the personal benefit of oneself and one's family, we stimulate to the utmost the thought of the great public way, which sets as its goal delivering all the worlds in the 10 directions. These 3 goals are in fact the primary conditions for becoming the kind of model person that this new world demands. Excessive formality leads to the world looking for something substantive. Excessive scientism leads to the world seeking study of the way. Excessive egotism leads to the world venerating public service. You should deeply awaken to these principles in order to promote a superlative SN tradition. I sincerely request that you make this meditation center a great practice site, where numerous distinguished leaders of our order will be produced throughout eternity. 15 At the graduation ceremony at Chongsan Meditation Center, the Master delivered this admonition: SN is the quintessence of the Buddha-dharma. Meditation Center is a training site that specializes in this quintessence. Chongsan is the very first of our specialized meditation centers to have opened. Although it still has not overcome the poverty of its beginning days, nevertheless, through a spirit that takes as its standards the principles of substance, the study of the way, and public service, I request that you promote in both this order and this world the SN tradition in which you have trained thus far, so that the prestige of this meditation center and our order will shine forever throughout the world. 16 At the opening ceremony of the meditation retreat for ministers, the Master delivered this admonition: those who edify others must first understand and put into practice the 3 ways of governing people and edifying them. In governing and edifying individuals, the family, society, the nation, and the world, there are these 3 paths: governing them through the way, governing them through virtue, and governing them through laws and regulations. Regarding these 3 ways of governance and edification, I intend to explicate them in detail in the canon of secular life. If these 3 types of edification are integrated and put into practice, then this will become an optimal world, but if there are faults in these 3 paths, the optimal state will not be achieved. Hence, you should not become deluded regarding these 3 paths, but, by taking them as your source, whether dealing with individuals, the family, society, nation, or the world, always apply them in concert so that you will become excellent pioneers of the infinite enterprises of this great way. 17 A minister asked, please tell us about the direct application of these 3 ways when we are engaged in edification in the local temples. The Master said, edification by governing through the way means edification through principles and faith. Ministers themselves must first stand at the forefront, with completely undivided faith and complete self-awakening in the principle of the Dharmakya Buddha and the teachings of the founding Master, as well as in their own ultimate self-awakening, so that they may guide the general adherents' faith and practice, and ensure that those adherents' faith and zeal for the order's work will all be concentrated on the basics. Edification by governing through virtue means edification through human kindness and moral influence, that is to say, to be attentive to even the most obscure of each person's circumstances by understanding carefully everyone's feelings, and, with a mind that is free from antagonism, embrace and edify all people equally. Edification by governing through laws and regulations means edification through rules and expedients, that is to say, by understanding well the general trends in the world and examining well the general tendencies of your adherents, you carry out edification with myriad expedients that do not contradict regulations and are suitable to the particular cases. 18 In the 42nd year of the Won Buddhist era, 1957, upon launching a scholarship project, the Master said, there is a saying in the great learning, in the kingdom of Chu, they only treasure good people. In our order, we must treasure only those talents who have faith and public spiritedness. Although such things as buildings, land, or money are perforce resources for carrying out the enterprises of our order, those are merely necessary things of use. The true fundamental resources for these enterprises are the masters of those enterprises and their conscientiousness. In the beginning, what material resources did the first 9 disciples have? Their absolute spirits of adhering only to the founding master and their conscientiousness in extinguishing selfishness and contributing to the public served as our foundation. We must foster as the true treasures and assets of our unending enterprise only those sincere adherents who possess firm faith and conscientious public spiritedness. 19. At the ceremonial celebration on the 42nd anniversary of the foundation of the order, the Master delivered a congratulatory address, in these special grand prayers, which we started during the first lunar month of last year for the prosperous future of the order and for world peace. Let us further steel ourselves for the remainder of this period. For such projects as the second phase of the Levy project in Nguyen, compiling the Tijaging, scripture of the founding master, and the scholarship project, let us all become single-hearted masters for these great tasks and continue to carry them out. He then said, in commemoration of this day, we must make our own the founding masters' spirit in establishing this order and thereby make manifest on this earth the great ideal of delivering sentient beings and healing the world, which the founding master summed up in the motto, with this great opening of matter, let there be a great opening of spirit. All of us must first work hard at our own great opening of spirit so that we may endlessly practice delivering the sentient beings in our own minds and curing the world in our own minds. At the same time, through this spirit, we must appeal widely to the nation and to the world and propagate this spirit widely there so that we may construct a world of great freedom based on freedom of the mind, a world of great peace based on peace of the mind, and a great, civilized world based on civilization of the mind, as all of us desire. In this way, let all of us fellow beings rejoice together in that one great paradise where spirit and flesh both become whole and where universal principles and human affairs are pursued in tandem. 20. In April of the 42nd year of the Won Buddhist era, 1957, at the Dharma Merit Award ceremony, the Master delivered congratulatory remarks. At this ceremony, I confer on the 4 devotees of highest merit, Chongsan, Kut-on, Pyalsan, and Pyalt-on, the Dharma Merit titles of Cardinal Master, Chongsa, Great Servant of the Way, Tibongdo, and Great Protector of the Dharma, Tiab. I, along with the entire congregation, pay homage to them for their contributions at the incipiency of our order and for their astounding Dharma merit in the 2 areas of practice and enterprise. At the same time, I pray and hope that both our male and female lay and ordained devotees will renew their dedication so that in the future numerous Cardinal Masters, great servants of the way, and great protectors of the Dharma will continuously emerge in our order. 21. In May of the 43rd year of the Won Buddhist era, 1958, the Master established the Ngaweza Right Edification Institute, an institute for compiling the scriptures and other texts of Won Buddhism, and wrote down and bequeathed this 4-character phrase, single-minded cooperative effort. He then said, since you have encountered this field of merit, devote yourselves in solidarity by working within the joy of Dharma and by mutually sharing warm friendships. 22. In April of the 44th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1959, at the inauguration for his 4th term as the Prime Dharma Master, the Master delivered a Dharma talk. In June of the 28th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1943, while in a deep sorrow after our founding Master's nirvana, I inherited this solemn post and have remained in the important duty of representing the order for almost 17 years. Since then, I have managed to evade any serious transgression in leading this order thanks to the protection from above of the Dharmakya Buddha, the fourfold grace, and the hidden protection of the spirits of the founding master and our many forebears, and to the support, on my left and right, from the conscientious fervor of all my fellow officers working in each organization in the headquarters and temples, and the meritorious cooperation of regular adherents. Not only has there been continual growth of our order, and has our existence come gradually to be widely recognized in both the nation and society, but we have also been laying the groundwork for the future edification of the world. At this time, since I am once again unable to decline your request to assume another term in office, I feel heavily burdened and greatly humbled, but trusting that there always will be the protection of the Dharmakya Buddha and the founding Master's Holy Spirit, above, and that, to my left and right, our fellow adherents' conscientious cooperation will always continue. I swear to bring to bear all my abilities in carrying out this great responsibility. At the same time, commemorating this day with the exhortation for us to become exponents of a grand universal ideology, I intend once more to renew my original vow, together with all of you fellow adherents. 23. At the first award ceremony to recognize highly meritorious people, the Master delivered these congratulatory remarks, by recognizing the visible merits of specific people. Such awards fundamentally also praise indirectly the general merits of the rest of the people. Highlighting specific people as the visible standards is a formality that is meant to promote such efforts in the rest of the congregation. Hence, while it is difficult to praise all the hidden meritorious deeds even of recipients, it is even more difficult to recognize and praise in non-recipients such high merit as may well exist. Truly accurate and grand awards are bestowed by the ever-clear truth according to its ever-bright retribution and response, but the awards handed out by human beings are limited merely to praising one visible aspect. Therefore, in our order, recipients of such formal awards must keep appearing without number throughout the future, and, in the same way, we must produce many recipients who awaken to and receive the real award of truth in their hearts. Our order will then shine still more gloriously over the entire world. 24. In May of the 44th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1959, at the swearing-in ceremony for the Supreme Council Unit, Sui 10, the Master delivered this admonition: 10, unit, means to unite and become one. Hence, we must unite well, so that we can accord with this principle of 10. Just as the single energy of heaven spontaneously brings into being the myriad things in the universe through non-action, our sincerity alone will deliver the myriad living things through the new way and its power. For this reason, the founding Master first organized this 10 and urged us to model ourselves on the principle of heaven and earth and become masters of the worlds of the 10 directions. To attain and utilize this principle is both our mission and our glory. If it is difficult to become a master in a nation, then how much more difficult will it be to become a master of the 10 directions? A person cannot become a master of the 10 directions with a mind that is separated from the public. One also does not become a master through one's looks or one's knowledge, but by a mind that knows no division or selfishness. If we devote ourselves always to comparing and reflecting on these conditions, we will naturally become masters of the 10 directions. But if, without such efforts, we just vainly occupy positions, then we will receive the punishment of truth. Since we are participating in this event thanks to the founding Master's holy virtues, let us work hard together so that we lack nothing in our qualifications for becoming masters of the 10 directions. 25. Opening the meeting of the Supreme Dharma Unit, the Master said, in our meetings, we must proceed with a heavenly mind and heavenly language. Since the Supreme Dharma Unit is organized and operates in conformity with the right energy of heaven and earth, it would only be a superficial meeting if we were to conduct it without a heavenly mind and heavenly language. Heavenly mind means the mind that does not differentiate between the truth, the founding Master, and ourselves. heavenly language means to utter words in accordance with this mind. If we become heavenly beings and discuss matters through the heavenly mind and heavenly language, this order's advancement will be as easy as turning over one's palm. 26 In the 45th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1960, prior to his 60th birthday, the master entreated his followers, "This year, I hear that many fellow adherents from every district are engaged in various preparations for my 60th birthday. However, I was not able to prepare such a celebration for the founding master, nor did we ever offer such celebrations to the forerunners early in our history, so, how can I alone enjoy such a celebration? Also, I have been receiving during my illness the conscientious care of many adherents. But my heart aches because we haven't yet even found a source of funding to support those devotees everywhere who have become weak and ill while working so selflessly, so, how can I alone receive further attentions? The spirit behind the establishment of our order and the spirit of the canon of propriety are to do away with empty formalities and wastefulness, and to live a life of simplicity. In such matters, ordained practitioners must serve as a model for general society, and it will not conform to the way to do these things excessively. But those fellow adherents who insist on showing their affection for me might choose to commemorate my 60th birthday by establishing a medical foundation for the hospice care of ordained devotees. That would be the right way of requiting the founding master's fundamental spirit and his Dharma grace, and would also be a true celebration for me, for my mind would be pacified by a project that would comfort all of our ordained devotees. Thus, I earnestly entreat you to do so and, on the appropriate day, just hold a simple ceremony according to our canon of propriety, and let that become the standard in the future. 27 In the 4th lunar month of the following year, 1961, at his 60th birthday ceremony, the master delivered a Dharma talk. I appreciate the fact that all of you fellow adherents have heeded my requests and limited the celebration to this simple ceremony, and will instead embark on a project that will be useful to the future of the order. In commemoration, I too intend to renew our original vow with all of you fellow adherents by explicating the ethics of the threefold unity, Samdang Yuli, which will become the fundamental principle for building a single world. After delivering a Dharma talk on this ethics of the threefold unity, he established the PBN Dharma Grace Foundation, with the donations offered on that day, which became the parent body of the healthcare organization for ordained devotees. 28 The master ordered the organizing of an ordained devotees friendship association, the Sadakho, Virtue of Water Association for great causes, come together like water, for propriety, be as clear as a jewel. Furthermore, he ordered the Chha Waden, Chaste Harmony Unit, a friendship association for celibate male and female devotees, to be organized, and said, in chastity, be pure like a lotus flower, in integrity, be unchanging like pine and bamboo. 29 The master ordered the organizing of the Chngtoho, Right Earth Association, a friendship and practice association of the wives of ordained male devotees. Only when the earth is well prepared will all things grow properly, only when domestic assistance and spousal encouragement are solid can the order's workers serve the public selflessly. He also said, if the earth's energy is right, then all things in the soil will grow properly. If wives offer encouragement properly and mothers influence their children properly, then their husbands and offspring will act and grow properly. These become the ground for properly building the order and rectifying the world. 30 For those who had returned to lay life after ordination, the master looked after them attentively and said, even if you live in the secular world, live a consummate life as a lay devotee by always reflecting on your original vow. Even if you yourself are unable to restart, at least encourage your sons and daughters to follow the way of public service, so that you will not accumulate a large debt in the Dharma realm. Then, he instructed those people to organize the Monho, yearning for the Source Association, as a friendship and practice association. 31 For postulants in training to be ordained, the Master ordered the organization of the Kyoi, Friends in the Doctrine Association, as a friendship association. He delivered an admonition with the motto, encourage each other to do good and caution each other from doing evil, encourage each other to practice zealously and caution each other from being lazy. 32 At a staff meeting at headquarters, the Master delivered this admonition, central headquarters is like the human heart, which controls all the temples, which are like the limbs. By transcending remoteness and closeness, intimacy, or estrangement, fulfill your duty at the central headquarters by cherishing and looking after the temples as if they were your own limbs. 33 The Master wrote a verse in literary Chinese for Kim Taeyag, which translates as follows. If reputation is grand but true substance small, then in the end there will be nothing to show. For final victory and success, substantial power has pride of place. He continued by saying, an individual's true power is of three types, cultivating the power of absorption internally, studying the truth, and keeping the precepts correctly. The order's true power is of three types, putting the canonical texts in good order, nurturing the religious cadres, and stabilizing the order's finances. If the leaders and the order as a whole are well endowed with all these substantial powers, and we also unite together internally and our adherents increase externally, then this will inevitably lead to the advancement of our order's strength. Chapter 5, Foundational Principles. One Cardinal Master Chongsan, at the ceremony of enshrining the Il-Won-Song Dharmakya, Buddha at a temple, gave a Dharma talk. If we were to describe the fundamental meaning of the Dharmakya Buddha, it is that realm in which words and speech, names and signs, are eradicated. If we were to describe its real essence, there is nothing in the universe that is not the Dharmakya Buddha. Hence, even if the Il-Won-Song were not enshrined, the truth of the Dharmakya Buddha remains always simply thus. However, for us general devotees, if the object of worship is not visible, it is difficult to know either that place where the mind can take refuge or the model for practice. And even if we do know them, it is easy at times to lose the standard for assessing our own minds. Thus, the founding master encouraged devotees to enshrine the Il-Won-Song, the symbol of the Dharmakya Buddha, either at a temple or at home, and to revere it as the object of faith and the model for practice whether in walking, standing, sitting, reclining, speaking or keeping silent, active, or at rest. Hence, by enshrining and worshipping the Il-Won-Song as the standard, we must discover the true Il-Won-Song, keep the true nature of Il-Won and carry out the consummate mind of Il-Won. By bringing our lives into complete accord with the truth of the Il-Won-Song, all of us must become the true masters of immeasurable blessings and immeasurable wisdom. 2. The Master said, the fundamental principle of the Il-Won-Song involves the eradication of all relative objects. It cannot be described by speech, measured by thinking and calculation, or expressed by names and signs. This is the Il-Won's essence of true voidness. While being truly void, it also is numinously aware and never dark. Its radiance pervades the 10 directions and its creative transformations manifest freely among the myriad forms. This is the marvelous existence of the Il-Won. Within this true voidness and marvelous existence, the myriads of dharmas are also in operation, creating distinctions between arising and ceasing, coming and going, and wholesome and unwholesome karmic retributions, so that ultimately one progresses or regresses within the 6 rebirth destinies and the 4 modes of birth. This is the cause and effect of the Il-Won. This inseparability between true voidness, marvelous existence, and cause and effect becomes the one truth of Il-Won. The founding master took this Il-Won-Song as the original foundation of the doctrine and then instructed all practitioners to worship it, inquire into it, and practice it so they might easily enter the great way, transcending sequential steps, and, by having this profound principle revealed to them, they then could apply it directly to practical matters. Therefore, a seeker of truth has no other place to look apart from this Won song. And a seeker of the way has no other path to search out other than this one. The myriad dharmas are nothing but this one dharma. 3. The Master said, our aim in worshipping the Won song is to know for sure that our mind is the Buddha and our nature is the Dharma, and to believe that, because the sublime principle of cause and effect is extremely fair and extremely bright, it cannot be deceived or violated. It is to establish a pragmatic faith appropriate to the task at hand and proceed accordingly by understanding the content of the fourfold grace, which in fact presides over the cause and effect of transgression and blessings. And it is to possess a broad-minded faith that finds everywhere a Buddha and in every act a Buddha offering. This is the path for having faith in the truth as an actuality. Thus has the founding master enabled our faith, in Won song, to become the motive force for practicing the right Dharma through our cultivation of self-power and our correct acceptance of other power. For the Master said, the aim of the practice of Won is to practice just as it is the truth of Won. The method involves first studying and understanding human affairs and universal principles without stopping at the branches and leaves, fully realizing the fundamental principles of our self-nature and all aspects of the great way of Won. Even so, we do not mean to stop at mere understanding, but also to keep well the original nature by counter-illuminating and tracing back the radiance. Nor do we mean to stop only at mere absorption, but also to apply well the way of Won when encountering the myriads of things. This threefold study is the Dharma that involves cultivating simultaneously the essence and function of Won. 5. The Master said, Dharmakya Buddha is the name for the truth Buddha, which is the original fount of the myriad dharmas. Samagakya, enjoyment. Body, Buddha, and Nirmakya, transformation. Body, Buddha are the names for different stages in the manifestation of truth. The Nirmakya Buddha includes both Buddhas of the full transformation body itself, who embody the truth as it is, and the Buddhas who are partial transformations, who do not fully embody the truth. The Buddhas of the full transformation body is a name for all the Buddhas and sages. The Buddhas who are partial transformations is a name for all sentient beings. Though they might be sentient beings now, they are referred to as Buddhas of the partial transformation body since they all possess the Buddha nature. Therefore, we must understand that when our minds are pure, clear, and upright, we are Buddhas of the full transformation body, but when our minds are errant and benighted, we are Buddhas of the partial transformation body. 6. The Master said, if you are given only the name of someone you do not know, it is hard to know anything about that person because all we have is a name. But if you are shown a photograph, you will be more apt to have some idea about that person. In the same way, because the founding master has himself shown the photograph of the specific substance of the truth through the Won song, it has become much more convenient for students to grasp that realm. The Won song is the photograph of the truth in its totality. If we take this photograph of the truth as the object of inquiry and continue our devotion, then anyone can easily understand the realm of authentic truth. The founding master said, traditional Buddhism was an era of a single Tathagata and 1,000 bodhisattvas, but in the future thousands of Tathagatas and myriads of bodhisattvas will appear in the world. 7. The Master said, as one great circle, one sang, turns, myriads of smaller circles turn in tandem. It is just like a motor that turns and all its smaller machine gears turn in tandem. 8. The Master said, to awaken to the realm of the universe's non-discrimination is called attaining the knowledge and vision of a Buddha. To understand the realm of the universe's discriminations and to act accordingly amid the myriad sensory conditions is called carrying out the acts of a Buddha. 9. The Master said, there are 5 steps involved in seeing the nature, kynsng. The first is realizing the real nature of the myriad dharmas return to one. The second is knowing the news about true voidness. The third is seeing the truth of marvelous existence. The fourth is performing the practice of maintaining the experience. Fifth is utilizing it by great capacity and great application. 10. The Master said, our natures are originally pure and clear, but, in accordance with sensory conditions, a response in congruence with the nature produces what is wholesome, and one in discordance with it produces what is unwholesome. This is the point of divergence between wholesome and unwholesome. A correct response produces right, a distorted one produces wrong. This is the point of divergence between right and wrong. If the nature is concealed, we become benighted; if the truth appears, we become brilliant. This is the point of divergence between wisdom and foolishness. 11. The Master said, the reason the discriminations between sentient beings and sages and wholesome and unwholesome appear from our original nature, which is inherently free of any of these things, is because our original natures contain an ever-bright and ever-spirited numinous awareness. In the case of sentient beings, when their numinous awareness encounters sensory conditions, various idle thoughts emerge because they are enticed by habituations and the power of karma. But in the case of Buddhas, because they illuminate sensory conditions with their numinous awareness, always counter-illuminating and tracing back the radiance of the self-nature, their numinous awareness is not drawn out into external sensory conditions, and only the pure and clear light of wisdom appears in front of them. This is the difference between Buddhas and sentient beings. 12. When the Master was expounding the essentials of absorption and quiescence, he analyzed the terms nature, spirit, mind, and volition as follows. The nature is the original essence, and from that nature, spirit is made manifest. Spirit is substantially identical to the nature but also involves the sensibility of ever-numinous awareness. Mind involves discriminations that are made manifest from that spirit, and volitions appear from the mind. Volition is the point at which the mind is in action. A student asked, what is the numinous soul, in Jhan? The Master replied, the numinous soul is the grounding of each person's spirit, which is empty, numinous, and free from darkness. 13. The Master said, all things in the universe are composed of numinosity, pneuma, and matter. Numinosity, as the original essence of all things, is that nature which is eternal and free from cessation. Pneuma, as the life force of all things, is the power that animates them. Matter, as the substance of all things, refers to their physical form. 14. The Master said, pneuma subsumes numinous awareness, numinous awareness subsumes pneuma. Pneuma, then, is numinous awareness and numinous awareness is pneuma. All those things that are either formed or formless, either animal or vegetable, either ambulatory or flying, are operations of pneuma and manifestations of numinosity. The great nature, Tsum, is that realm where numinosity and pneuma are unified and non-dual. He then wrote this down in literary Chinese. 15. A student asked, you mentioned that pneuma and numinous awareness are non-dual. Why, then, can't we see the numinous awareness in vegetation? The Master answered, there are distinctions in the transformations of the myriad things. When numinous awareness is primary and becomes charged with pneuma, it becomes an animal. When pneuma is primary and becomes charged with numinous awareness, it is vegetation. Animals have individual numinosity, but vegetation contains only a single pervasive numinosity. The student asked again, what is the relationship between this pervasive numinosity and individual numinosity? The Master replied, when the mind is at rest, it unifies with the pervasive numinosity. When it is active, individual numinosity appears. Thus, we are unified with the power of the way when we are at rest, and we engage in different karmic actions when we are active. Human beings do not unify with the pervasive numinosity only at the moment of death, rather, they can do so in both life and Death. 16. A student asked, I would like to know how ignorance arises from our original natures. The master replied, to give you a simile, the sky is originally pure and clear, but according to the movement of a certain pneumal energy, wind is produced. As the wind blows, clouds appear and heaven and earth become dark. In the same way, our natures are originally pure and clear, but ignorance arises according to the action or rest of our minds. If the mind is at rest, it is pure, clear, and bright. If the mind is active, it becomes agitated and ignorance arises. However, if the mind is active but is active amid stillness, then even during activity, there is no agitation and it remains bright just as it is, but if the mind is active amid agitation, then ignorance arises, and the mind becomes benighted. 17. The master said, the sun and the moon shine brightly throughout empty space, cause and effect appear impartially in the truth of voidness. The emptier it is, the brighter it is, and because it is extraordinarily bright, it is luminously pervaded. 18. The master said, when autumn falls over the land, the vegetation drops all its leaves, but when spring comes, it again becomes thick with foliage. All this is due to the operations of an immaterial and ungraspable pneuma. The fact that we are unable to avoid birth, old age, sickness, and death is also due to this immaterial force. The fact that the universe passes through formation, subsistence, decay, and dissolution also represents changes through transformations deriving from the operation of this force. That which presides over things that have form is this immaterial force. 19. The master said, even this physical body, which has form, is presided over by the formless mind. Things with form have limitations and thus involve deficiencies and excesses. However, the realm that is devoid of anything is endowed with everything, and thus becomes the original source of all things in existence. 20. The master said, empty space is the master of the myriad things under heaven, hence heaven and earth utilize empty space to bestow their virtue. The mind of voidness is the master of the myriad things, hence, only when you utilize it well will you be able also to utilize matter well. Sn is the great learning that enables you to know the mind of voidness and teaches the Dharma of how to utilize it. If you understand well the mind of voidness when utilizing it, then you will become the masters of the world. 21. The master said, the quintessence of the Buddhist sutras is voidness. The founding master also spoke about voidness, completeness, and rightness. By understanding the principle of voidness and modeling yourself wholeheartedly on the truth of voidness, you should always cultivate and nurture a pure and clear mind, and cultivate and put into practice selfless thought. 22. The master said, if you can keep your mind empty like the empty sky, you can break out of ascending and descending through the cycle of rebirth. If you base yourself on this empty mind, you will always be progressing. If you stay removed from signs by basing yourself on this empty mind, then you will always be endowed with grace. Always abandon any signs that you have either bestowed grace on or been harmed by others, and always reflect on the deficiencies in your own virtue. 23. The master said, you must become the empty sky. Because the sky is empty, it subsumes all things. To become great persons, our minds have to become like the empty sky. Regulate yourselves but do so with an empty mind, regulate your families with an empty mind, regulate your nation with an empty mind. In treating all your friends and all your fellow beings, harmonize with them also with an empty mind. Hence, if in all things you are free from all signs regarding anything, as well as from remoteness or closeness, and if you have extinguished both hatred and love, then you are Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. 24. The master said, only those discriminations that have arisen from the realm that is free from the characteristics of wholesome and unwholesome, beauty and ugliness, self and others, and delusion and awakening are correct. Only by realizing and practicing truth through such discriminations will you become a consummate person of the way. 25 The Master said, I becomes the source of both transgressions and blessings. An old saying goes, you get up from the very same ground on which you've fallen. Through I, you commit transgressions, through I, you create blessings. 26 The Master said, the nature being obscured, one is dragged, being dragged, one goes astray, going astray, one commits transgressions. Since deluded persons are attached to thoughts only of themselves, they become obscured by selfhood and all their functions go astray. But when it comes to criticizing others, they have no obscurity at all and thus are ever clear. If they redirect this clarity and use it to rectify their own faults, they will attain great wisdom and great blessings. 27 The Master said, what does not exist is greater than what does exist, no thought, munim, is greater than having thoughts, unim. Generally, this is because being has boundaries, but non-being has no boundaries. For merit that involves having thoughts, an incomplete blessing is bestowed, for merit involving no thought, an uncontaminated, ansrava, blessing is bestowed. As an ancient said, the virtue of heaven has neither sound nor smell. The Master said again, 1. Who makes use of virtues that are free from traces is a person who uses virtues like those of heaven and can easily govern the 10 directions. Do not try to obtain only human blessings, but make and receive the blessings of heaven. Do not try to become a teacher only of human beings, but become a teacher of the triple world. 28 The Master said, when we consider the principles of heaven and earth, if you ask from where things that are endowed with form and shape come, they come from non-being, and if you ask to where existent things return, they return to non-being. Even so, the people of this world work hard only at those things that have form and shape but don't know to truly work at those things that are free from form and shape. How can this not be a vain enterprise? If you instead exert half the effort you put into things that have form into the formless mind, that would be an excellent practice, and the things that are endowed with form and shape would follow along accordingly. Also, when dealing with others, if you vanquish them to your heart's content, there will be nothing left to look forward to. Having made merit, if you arouse a thought of having made merit, or if you receive payback right away, there then will be no blessings left for later. Do act, but act with generosity, make blessings but accumulate a lot of hidden virtue. With money, too, more interest will be accumulated if you save for the long haul. In the same way, blessings become greater if they are hidden. You must be in somewhat inadequate or harsh circumstances for there to be brighter days ahead. The fact that the Tiangang, Kchngang, star occupies an unlucky position in the sky but nevertheless points in an auspicious direction indicates that one has to be in a disadvantaged position to be well served later. 29 The Master said, the reason the human mind is called either heavenly innocence or heavenly mind is because heaven and the human mind are one, not two. Only when human beings understand this realm will they stand in awe of truth and learn to accumulate hidden merits. 30 The Master said, if you exert your utmost devotion to a legitimate task, it will never go unaccomplished. Even though it may take more or less time depending on the level of your devotion or the nature of the task. A task may be accomplished gradually through steady and realistic progress, or instantaneously through the influence of an inconceivable energy. When the first 9 disciples manifested their blood seals, our order received the certification of the Dharma realm. All grand tasks in this phenomenal world must first receive the approval of the hidden authorities. 31 The Master said, when you are engaged in morning and evening silent declarations, do you have firm faith that you will attain awesome power through becoming one with the truth of the universe? You may wonder, what awesome power would be gained by making a short silent declaration, but the thoughts we think penetrate the Dharma realm of empty space. Hence, you should always be cautious of the mind's activities, and not just during prayers, and you should not forget that single-minded silent declarations during morning and evening becomes a great practice and produces enormous power. The fact that we have been able to endure the Korean War safely was in large measure due to the awesome power of our members' single-minded silent declarations. Hence, if we serve others unselfishly and practice with a mind that is free from characteristics, then through that energy our order, our nation, and the entire world will attain enormous awesome power. 32 The Master said, if we make others feel good and allow them always to maintain joyous and peaceful states of mind, we, too, will have peaceful countenances, but if we make others feel ill at ease, then we, too, will end up having melancholy countenances. When dealing with others, if we treat them with a sincere mind that is consistent both inside and out and help them by concealing their faults and proclaiming their strengths, they will end up helping us, too. Thus, we should speak even to those we may dislike in the spirit of mutual life-giving and open our energies to them so that their energy may respond to us. 33 The Master said, although water is extremely yielding, by gathering drop by drop, it finally makes great seas and lengthy rivers. In the same way, although the mind may be extremely feeble, by gathering innumerable thoughts together, it gains great awesome power. Only in a mind so unified and strengthened will the radiance of wisdom shine brightly. 34 The Master said, this world is founded on the principles of mutability and immutability. The formation, subsistence, decay, and dissolution of the universe, the cycle of the four seasons, a human being's birth, old age, sickness, and death, and the vicissitudes of the good and ill fortune of human life are all associated with the principle of mutability. The principle of immutability is simply just as it is and spontaneous and hence has neither beginning nor end, neither first nor last. It is the name for the original essence of the nature, which is free from both arising and ceasing. By observing the principle of mutability, we should rectify antiquated customs and cultivate a new state of mind. We should also rectify old systems and create new systems. At the same time, by realizing that the principle of immutability operates amid mutability, we should affirm our original faces in this infinite world and preside over myriad changes. We should also unify our virtue with that of heaven and earth by continuously carrying out our original vow. This means that by observing the principle of mutability in heaven and earth, we should change appropriately in the realm that needs change, and by observing the principle of the immutability of heaven and earth, we should refrain from change in the realm that involves no change. However, since the truths of mutability and immutability are non-dual and inseparably interconnected one with the other, you must awaken simultaneously to these non-dual principles of mutability and immutability and cultivate thereby your own path of practice. 35 The Master said, because one does not understand the principle that being and non-being are non-dual, one gets trapped when encountering suffering and attached when encountering pleasure, so that for a long time one has not been able to escape from suffering. In the same way, one gets trapped when encountering poverty and inferiority and attached when encountering wealth and fame, so that one invites long-lasting poverty and inferiority. Only by not forsaking the mental state of non-being while abiding in being and not forsaking the mental state of being while abiding in non-being will one manage to become a great person of the way who transcends both being and non-being and thereby employs at will both suffering and pleasure, misfortune and blessing. 36 The Master said, when yang energy is at its peak, it produces the 3 hottest days of summer lit the triple yielding, which means yin energy tries to ascend but is suppressed by the dominance of yang and yields 3 times. However, when the last of the 3 hottest days, Malbok, passes, yang gradually weakens, and yin gradually gains in power. This is the principle of the universe and of nature, that something at its zenith undergoes transformation and reappears at its nadir. This is also the case with political power and the advancement and decline of organizations and individuals. Thus, by understanding this principle, persons of the way remain always humble, reserved, and caring even when they are flourishing. 37. A student asked, do progression and regression depend only on one's spiritual practice? The master said, progression and regression occur as a result of both natural processes and human ability. Those that result from natural processes occur automatically according to the cycle of heaven and earth. Those that result from human ability occur through individual karmic causes in accordance with one's cultivation of the way and one's conduct. 38. The master said, there are 6 paths of progression. First is steadfastly progressing without thoughts of retrogression. Second is establishing an immovable faculty of faith amid the myriad favorable and adverse sensory conditions by possessing steadfast belief and dedication. Third is devoting oneself to practice by keeping close those of superior virtue and respecting, revering, and trusting them. Fourth is always embracing and protecting those of inferior spiritual capacities and guiding them to surpass oneself. Fifth is being uncomplacent regarding one's practice and public service, and continuing to exert oneself by always recognizing one's inadequacies. Sixth is always being satisfied with what one acquires and uses and taking pleasure in giving to one's poorer neighbors. 39. The master said, people who are progressing are benevolent, modest, diligent, and sincere. With an empty mind, they yield to others and humble themselves. With a respectful mind, they revere others, and through their virtuous influence, they widely embrace those in both high and low stations and do not rest when it comes to their practice and public service. Those who are regressing are rough-natured, disrespectful, envious, and jealous, trying to fulfill only their own greed, and, if they are ahead even in one area, whether in knowledge, wealth, power, or skill, they dwell on it and are conceited and smug. You should pursue your practice and public service ever more diligently and keep moving forward, but true progress occurs only when you maintain no sign of progress. Regardless of where you might be on our 6 stages of Dharma rank, only by maintaining no sign of holding a particular rank will you truly be a person who holds that rank. Only such persons will be free from limits on how far they can advance, and through this unsurpassed progression they will attain position and ability that will never be subject to retrogression. 40. The master said, the way of the alternating predominance of yin and yang is precisely the principle of cause and effect. Being in accord with this way produces the cause and effect of mutual life-giving. Being in disaccord with it produces the cause and effect of mutual harm. Sages, by understanding this principle of cause and effect, live their lives in accordance with the way of mutual life-giving. Sentient beings, by not understanding this principle, become enticed by greed, fame, and worldly advantages and produce transgressive karma in accordance with the way of mutual harm. Hence, there is no end to their transgressions and suffering. 41. The master said, the relations of cause and effect can be differentiated largely into the 4 categories of mutual life-giving, mutual harm, congruent consequence, and adverse consequence. The cause and effect of mutual life-giving, which is causality involving wholesome causes and wholesome effects, refers to the congruent application of causes and effects for mutual life-giving and allowing wholesome relations between cause and effect. Those with this karmic affinity mutually support and rely on each other and are able to accomplish all things satisfactorily. The cause and effect of mutual harm, which involves unwholesome causes and unwholesome effects, refers to the principle of cause and effect that functions adversely, leading to mutual harm. Those with this karmic affinity mutually oppose one another, and resent and obstruct one another. The cause and effect of congruent consequence is the law of cause and effect whereby establishing a good aspiration for enlightenment, a good hope, and a good vow, one cultivates one's practice, and as a result, accomplishes one's wishes as originally intended. The cause and effect of adverse consequence is the law of cause and effect whereby, full of arrogance, one looks down on others and abuses those of humble status, and thus receives adverse consequences opposite to what one wishes, such as incurring lowly karmic retribution. 42 The Master said, although it is unseen by human eyes, the eye of truth stamps on empty space a seal of a person's wholesome and unwholesome deeds. Hence, what is most fearsome in this world is truth. The transgressions that are committed in the human world may escape the net of penal law, but the retribution and response of truth, which manifests itself naturally in no thought, can be neither deceived nor evaded. 43 The Master said, just as there are 3 trials at the district, appellate, and Supreme Court levels in a court of law, there are 3 trials in the judgment of the Dharma realm. The first trial is the judgment of conscience, the second is the judgment of the public, and the third the judgment of truth. Through these 3 judgments, one receives the retributions one has accumulated, without even the slightest miscalculation. This is the strictly impartial judgment of cause and effect, which is difficult to accomplish through trials in human courts. 44 The Master said, in the world, it sometimes happens that a good person lives poorly and a bad person lives well. This is because, even if a person is good in the present life, if unwholesome karma remains from one's past lives, then one has to receive its unwholesome retributions. In the same way, even if a person is bad in the present life, if wholesome karma remains from one's past lives, one will receive wholesome retributions accordingly. Hence, do not jump to conclusions about the affairs of the world by observing only what is right in front of your eyes. 45 The Master said, all our karma ripens in its own time, either earlier or later, for good or bad, according to its quality. Thus, complaining that a meritorious deed we have done has not led to a meritorious effect immediately, is like complaining right after planting the paddy lands that there is no rice to harvest immediately. 46 The Master said, everybody is curious about what happened to them in their past lives and what will happen to them in their future lives, but although these matters may seem inscrutable, they are actually easy to fathom. The Buddha had a truly astute saying, if you want to know what happened to you in your past lives, it is what you are receiving in this present life. If you want to know what will happen in your future life, it is what you are accumulating in the present life. If you previously made wholesome accumulations, you will receive wholesome effects in the present life, and if you are receiving unwholesome effects, then you made unwholesome accumulations in past lives. Those who understand this principle will make every effort to accumulate more wholesome karma, but those who do not will only lament. 47 The Master said, human beings accumulate through their body, speech, and mind all kinds of transgressions and blessings. Sages give pride of place to the formless mind, but ordinary people are fearful of what only materializes directly in front of them. However, the numinous and bright Dharma realm of empty space clearly responds to everything that appears even within the formless mind. Hence, not only must we be prudent in our physical actions and speech, but in even greater fear of mental transgressions, we must always be cautious of our thoughts before they manifest in action. 48 The Master said, if you prompt others to feel resentment or discontent, that will become your own formless prison. He continued, since the root of all transgressions exists only in the mind, don't let even a minor matter create enmity in another's mind, for it will become the seat of all unwholesome affinities. 49 The Master said, if you harm others, then that harm returns to you, so you end up harming yourself. If you respect others, then the respect also returns to you, so you end up respecting yourself. 50. The Master said, everyone understands that a person who borrows money at double the interest rate in order to yield only 1% profit is foolish, but few understand that a person who appropriates public funds to help one's own family is even more foolish. Many understand that the goal of farming is to gain many bushels of grain from a certain amount of seed, but few understand the principle of cause and effect wherein great blessings will be returned many times over to people who make even a small amount of merit on behalf of the public at large. How, then, can we say that people truly understand profit and loss? 51. Kim Hungchel asked, what karmic retribution accrues when a person incurs the karma of mutual harm on behalf of the public? The Master answered, on a personal level, one can never be exempt from the karmic retribution that results from mutual harm. However, if through one's actions one has rendered much merit and virtue to the public, then that merit and virtue will bring about a great promotion and mitigate one's retribution. He continued, people who are unable to do the right thing out of fear of cause and effect are worse than those who know nothing about cause and effect. 52. The Master said to his students during a lecture on the scriptures at the Yule Academy, imagine you are the 10 kings of the post-mortem realm of Yama who judge the fate of the deceased and answer my questions with the language of heaven. The language of heaven is free from any partiality or deficiency and is utterly fair and selfless. He then asked, what would happen to people who do not understand the duties, propriety, and honor of human beings but instead behave as they please? Pak Engek replied, since they haven't fulfilled the duties of human beings, they become people who are hardly human. When their lives are over, they will fall from the human destiny and be reborn in the baleful rebirth destinies of hell denizens, hungry ghosts, and animals. The Master asked again, what happens to people whose bodies are committed to a religious order but whose minds drift toward the secular world? Sen answered, one's affinities with the Buddha will gradually weaken and they will eventually fall back into the secular world. The Master asked again, what happens to ordained devotees who, rather than rendering benefit to the public, cause only moral, physical, or material harm, or create much mental anguish for the leaders by such acts as pursuing private gain under the pretext of serving the public? Yensk answered, in truth, the debt owed to the public is so much greater that it will be difficult to pay it back fully. Those who have intentionally done harm to the public will have to pay it back by being reborn as a cow or a horse in the next life. Those who have caused the leaders much mental anguish will be reborn into murky states. The Master asked again, what would happen to those who steal from the Buddha's enterprises or those who unjustly take others' possessions no matter how insignificant? Kim Chenjiang answered, the founding Master said in a Dharma talk, do not even pick up something dropped on the street, and, by picking it up, you will take along with you both the object and the misfortune of the owner's injury from the loss of his possession. Hence, they certainly will suffer the retribution of being reborn as cows or horses, but even if they were to be reborn as human beings they will be poor and lowly, have much internal suffering, and will frequently lose their possessions. The Master asked again, what would happen to those who, without knowing the facts, speak indiscreetly and cause calamities in the order, or those who, by recklessly revealing others' secrets, hinder others' progress and spoil many people's faith and public spiritedness? Kim Yunjung replied, since they have made bad karma through their speech, they will in turn suffer from malicious gossip. Their progress will be blocked because of their transgression of interfering with the Buddha's work. If their transgressions are extremely serious, they will receive the karmic retribution of being reborn as deaf and unable to speak. The Master praised them, all of your words are the words of heaven. 53. Yi Chngn asked, what creates the seed of wholesome faculties? The Master said, making a habit of favoring goodness creates the seed of wholesome faculties. Past habituations create seeds for the present, and present habituations create seeds for the future. 54. A student asked, in accordance with the law of the 12 links of dependent origination, Pratyasamutpita, is the Buddha also reborn due to ignorance? Avidhi. The master replied, the Buddha is reborn freely of his own accord. The student asked again, wasn't the Buddha also benighted before he attained enlightenment? The master replied, during the process of his rebirth, he might briefly have been benighted. But he quickly became enlightened to his original nature. With anyone, what one has cultivated in one's past lives is realized quickly, hence, it is easy to achieve mastery up to the level of one's past cultivation. 55. The master said, affinities include both superior affinities and inferior affinities. Superior affinities open up our path ahead and enhance the zeal for progress and spiritual awakening. Inferior affinities obstruct our path ahead, promoting laziness and depravity, and separating us from wholesome affinities. 56. The master said to Ko Hinjong, among the various types of blessings, the blessing of wholesome affinities is the best. Among wholesome affinities, an affinity with the Buddha is the best. The 5 blessings are rooted in the blessing of wholesome affinities. Hence, you should eagerly seek to become close to those who have wholesome faculties. 57. The master said, if you constantly venerate promising fellow practitioners and inspiring teachers with the right Dharma, and revere those past sages even though you haven't personally met them, you will come to have close personal affinities with them and be able to receive their assistance. 58. The master said, there are 2 types of significant affinities, blood affinities and Dharma affinities. Blood affinities refer to the family of blood relatives, Dharma affinities to the family formed through the Dharma. Although both blood and Dharma affinities are significant, Dharma affinities are more significant from the perspective of eternal life. He continued, only those friends who practice together will remain friends for an eternity of kalpas. Affinities formed merely on the basis of temporary enterprises or worldly considerations will easily disintegrate. 59. The master said, if you completely master the foundational principle and your delusive thoughts disappear, then that will be a peerless paradise. If one is content with one's situation, one will never suffer personal disgrace. If one understands the foundational principle in advance, one's mind will always be at ease. As delusive thoughts are extinguished, heavenly innocence emerges. If in this manner the one mind is realized, paradise will be limitless. Chapter 6, Exposition of Scriptures. One Cardinal Master Chongsan said, the principal book of Won Buddhism is the foundational scripture, which presents the fundamental principles of the doctrine. The scripture of the founding master is the comprehensive scripture, which, through that doctrine, enables full mastery of myriad dharmas. These 2 complementary scriptures will be the basic scriptures of our order for 10,000 generations to come. The attendant Yikong Jain asked, what is the core tenet of the other doctrinal texts, such as the canon of propriety? The master replied, the core tenet of the canon of propriety is reverence, that of sacred hymns, harmony, that of the canon of secular life, rightness. 2. The master said, the motive in founding this order was not to oppose scientific civilization but rather to establish aright the spirit that aspires and utilizes all things, so that material civilization may be put to good use. 3. The master said, the Il-One song is the master diagram of the myriad things in the universe, the Dharma realm of empty space, and the truth Buddha. Therefore, it is a keyword, Hwaju, that will enable us to see the nature and achieve Buddhahood, the object of worship for a faith based on truth, and the standard for daily practice. 4. The master said, there are 3 levels of religious faith. Those of inferior spiritual capacity are foolish and deluded, so they only have faith in some sort of image. Those with a bit more perceptiveness reject idolatry and have faith that relies on names and signs. Finally, those with still greater perceptiveness leave behind even names and signs and have faith in the real essence of truth. It is just as children are pacified by candy or toys. But as they grow up a bit, they are persuaded on the authority of an adult. Once those children are fully grown, they will arrive at their own convictions only if the pros and cons of a matter are expounded to them. Each understands according to his or her own level of intelligence. The general level of the present age is about equivalent to relying on the authority of an adult. However, in the future, everyone's consciousness will gradually reach full maturity. Hence, before too long the sentiment of all under heaven will come together along the great way of Il One. 5. The Master explicated the phrase the just, lit fair and right, way from the grace of heaven and earth. Fair, Kong, refers to heaven and earth becoming the common property of all things, not just of one thing. Right, Chng, refers to heaven and earth, responding to everyone in accordance with each one's actions, without being swayed by remoteness and closeness, intimacy and distance. He went on to explain rational and irrational. Reasonable is what will be accomplished, unreasonable is what will not be accomplished. 6. Kwn Tongwei asked, do heaven and earth have wishes like those of people, and do they feel pleased when we show them gratitude? The Master replied, the way of heaven and earth is to maintain no thought in their applications. However, if you examine heaven and earth's responses, you will certainly understand their wishes. If we infer from our own preferences, we will be able to understand the preferences of heaven and earth. There are no sentient beings or insentient things that are not heaven and earth. 7. A student asked, I would like to understand more precisely how following the essential way of human life and the essential way of practice will show our gratitude to parents. The Master said, by children's doing so, their parents' reputation will be passed on forever, heavenly blessings will naturally accrue from having bestowed such Buddhas and Bodhisattvas on the world, and as their parents it will be easier to enjoy the moral influence of such virtuous children in both present and future lives. 8. The Master said, of the various truths of the universe, the founding Master focused primarily on the way of mutual life-giving and thereby elucidated how our lives are greatly indebted to the 4 kinds of grace. Hence, we should realize that the founding Master's doctrine of the fourfold grace, which is the great way of mutual life-giving, is the greatest path for delivering myriad sentient beings, and the principle of the fourfold requital of grace is the greatest motive force for maintaining peace in the world. 9. Explaining the core tenet of the 4 essentials, the Master said, the core tenet of developing self-power means to rely on self-power as the basic principle, even while relying on both self-power and other power together. The core tenet of the principle of the primacy of the wise means to allow the wise to lead, even while making no fundamental distinction between the wise and foolish. The core tenet of educating others children is to promote education by educating all children, whether they are yours or others. The core tenet of venerating the public spirited is to give precedence to the way of the public, even while nurturing both the public and the private. 10. Concerning the main purport of developing self-power, the Master said, first, from the standpoint of everyday life, it means to make self-power the basic principle in order to fulfill the duties and responsibilities incumbent on human beings in the realm of the spirit. 2. It means to make faith in self-power the basic principle so that we may become our own masters in whatever faith we adopt, in whatever practice we pursue, and in whatever enterprise we devote ourselves to. Thus, let us proceed by relying on self-power as the foundation, even while utilizing both self and other power. 11. Concerning the mental state of dependency of those who are benighted, the Master said, first, they leave for others what they can certainly do on their own, just for the sake of their own comfort. Second, without realizing that they are themselves the source of transgressions and blessing and that self and other power should therefore go together, they are deluded into an irrational faith in other power. 12. The Master commented on the phrase, the inability of all types of education to gain self-power or to go beyond other power, in the gist of faults in public service activities in the past. Because of severe government repression, people could not nurture and implement the spirit for pioneering and carrying out public enterprises through mutual collaboration. Religious orders, too, were largely attached to their past conventions, and therefore failed to offer the true doctrine to the masses, limiting themselves to edification through faith in other power. Ordinary households, too, had generally been lured into superstitious practices, feng shui geomantic theories, or fortune-tellers' predictions, so they left everything to fate, and did nothing but wait for whatever fate might bring. Hence, public service activities became flawed. 13. Concerning the threefold study, the Master said, traditional Buddhist practice also involves a threefold study, but its practice of precepts, absorption, and wisdom is different from our threefold study. In the Buddhist tradition, precepts, law, mostly derive from the texts of the Vinaya and are focused on the individual practice of observing the precepts. However, our choice in action, chwisa, is the essential study for choosing without exception all those essential practices for self-cultivation, regulating the family, governing the nation, and realizing peace in the world. Wisdom, praj, too, is explained as the wisdom that is generated from the self-nature, but our inquiry into human affairs and universal principles, Gu, is the study that involves gaining knowledge about all things and principles. Absorption, Samdhi, was taught by the Buddhist tradition as the emphasis on meditative concentration, but our cultivating the spirits, Suyang, is training in one-pointedness, which does not depart from the self-nature whether we are in action or at rest. Success in anything will not be possible without our threefold study, thus, there is no more consummate practice than this. 14. The Master continued with reference to the threefold study, even though those who are not practicing may be engaging in a threefold study, their cultivation is unwitting, devoid of purpose, and transient. The threefold study of practitioners is deliberate, regulated, and uninterrupted. 15. The Master said, the methods of cultivation mainly involve reciting the Buddha's name and seated meditation, as well as timeless SN and placeless SN, but inquiry and choice are also required for cultivation. The methods of inquiry mainly involve knowledge through seeing and hearing, learning the Dharma, and reflection, but cultivation and choice are also required for inquiry. The methods for choice mainly involve experience, heedfulness, and resolution, but cultivation and inquiry are also required for choice. 16. The Master said, the results expected from cultivation are freedom from birth and death, the enjoyment of ultimate bliss, and success in all matters. The results expected from inquiry are mastery of facts and principles, deliverance of sentient beings, and success in all matters. The results expected from choice are consummate performance in whatever one does, myriad blessings, and success in all matters. 17. The Master spoke about the three great powers. You will understand the level of your power of cultivation by assessing how often your mind is drawn out when you are at rest and whether or not your mind is lured away when you are in action. You will understand the level of your power of inquiry when internally you examine your ability to study the principle of the nature and comprehend the scriptures, and externally you have clear judgment in all matters. You will understand the level of your power of choice when internally you compare the actions you have recorded in your diary with the precepts, and externally you are able to respond flexibly to different situations. 18. The Master said, as we proceed with our practice of the threefold study of cultivation, inquiry, and choice, ultimately, the goal of cultivation is liberation, the goal of inquiry is great enlightenment, and the goal of choice is the right mean, Chongsan. 19. The Master continued, the main point of cultivation is to remove delusive thoughts and nurture the true nature. The main point of inquiry is to focus on wisdom and to investigate the original source. The main point of choice is to choose the right mean and to forsake error and perversion. 20. The Master said, the practice of the three great powers involves both accumulation and utilization. The practice of accumulation refers to the practice of amassing internally the three great powers when we are at rest. The practice of utilization refers to the application of the three great powers when we are in action. Even though you may have performed the practice of accumulating the three great powers, if you are unable to put them to use, then you are like a tree that grew in the shade and thus has no vitality. The practice of utilization, too, will lack vitality, like a tree with weak roots, unless you also engage in the practice of accumulation. Therefore, by always practicing accumulation and utilization in tandem, you will perfect the three great powers, where their essence and functions are both complete, and action and rest derive mutually from one other. 21. A student asked, how are foolishness and stupidity different? The Master replied, foolishness refers to an immature mind that cannot distinguish right from wrong. Stupidity refers to a mind that understands this distinction but has no sense of shame or proper decorum. There are many foolish people among those of inferior spiritual capacity and many stupid people among those of middling capacity. Hence, you must progress through the inferior and middling levels of spiritual capacities in order to reach the superior level. When you are recording an entry in your diary, if you recall taking pleasure in empty praise, then record that you were enticed by stupidity. The root of the malady of stupidity is the desire for fame and reputation. Imbecility and foolishness are similar. 22. The Master explained mindfulness and unmindfulness as they pertain to the Dharma of keeping a diary. Mindfulness means to know numinously and behave correctly in a state that is free from any sense of attachment. This is the mind that finds the mean while harboring no thoughts. Unmindfulness means to be deluded and behave foolishly in a state that is enticed by a sense of attachment. This is the mind that, while harboring thoughts, does not know how to take suitable measure. 23. The Master commented on the practice of mindfulness. The practice of mindfulness means never letting go of suitable measures in your handling of everyday matters. It is a practice that involves applying suitable measures whether you are seeing, hearing, speaking, acting, or resting, so as to guard against distraction. For even an instant, and to maintain the right state of mind. Therefore, in the general Dharma of daily training, the founding Master instructed practitioners, according to their spiritual level, to perform the bean count method of checking their state of mind, to examine both their mindfulness and unmindfulness, or to examine their diary entries. Though these methods might bear different names, they were all designed to help practitioners perform the same practice of mindfulness. 24. The Master said, let me now discuss a list of various types of mindfulness practice. 1. One who wishes to be successful in any endeavor should first concentrate one's mind solely on that project and focus one's thoughts on honing to the task. 2. After achieving success in an endeavor, one who wishes to preserve that success over the long term should not behave negligently, and should continue to concentrate on it and study it. 3. One who wishes to determine correctly when it is better to take time or to hurry in the face of changing conditions so that one may avoid discomposure or failure should study in advance all possible scenarios. 4. In dealing with various situations, one who wishes to conduct oneself according to the middle way by clearly distinguishing right from wrong must always think about correct choice in action. 5. In order to learn lessons for the future, one must always reflect over everything that has happened. 6. One who wishes to avoid idle thoughts or drowsiness during one's free time should hold on to the thought to eliminate idle fantasies. 7. One who wishes to fulfill all the duties of a position one has assumed must always maintain a profound sense of responsibility. 8. One who tries to repay all the grace one has received should first feel a profound sense of indebtedness. 9. One who wishes to carry on with a pledge one has made must always maintain a sense of loyalty. One who behaves thoughtlessly as one pleases even after I have laid out all these examples is inviting failure, ingratitude, and distrust in all affairs, and ultimately will be forsaken. What enterprise in this world can be accomplished without mindfulness? How great indeed is the merit of mindfulness. 25. The Master commented on the practice of no thought. The practice of no thought means to eliminate thoughts of attachment during one's daily activities. This practice involves seeing, hearing, speaking, acting, and resting without generating any attachment to those activities, so that idle thought will always be extinguished and true thusness attained. Therefore, when the founding master spoke about the true locus of practice, he ultimately regarded no thought as the supreme Dharma gate. The Buddha, too, when he explained the main point of the way and its power, regarded no thought as the standard. 26. The Master said, "Let me illustrate again no thought practice with some examples. 1. To practice the way and its power and attain the status of Buddhas and sages is only possible if one has no thought of having attained such status. 2. To dedicate oneself to the public and become someone who permanently benefits the public is only possible if one has no thought that one is dedicating oneself to the public. 3. To enjoy perennial peace and bliss while living in this world is only possible if one has no thought of attachment to one's being in bliss. 4. To preserve forever the grace that one has rendered to others is only possible if one has no thought of having rendered it. 5. To preserve forever the authority one has attained is only possible if one has no thought of having attained it. 6. To maintain impartiality when handling an affair is only possible if one has no thought of clinging to either side. 7. To achieve peace of mind whether in action or at rest is only possible if one has no thought of partiality or desire. 8. Not falling into the dust of the dharmas by realizing the great way is only possible if one has no thought of having performed the practice of no thought. If one engages in action while being attached to any specific thought, this will then produce millions of calculations and idle thoughts, just as endless ripples follow from the motion of a single wave. The great way and the great virtue of the myriads of things in the universe all derive from this no thought. How enormous indeed is the merit of no thought. 27. The Master continued, "My fellow practitioners of the way, by understanding well that there is a practice of no thought within mindfulness and a practice of mindfulness within no thought, you will not neglect to be mindful when you ought to be mindful or to maintain no thought when you ought to maintain no thought, so that you may be gratified by the authentic merit of both mindfulness and no thought. If you do not understand the paths of mindfulness and no thought, then you may insist on no thought when you ought to be mindful and on mindfulness when you ought to maintain no thought, thus having both mindfulness and no thought create transgressive karma and becoming submerged in the endless sea of suffering. How could this not but be pitiable? Practitioners must be extremely cautious about this issue." 28. The Master said, "There are a few levels to reciting the Buddha's name. Merely intoning the Buddha's name with one's mouth or recollecting his major and minor marks is the recitation performed by those of inferior capacity. The concentration on the one sound of reciting the Buddha's name by focusing on the Buddha's mind and the power of the Buddha's vow is the recitation performed by true practitioners." 29. The Master said, "The technique of practicing timeless SN and placeless SN also includes the practice of SN at a designated time and designated place. The technique of performing the Buddha offerings of everywhere a Buddha image and every act a Buddha offering also includes the proper performance of Buddha offerings done in front of a Buddha image at a set event." 30. Yang W. Ngak asked, regarding the principles of timeless SN, what is the relationship between one mind and what is right, and between distracted thoughts and what is wrong? The Master replied, what is right comes from the one mind being in action, what is wrong comes from distracted thoughts being in action. 31 Concerning the technique of repentance by action. The Master said, first, extinguish petty desires by generating the great vow. Second, assess your understanding of what is wholesome and unwholesome by reflecting on the real state of affairs. Third, always offer prayers of repentance with a sincere mind before the altar of the Dharmakya Buddha. Fourth, make every effort to correct all the various types of unwholesome karma by renewing yourself each and every day. 32 Concerning the technique of repentance by principle, the Master said, first, master the truth that everything is created by one's own mind. Second, master the truth that cause and effect is the fundamental principle of the universe. Third, master the truth that the origin of the self-nature is free from transgressive karma. Fourth, attain the power of samadhi during both action and rest, by contemplating the voidness of the self-nature. 33 Regarding the result of repentance, the Master said, the results of repentance by action are, first, your unwholesome karma is extinguished daily, second, your wholesome karma increases daily, third, your worldly blessings continue. The result of the repentance by principle is enjoying the utmost bliss of the single taste of the Dharma within the 6 rebirth destinies. 34 Regarding the precepts, the Master said, while keeping the precept that prohibits killing, do not harm living things without due cause. While keeping the precept that prohibits stealing, do not take any property unjustly. While keeping the precept that prohibits adultery, there should be sexual moderation even between husband and wife. 35 Explaining the statement, not understanding the causes of suffering and happiness is the cause of losing happiness and falling into suffering, the Master said, if you do not understand the origin of suffering and happiness, then even if you are fortuitously enjoying happiness now, you inevitably will lose that happiness and fall into suffering. It is just like a person who cannot distinguish between sugar and arsenic. He may by chance ingest sugar, but after repeated servings he inevitably will end up ingesting arsenic. 36 Explicating the item in the Dharma status that reads, establish right and wrong, benefit and harm, in human affairs, according to the principles of great and small, being and non-being, the Master said, a sage necessarily establishes the various dharmas for human beings in response to the truth of the universe. As for the Dharma of Won Buddhism, the fundamental principle of Il Song is the Dharma constructed in response to the principle of the great, the contents of the fourfold grace. Are dharmas constructed in response to the small, all other dharmas, such as cause and effect and the precepts. Are dharmas constructed in response to being and non-being. Therefore, all the dharmas of a sage are constructed in full accordance with right and wrong, benefit and harm, without violating these principles. And when these methods are applied to individual practice, the instruction for us always to accept the essential nature of Il One as the essence and to cultivate the one mind, that is, SN, is the Dharma of applying the great, the instruction for us to carry these out by understanding well the way of requiting grace and performing a Buddha offering in every matter and every place is applying the small, the provision for utilizing one's mind in accordance with being and non-being but without becoming attached to them, and preparing ahead and ensuring the success of one's enterprise by understanding the way of change, are the Dharma of applying being and non-being. 37 A student asked, among our 6 Dharma statuses, is the power of the way of practitioners of the same Dharma status identical? The Master replied, just as among famous calligraphers there are those who are specialists in cursive script, regular script, or seal script, practitioners of the way who have advanced to the rank of defeated and above can also have different areas of competence. Even if they have reached the same rank, their religious power is not completely identical. 38 A student asked, in the item about advancement to the rank of Dharma strong and Mra defeated, a passage reads, "This is the rank of people who have gained liberation from birth, old age, sickness, and death. By attaining the rank of Mra defeated, is one able to take rebirth at will within the 6 rebirth destinies." The Master replied, "The rank of Mra defeated is just the stage of not being attached to birth, old age, sickness, and death. Only when one attains the rank of beyond the household can one be completely free and autonomous." In Rebirth 39 his attendant said, "Some people presume that our order is a school of traditional Buddhism." The Master said, "In days past, Kayamuni Buddha preserved some tenets of Brahmanism, just as Jesus Christ drew on the Old Testament as a source of his teaching. However, no one says that Buddhism or Christianity is a school of the prior religion." The attendant asked again, "What is the relationship between the doctrine of earlier Buddhism and our Dharma?" The Master replied, "Ours is primarily the creation of the founding Master, but he also renewed or adopted some aspects of the earlier doctrine." 40 A visitor asked, "Is your religion atheistic or theistic?" The Master replied, "Although we do not accept a personal deity that exists separately elsewhere, we recognize the numinous truth that is ubiquitous throughout the universe. Hence, what we advocate is training the mind, utilizing the truth of the universe, and gaining access to its awesome power." The visitor asked again, "Is your religion a type of idealism or materialism?" The Master replied, "We view mentality and materiality as a single suchness. The original essence of all things in the universe is the identical one essence, in which materiality and mentality are non-dual. In operating them, however, mentality is essence and materiality is function." 41 As he was lecturing on the Daimanstra, the Master explained the passage, "We cannot look for the Tathagata in his physical form or the sound of his voice. One cannot claim that one has perceived the character of a person just by looking at that person's physical appearance. Only by observing such things as the person's dignity, language, knowledge, and the use of his or her mind can a person claim to have truly seen another. In the same way, in seeing the Tathagata, there is a realm that an ordinary human being cannot perceive. By awakening to the realm in which all signs are void and by transcending being and non-being, wherein self and others, this and that, are all extinguished, one will perceive his Dharmakya, Sabhagakya, and Nirmakya in their entirety. Only then will one have seen the entirety of the Tathagata." 42 As he finished his exposition of the Diamond Stra, the Master said, "Because the universe is based on voidness and is therefore originally devoid of differentiation, it neither arises nor ceases. Thus, the truth of the retribution and response of cause and effect is perfectly clear. If we aim to cultivate the supreme great way, we must first pursue the signless practice, in which the 4 conceptions of a self, the conception of what is Dharma, and even the conception of what is not Dharma, are all void, thereby obtaining a state of mind that is like empty space. Second, by cultivating the practice of non-abiding, we must attain to a consummate use of the mind without being enticed by forms, sounds, smells, tastes, sensations, and mental states. Third, through the practice of marvelous existence, we must maintain utter impartiality in our minds without being attached to joy and anger, sorrow and happiness, remoteness and closeness, intimacy and distance. If we can become like this, we will soon attain the supreme way and have achieved a complete faith and understanding, reception, and acceptance of the Daimanstra." 43 Hearing a student explain the Heartstra, the Master responded, "The gist of practice according to the Heartstra derives from the Dharma teaching on perception, as in the passage he beheld that the 5 aggregates of being were all empty. Such perception involves tracing back the radiance of the light of the self-nature rather than ratiocination and discrimination. It is direct contemplation that is unattached to any sign, which is perfect, complete, utterly impartial, and selfless. If I were to expatiate on the steps in this practice of perception, first, this is a practice that involves perception, which sees clearly and judges correctly the reality of the universe and human life without abiding in any sign. Second, it is a practice that involves enlightenment, which, while seeing clearly and judging correctly, cultivates without obstructions the numinous awareness that is the true voidness of the original source of the self-nature, so that one may thereby attain a great awakening. Third, it is a practice that involves action, which, simultaneous with attaining this enlightenment that is free from obstructions, disciplines all types of actions in accordance with one's enlightenment, so that one possesses liberation and infinite ability. By maintaining good balance between practices of perception, enlightenment, and action, and by becoming accustomed to it, one will complete the practice of perception, and pass beyond all suffering and distress. 44. Listening to a student's explanation of the Four Noble Truths, the Master said, of the 8 types of suffering treated in the Truth of Suffering, the first 4 types of sufferings, birth, old age, sickness, and death, are inevitable, innate types of suffering. The latter 4 sufferings, such as the suffering that derives from not getting what we want, are volitional types of suffering that we make anew. As for the truth of origination, our physical body, which is the amalgamation of the 4 great elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, is also the inevitable, innate type of origination. Our mentality, which is the amalgamation of the 4 aggregates of sensation, perception, impulses, and consciousness, is the volitional type of origination, which is always made anew. For the innate types of suffering and origination, taking them in stride is the right approach to practice. For the volitional types of suffering and origination, continuously making wholesome karma that leads to peace and happiness is the right approach to practice. 45. Listening to a student's explanation of the 12-fold chain of dependent origination, the Master said, the 12-fold chain of dependent origination involves the same process of rebirth for both Buddhas and sentient beings. However, the difference for a Buddha lies in his not becoming benighted, because he understands the principle and the path against craving, clinging, and becoming, the 3 causes that operate in the present. Among the 12 links, a Buddha has performed a particular palliative practice. When a Buddha encounters the myriads of sensory objects, he does not crave for or abide in anything with a greedy mind, and does not cling to anything with craving or attachment. Though he also engages in all types of action, he has no mind that abides in any of them. Hence, because all his actions are pure and clear, he does not become deluded in the cycle of rebirth and succeeds in transcending it. 46. A student asked about the 3 bodies of the Buddha. The Master replied, the Dharmakya, or law body, of the Buddha is a designation for the true essence of the Buddha self-nature, which is originally pure and clear and in which all dharmas are void. The Sabhagakya, or enjoyment body, of the Buddha is a designation for the wisdom of Prajna, which is the perfect and well-rounded numinous awareness that reflects back on the self-nature of Buddhahood. The Nirmakya, or transformation body, of the Buddha is a designation for the Buddha's discriminative mind and physical body, with which he delivered sentient beings using innumerable expedient means. 47. A student asked about the suddenness or gradualness of awakening and cultivation. The Master replied, gradual cultivation/sudden awakening is intended for those of average spiritual capacity, wherein practitioners accumulate a full range of practices by relying on the instructions of their spiritual mentor, and as their wisdom gradually develops, they suddenly become awakened to the principle of the self-nature. This is the most typical soteriological path. As for sudden awakening/gradual cultivation, these practitioners have already seen the nature through the power of wisdom, but Because the habituations carried forward from multiple past lives still exist, they have to gradually rectify these old habits through the power of Dharma. This is a path for those who have already had much training in wisdom in their past lives, but whose ability in practice is still limited. Sudden awakening/sudden cultivation. Through the power of the practitioner's wisdom, their power of cultivation is accomplished at the exact same moment that they see the nature. Hence, their cultivation of wisdom and conduct are both accomplished all at once. These practitioners are those Buddhas and Bodhisattvas whose threefold study has been completed over multiple past lives without any insufficiency, so that, after being benighted for a short while in the human condition, their radiance shines forth all at once. 48. A student asked about the samdhi and praj of the self-nature and the relative samdhi and praj that adapt to signs. The master replied, having no sign of samdhi when encountering sensory conditions is the samdhi of the self-nature, having no sign of praj when projecting light is the praj of the self-nature. Having signs of samdhi even when cultivating samdhi is the samdhi that adapts to signs, having signs of praj even when cultivating praj is the praj that adapts to signs. 49. A student asked about the three refuges. The master replied, I take refuge in the Buddha, most esteemed among two-footed creatures, refers to living in reliance on him who is the first to be enlightened, who possesses the feet of both merit and wisdom. Just as the seed of a plant needs to be planted in soil so that it will be able to send out roots and grow, so too should we plant the root of our minds in the enlightened Buddha, who possesses both merit and wisdom. Thereby, we live our lives with resolute faith that will not waver amid favorable or adverse sensory conditions, while internally relying for our spiritual cultivation on the Buddha inherent within our own minds. I take refuge in the Dharma, most esteemed in overcoming desires, refers to relying on the Buddha Dharma and extinguishing our greed. Just as a spider lives by relying on its webs, so too should we live our lives by relying on the Dharma rules and regulations of the Buddhas and sages, while internally reflecting back on the radiance of the self-nature as our spiritual cultivation. I take refuge in the Sangha, most esteemed of congregations, refers to practicing by relying on those teachers who are advanced in the way and its power. This includes not only members of the Sangha and other religious workers, but also everyone, from people who are good and have faith up through all the saints and sages. Let us study truth and morality by relying on these spiritual mentors, while internally taking our own consciences as our teachers in our spiritual cultivation. 50. A student asked, is worshipping a Buddha image merely an empty formality? The master replied, depending on the attitude of the worshipper, worshipping a Buddha image can also be efficacious. When a worshipper bows sincerely in front of a Buddha image, one's mind will become pure and clear. If one creates wholesome causes with such a mind, one will also receive wholesome retributions. Thus, image worship can also be a useful expedient. The student asked again, but isn't making a food offering to an image a pointless ritual? The master replied, it can be a means of expressing one's state of mind through a material object. However, the sincerity of one's mind, as expressed through purifying one's mind and engaging in substantive enterprises, can have an even greater effect. 51. To a student's question about the triple world, the master replied, the world of sentient beings, which is made manifest as the three realms of existence, is a response to the mental world of sentient beings. Attachments. The sensual realm is the mental realm of sentient beings where, because of their attachment to sensual desires such as food, sex, and wealth, they are bent on seeking their own blessings with no sense of shame or respect for propriety, and thus create all sorts of unwholesome karma and keep on struggling thoughtlessly. The realm of subtle materiality is the mental realm of sentient beings where, because of attachment to names and signs, they may perform various types of good deeds and tasks but do so enticed by desires for fame and reputation. Hence, they are liable to become jealous of those who are superior to them and to look down on those who are inferior, and thus remain subject to much ratiocination and mental calculation. The immaterial realm is the mental realm of sentient beings where they think that they are not enticed by names and signs and are free from ratiocination and mental calculation, but since they are attached precisely to such thought, namely, the signs of dharmas, they despise those who are attached to fame and profit or who engage in ratiocination and mental calculation. Only when even this state of mind is extinguished will one transcend the three realms of existence. 52. A student asked about the 6 rebirth destinies and the 4 modes of birth. The master replied, "This world, which is constructed as the 6 rebirth destinies and 4 modes of birth, is created and arranged into such divisions by our discriminative minds. The destiny of divinities is that realm where all the sensory conditions, and suffering and happiness, are transcended, and those beings therefore have no attachments to such things. Despite the existence of suffering, they would still find happiness and gratification in it. The destiny of human beings is that realm where those beings can engage in both wholesome and unwholesome acts, and experience both suffering and happiness. It is at the crossroads of ascending and descending, so that if humans behave well they can readily ascend into better destinies, but if they behave badly, they can easily descend into unwholesome destinies. The realm of animals is that realm where propriety and shame are lost. The realm of asuras is that realm where beings pass their lives in vain because they have a nihilistic view that the world comes to an end once they die. They therefore fall into the voidness of indeterminacy. In the realm of hungry ghosts they seek to receive merit without doing anything to deserve it, and keep panting for only their own reputation, wealth, and so forth. The realm of the hells is that realm where anger is dominant and the mind is benighted by rage. Those beings insist only on their own opinions, and have no one with whom to discuss anything. By understanding the principle that these 6 rebirths are constructed by our minds, we have the prospect of enjoying the realm of the divinities. However, only by transcending even the realm of the divinities will we be completely free and autonomous within the world comprised of these 6 rebirth destinies. 53. The Master said, "The realm of the Buddhas is where all speech and conduct are governed by right thought. The realm of human beings is where the power of right thought and the passions are split half and half. The realms of sentient beings in the 3 evil rebirth destinies are where the power of the passions controls everything. In the realm of human beings, the greater the power of right thought, the farther we are from the realms of the evil destinies, the weaker this power, the closer we are to those realms. If you observe well these points, you may easily understand a person's future prospects. Nevertheless, I do not mean for you to extinguish passions altogether, rather, exercise your passions wholesomely under the governance of right thought." 54. A student asked, "It is said that the Pure Land is in the West. What does this mean?" The Master replied, "The West belongs to metal among the 5 primary elements, and metal is supposed to represent autumnal energy. Because the autumn is clear and cool, mental energy that is clear and calm is symbolized by the West. Therefore, if our spirit is unimpaired so that it remains clear and calm, anywhere in the worlds of the 10 directions will be the Pure Land." 55. A student asked, "In Buddhist monasteries, there is a hall of the nether regions that enshrines the 10 kings of hell, and it is said that there are also daily and monthly messengers. Is this true?" The Master replied, "The 10 kings of the nether regions refer to the 10 directions of the realm of truth. This means that the numinous and bright truth, which is ubiquitous throughout the worlds of the 10 directions, is illuminating all our wholesomeness and unwholesomeness, as well as our transgressions and merit. The daily and monthly messengers refer to the sun and the moon, which continue to alternate from one to the other, hastening death and judgment. 56. A student asked about Buddhist fasting and the anticipatory memorial service that one arranges in advance of one's death. The master responded, the original meaning of Buddhist fasting is to reduce the amount one consumes, thus incurring less debt and making offerings, and to devote oneself to practice even by foregoing meals. The original meaning of anticipatory memorial services is to cultivate one's mind and make merit in advance, while one is still alive. However, if one just skips a meal without practicing with a suitable measure, what actual effect could there be? And how can the one-time lavish service before one's death bring great merit without actually accumulating merit in advance? 57. The master commented on benevolence and righteousness. Benevolence means being humane, it is the Buddha's loving kindness and compassion and Jesus's love. Righteousness means being right, in all things, one does not violate the way of heaven and conducts oneself without transgressing the way of humanity. Benevolence and righteousness both have greater and lesser degrees. One must begin with the lesser and go on to accomplish the greater, and by practicing both well, one must base oneself on virtuous edification that embraces all things, and be able to display a righteous spirit of dignified calmness even after rooting all of Mra's minions. 58. The master commented on loyalty, filial piety, and chastity. The Chinese character for loyalty is comprised of two characters, center and mind. It refers to the mind that does not differentiate between inside and outside and that is truthful and without pretension. Each and every person interacting via this true mind, making contributions to society, performing public service to the nation, and always giving wholehearted effort without considering their own gain, whether at work or elsewhere, all this is none other than the application of loyalty. This is not the ancient world's narrow interpretation of loyalty with the limited meaning of devotion to a single sovereign. Nor is it an ill-considered loyalty, where one disregards the interests of the nation as a whole and sacrifices oneself for the sake of the monarch alone, even a wicked one. The significance of loyalty is certainly grand and true. Throughout the past and present, it has been the great principle of all under heaven and the right energy of humankind. If you examine the public sentiment of people today, for far too long loyalty has been corrupted. Internally, people do not repent for deceiving their own consciences and, externally, they do not feel ashamed for deceiving society. Thus, human beings' lives have become increasingly complicated and social disorder knows no end. If we want to rectify this chaos and construct in its place a divine and true world, we have to promote the spirit of loyalty by whatever means possible, so that public sentiment will return to loyalty. Otherwise, this will be extremely difficult to accomplish. 59. The master continued, filial piety involves any action, in any matter, that practices the way of gratitude. For the gratitude one shows to one's own parents becomes the first step in showing gratitude toward all. How can a person who doesn't even know gratitude toward one's own parents possibly know any other type of gratitude and come to a broader understanding of the Funda 670? Mental gratitude toward heaven and earth, fellow beings, and laws. Therefore, the practice of filial piety begins with gratitude toward one's parents, which then is extended to learning the rest. By learning all these sources of gratitude, then, regardless of place and time, each and every person is able to turn the myriads of sensory conditions into occasions for gratitude. This is none other than the application of filial piety. This is not the ancient world's narrow interpretation of filial piety, where filial piety meant merely to stay always with one's own parents, even when they were self-sufficient, or neglecting all other societal responsibilities and other types of gratitude. Therefore, the significance of filial piety is certainly grand and consummate, and, throughout the past and present, has been the great principle of the world and the root of the way of humanity. If you examine the public sentiment of people today, For far too long filial piety, too, has been weak. At home, people resent their parents, and in the world at large they resent heaven and earth, fellow beings, and laws, so that the mood in the world has become gloomy and human lives are endangered. If we want to rectify this dangerous reality of our time and construct in its place a peaceful and comfortable world, we will have to promote the spirit of filial piety by whatever means possible so that public sentiment will return to filial piety, otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to accomplish. 60. The Master continued, chastity includes any action, in any matter, that involves keeping firm, resolute restraint. This is because, regardless of who it might be, one should value resolute restraint, just as women value their chastity. If a woman does not consider her chastity to be important, how sincere would she be about restraining herself in other types of conduct? Therefore, along with chastity for women, the practice of chastity for all people, including men and women, old and young, means not to neglect resolute restraint each time they are facing myriads of circumstances. No matter what the circumstance, the observance of chastity means always to keep one's mind firm and to be true to one's status in life, thereby doing what is right and refusing to do wrong, even at the risk of one's own life. This is not the foolish interpretation of chastity of the old days where a woman had to live and grow old at her dead fiancé's home, or a wife had to immolate herself following her husband's death, denying all her other duties and responsibilities to humanity. Therefore, the significance of chastity is truly grand and all-encompassing, and, throughout the past and present, has been the principle of the world and the standard for the way of humanity. If you examine the public sentiment of people today, for far too long chastity has been neglected. People confuse roots and branches, host and guest. What one thought in the morning changes in the evening. Yesterday's theories often change today. Order in the world is murky and human standards are unclear. The doctrines of the sages have lost their authority and people's lives have become more and more demented. Therefore, if we want to rectify this demented life and construct in its place a divine world, we will have to promote the spirit of chastity by whatever means necessary so that public sentiment will return to chastity, otherwise, it will be extremely difficult to accomplish. 61. The Master continued, an enlightened person left an injunction that said, because this world has a dearth of loyalty, filial piety, and chastity, all under heaven is afflicted. Cure the maladies that ail all under heaven with the medicine of all under heaven. This was a prophecy that loyalty, filial piety, and chastity would become afflicted in the future, and a request that they be revived. The affliction of loyalty, filial piety, and chastity is the affliction of all under heaven, and the remedy for curing this illness is our founding Master's teaching and Dharma. Studying well our true natures every day is the study of reviving loyalty. Applying ourselves to the practice of requiting the fourfold grace is the study of reviving filial piety. Fortifying our faith and keeping the precepts is the study of reviving chastity. If it were not for these studies, how would we be able to revive loyalty, filial piety, and chastity? And if we do not revive them, how would we be able to save all those patients who are submerged in the sea of suffering? Therefore, I sincerely hope that you will all make every effort to first cure the maladies in your own minds through diligent practice, so that each of you becomes a person who is free of illness, while at the same time, by bringing together such energy, our entire order will become an order that is free of maladies, and, by promoting such energy, you will become the great kings of medicine, Vyajyaguru, who can cure all the maladies in every direction of all under heaven. 62. The Master commented on the 5 relationships. The 5 relationships, the moral paradigm for East Asian ethics, was the foundation of all the norms pertaining to family, society, and state. However, In recent years, there has been lax observance of this teaching and its practical efficacy has declined. Thus, it needs to be revised to fit the present age. The old description was as follows: between father and son, there should be affection; between lord and vassal, there should be fidelity; between husband and wife, there should be a separation of roles; between old and young, there should be proper order; and between friends, there should be trustworthiness. This description should be revised as follows: between parents and children, there should be affection; between senior and junior, there should be fidelity; between husband and wife, there should be harmony; between adults and children, there should be proper order; and between fellow beings, there should be trustworthiness. This redefinition will revive the original spirit of this teaching and lead to consummate realization of the ancient sages' intent. 63. The Master commented on sincerity, respect, and dedication. Sincerity means to keep the mind pure by remaining free from calculating thought. Respect means to be heedful in all matters and, with sincerity as its foundation, to proceed with reverence. Dedication means to maintain faith until the very end, on a foundation of sincerity and respect. Sincerity, respect, and dedication may be distinguished as three, but they come together as one, with sincerity as their most foundational quality. 64. A student asked, in the writings of the Tonghak, Eastern learning, religion, what does it mean where it says, pray to God, Hanulim, for blessing and stipends and pray to me for longevity? The Master replied, since the principle of the retribution and response of cause and effect is the universal way of heaven, you will receive from the ever-void heaven and earth the effects of the causes of transgressions and blessings that you have created, while you must learn from the sages who have awakened to the way of heaven the principle of attaining infinite longevity by awakening to the principle of neither arising nor ceasing. That is why it says to pray to him. Some days later, the Master said, in the writings of Tonghak, there is also found a verse. The pneuma of the way long subsists so that perversity cannot enter my mind. I don't take the same way home as the people of this world. This verse would be better if the last line read, the one mind is pure and clear, and all things are at peace. 65. Elucidating the gist of the right scripture for cultivating the mind, Suzim Chnggyng, the Master commented on external cultivation and internal cultivation. External cultivation is a practice that externally involves counteracting the sensory conditions. First, it involves the practice of turning away from the sensory conditions, where at the beginning stage of practice one tries to stay far away from the enticing external sensory conditions. Second, it involves the practice of forsaking, where one tries to let go of matters that are not urgent or are overly complicated. Third, it involves the practice of relying on the Dharma, where one reveres and has faith in the Dharma of liberation and seeks peace through the truth. Fourth, it involves the practice of wide learning, where one tries to listen to as many extraordinary stories of outstanding persons as possible, so as to expand one's magnanimity. Through these practices, external sensory conditions will naturally become pacified, and one's mind will be at peace. Internal cultivation is the practice of cultivating one's own mind internally. First, it involves the practice of taking hold of the mind, where one tries to take hold of one's own mind when reciting the Buddha's name or doing seated meditation, as well as at other times, so that one's mind does not flow out into the external sensory spheres. It is like an ox herder holding onto the ox's lead rope and not letting go. Second, it involves the practice of contemplating the mind. Once the practice of taking hold of the mind is going well, one is relaxed and content so that one is able just to observe one's mind as it flows and to control delusory thoughts. It is like an ox herder letting go of the ox's lead rope and only disciplining it when it goes astray. Third, it involves the practice of no mind, once the practice of contemplating the mind matures. One lets go of even the thought of contemplating, so that one contemplates without contemplating anything. It is like an ox herd entering that state where the ox and the ox herd are not two, so that rest and action remain the same. When the mind is pure and clear, myriad external conditions all become pure and clear. In this way, when there is no gap between the sensory conditions and oneself, a single pure land will be realized. 66. The Master went on to comment on external and internal absorption and quiescence. External absorption and quiescence is the practice of externally keeping one's own resolution immovable. First, it involves generating a great aspiration. Because one's mind is totally focused on fulfilling one's vow, one looks yet sees nothing, and one's mind remains completely unaffected even if myriads of worldly affinities are laid out in front of one, just as Kayamuni Buddha, the world-honored one, once he generated the aspiration for the great way, did not retain in his mind the slightest joy in his palace life or concern for his austerities in the Himalayas. Second, it involves generating great faith. Because one's faith is of utmost strength, one no longer has a mind that analyzes or chooses anew despite all the variations among the myriads of dharmas in the world, just as Wick, 487 to 593 CE, once he had generated faith and made a firm resolution, sought the Dharma from Bodhidharma, without any concern for his own body. Third, it involves generating a mind of great zeal. Because one's zeal is exceedingly great, one feels no fear or desire to flee even when surrounded by myriads of obstacles, just as the 12 apostles persevered in the way while facing danger, and would not back away even from the penalty of death. If one engages in these three practices, one's intent will be naturally steady and unwavering, like Mount Tai. Internal absorption and quiescence is the practice of internally keeping the mind free from disturbances. First, it involves keeping unsettling thoughts from arising while one is reciting the Buddha's name or doing seated meditation, and at all other times without a particular agenda, so as to nurture one mind. Second, it involves maintaining right thoughts while walking, standing, or working, so that delusive thoughts do not arise for even an instant. Third, it involves emptying the four signs of personhood and purifying the six mental spheres, so that one will forget sensory conditions even when in touch with them, and will not become either attached to or influenced by them. If one attains power from these three practices, then naturally the sea of one's mind will become calm, and one's afflictions will vanish forever. Chapter 7. Exhortations to Practice of the Way. One Cardinal Master Chongsan said, depending on the level of listeners' capacities, commonplace words can become a weighty Dharma discourse, or laboriously presented Dharma instructions can become commonplace words. Therefore, those who are listening to the Dharma must offer sincere faith and utmost respect to the speaker, and, with a mindset of absolute reverence, must listen earnestly lest even a single word be missed. Only then will that Dharma make a deep impression on their minds and be long remembered, bringing them real benefits through its application in actual situations. 2. The Master said, words that are exciting while one is listening to them, but leave nothing to hold on to afterward, are simply fine words, words that may seem unassuming at first, but prove marvelously rich the more one thinks back on them, are an excellent Dharma instruction. Words that are elaborate but have nothing of substance are convoluted words, words that are succinct but have rich meanings with clear ways of utilizing them are an excellent Dharma instruction. The wise are able to find Dharma talks in even the noisy exchanges and idle talk of the marketplace, hence, they gain understanding even from the unskilled speech of neophytes. But those who scrutinize even the words of distinguished spiritual mentors just to compare their cleverness to their own fail to obtain any real benefit. How could this not be a great loss? Those expounding the Dharma ought to reflect on their own knowledge and conduct when they speak, but The audience will derive benefit if they focus just on the teachings and put them into practice without being concerned about the preacher's conduct. 3. The Master said, a person whose vision has opened worships all things in the universe as Buddhas, and hears constant Dharma instructions from them. This is a person of superior spiritual capacity. A sensible person who likes learning often seeks out spiritual mentors and enjoys listening to their fine instructions. This is a person of average spiritual capacity. Foolish people live their entire lives without taking the measure of things, and, even if they hear good Dharma talks, they do not know how to accept them as such and apply them accordingly. Such people are of inferior spiritual capacity. 4. The Master said, a deep-rooted tree will not be uprooted by the wind, water from a deep spring will not dry up during a drought. In human life, religious faith is the root and spiritual practice is the spring. A person who lives a life of deep faith will be firm and unbending amid all adverse or difficult conditions. One who lives a life of assiduous practice transcends all temptations and thus gains tranquility. 5. The Master said, the ancient Buddha Kyamuni enjoyed a golden body, the status of a crown prince, the riches and honors of his entire future kingdom, a beautiful wife and consorts, the privileges of authority, and an elegant residence and cuisine, all of which were unmatched in this world. However, on perceiving that all these things were delusionary and could not be preserved forever, he left the palace in the middle of the night. After undergoing immeasurable austerities, he ultimately discovered the authentic treasure that is free from arising and ceasing and became the great spiritual guide of humans and divinities for all eternity. In all ages, he is a worthy model for seeking the way. 6. The Master said, of all the vows in this world, the 4 great vows are the greatest. First, even though there may be no limit to the number of sentient beings, we vow to deliver them all. In order to actualize that vow, we endlessly extinguish defilements, study Dharma teachings with utmost sincerity, and continuously cultivate the way of the Buddha throughout all eternity. By doing so, we will eventually accomplish the great vow of attaining Buddhahood and delivering all sentient beings. The difference between Buddhas and Bodhisattvas and ordinary sentient beings is like that between a majestic tree and a young sprout. Once it has matured, even a young sprout will become a tall tree. So too, even sentient beings, by continuously practicing, will become Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. Therefore, no matter how difficult the task, there is nothing that cannot be accomplished if one keeps trying, but if one does not try, nothing can be accomplished. If we steadily practice these 4 great vows with a firm realization that we and the Buddhas are non-dual, then there will be nothing that cannot be accomplished. 7. The Master said, whether our practice advances or regresses depends on whether or not there is a limit to our vow, whether or not we harbor self-conceit, and whether or not we maintain a close relationship with a teacher who is eminent in the Dharma. Hence, when we are engaged in practice, we must continuously advance by first establishing a great vow that has no bounds or limitations, without harboring the slightest self-conceit, and maintaining close relationships with our teachers and colleagues. Then we shall never regress but will continuously advance throughout all eternity. 8. The Master said to Sinchen, reflect on whether you have firmly established the great vow and great faith that will enable you never to forsake this order throughout all eternity. Now that you have encountered an order like ours, you must vow to become enlightened to truth without fail and never to lose your Dharma affinities with the founding Master, practicing diligently, live your life consistently devoted to attaining Buddhahood and delivering sentient beings throughout infinite kalpas. 9. The Master said, I have now come to realize more profoundly that the founding Master's question, who is it that truly knows me, is an extremely urgent saying. Only when you truly have faith in him would you consider even a single phrase of his to be as precious as gold or jade and put it into practice, and only a person who has the sincerity to put it into practice truly understands and has faith in the founding master. 10. The founding master said, it is difficult to deliver a person who is either too foolish or too superficially clever, but if one had to choose, the foolish one is better than the clever one. A person should be truly clever and, through a single word of the master, grasp his meaning to fully establish his faith, but if that is not possible, then, like a fool, one should proceed along a single path. A superficially clever person cannot establish a firmly rooted faith, and cannot easily be delivered. 11. The master said, there are various depths to the faculty of faith. Without any core values of one's own and lured by various doctrines and other people's views and contentions, one will waver hither and thither and will come to ruin by acting as one pleases. This is a faculty of faith that is like blowing leaves. With faith established in the right Dharma, one will not be swayed by minor sensory conditions, and even though swayed by major sensory conditions, one still will not regress. This is a faculty of faith like a tree's roots. With profound faith, one will not be swayed at all, however adverse or difficult the sensory conditions, and will always be guided by conscience in one's conduct, thus not falling into transgression and suffering. This is a faculty of faith that is like Mount Tai. 12. The master said, self-power and other power are inseparably related. Some people overemphasize other power and stubbornly insist on faith alone, others overemphasize self-power and insist that, since mind is the Buddha, there is no need for precepts or the principle of causality. Both positions are either excessive or deficient. As for faith in the Buddha, having faith in the human Buddha who attained enlightenment and practicing accordingly is other power, knowing the truth that our own minds are the Buddha and continuing to cultivate this Buddha that is none other than one's own mind, is self-power. As for faith in the Dharma, to have faith in the Dharma that the Buddha illuminated from the realm of his enlightenment is other power, knowing the Dharma of using one's own mind and acting in accordance with it is self-power. As for faith in the Sangha, to have faith in the teachers of a religious order is other power, to discover one's own true conscience and to conduct oneself accordingly is self-power. In this way, through faith and practice that integrate self and other power, one will experience consummate success through their unity. 13. At the opening ceremony of a SN retreat, the master gave this Dharma talk. There is a saying, only when one takes good care of the Buddha in one's own temple will others do the same. Thus, you must discover the Buddha within yourself and sincerely make Buddha offerings to it. A Buddha offering may be made either to oneself or to an object, but it is best if these two proceed in tandem. As to which is primary and which secondary, a Buddha offering made to oneself is fundamental. Engaging first in one's own mind practice is what is meant by learning the right formula for Buddha offerings. 14. A student asked, are recitation of the Buddha's name and seated meditation the only ways of practicing absorption? The master said, if your mind is focused on one spot and is free from attachments no matter what you are doing, that can be a form of absorption practice. Praying can also be a way of absorption practice. In all matters, and in accordance with the characteristics of each situation, if with sound thought you focus on what you should and let go of what you should, you will attain the great power of absorption. The master continued, seated meditation is a great path for absorption practice, and praying is a shortcut. If you gain one-pointedness of mind while performing your prayers, then you will gain both the Dharmakya Buddha's awesome power and the power of absorption. 15. The master said, it is all right to offer a prayer of supplication for a specific aspiration. However, if you sincerely offer prayers on behalf of your own practice, then before you know it your old habituations will melt away and your practice will gradually advance so that everything will turn out just as you wish. 16. The master said, as I always say, even when you offer silent declarations at dawn and dusk, do not do it just for yourself, but remember to do it also for the world and the order. The merit of such prayer will be much greater. 17 The Master said, "This is how I offer my daily silent declaration, O Dharmakya Buddha, O Fourfold Grace. Please bestow upon all us sentient beings the illumination and strength that derives from great loving kindness and great compassion. Help us to dedicate ourselves immediately to the way and its power and take refuge in the right Dharma. May we transform our foolish mind into a mind that is wise, our feisty and evil mind into one that is loving and compassionate, our deceitful and deluded mind into one that is righteous and authentic, our jealous and resentful mind into one that is loving and grateful, our greedy and covetous mind into one that has integrity and impartiality, and our disputatious and malevolent mind into one that is harmonious and protective. The fundamental nature of transgressive karma will thus become purified, the gate to the path of wisdom and merit will open, and the political situation throughout the world will improve daily, so that the good fortunes of this nation will become limitless and world peace will be everlasting. May the road ahead for all people be blessed with illumination, concord, and happiness, so that we may live forever in the Buddha's sacred land. This I pray for wholeheartedly." 18 The Master continued, "This is an example of a silent declaration that may be used during all Dharma meetings, O Dharmakya Buddha, O Fourfold Grace. Please bestow upon us who have gathered here for our regular Dharma meeting extraordinary illumination and power, so that our faculty of faith becomes deeper and the gate to the path of wisdom and merit opens forever. Let our three great powers of cultivation, inquiry, and choice advance each day, so that we may leave behind the realm of sentient beings to ascend the Bodhisattva path, and enter the realm of the Buddhas by cultivating the Bodhisattva path. In our practice and enterprises, please eliminate all obstructions of Mra, and enable us to have mastery in all directions of east, west, south, and north, so that wherever we go we may always benefit the public and also receive their welcome and protection. Let both our speech and action be sincere, so that regardless of the situation we will never leave behind truth and will also receive truth's implicit support and beneficence. Let there be harmony and unity among our fellow adherents, so that the dignity of our order may be recognized throughout the worlds of the 10 directions. And the merit of our teachings may deliver all sentient beings everywhere. This I pray for wholeheartedly." 19 The Master said to the students praying at the Will Academy, "Breaking a promise even to an individual will involve punishment for deceiving that person's mind. You've consecrated a great vow before the divine spirits of heaven and earth to deliver sentient beings and heal the world. Such a vow is indeed grave and enormous. You will not be able to avoid severe punishment if you break it halfway through. Bear this deeply in mind." 20 The Master said, "Because the minds of Buddhas and Bodhisattvas were consistent from beginning to end, they were able to become Buddhas and Bodhisattvas. But the minds of ordinary persons waver and regress from their initial aspirations in response to sensory conditions, and thus they fail to succeed. Hence, keep your initial and subsequent aspirations consistent by always maintaining a mind that takes pleasure in the way and has concern for the public." 21 The Master said, "We practitioners face several barriers along the road from the realm of sentient beings to the world of the Buddhas. First is when our knowledge and perspective gradually begin to take shape. Second is when our reputation begins to grow. Third is when we begin to be accorded greater respect. Fourth is when we begin to accrue material possessions. Fifth is when we begin to enjoy certain prerogatives. By foreseeing these barriers and not allowing ourselves to be obstructed by them, we will accomplish great practice." 22 The Master said, "Those of inferior spiritual capacities fail to progress due to being entangled in desires for food, sex, wealth, and so forth. Those of average spiritual capacities fail to progress due to being trapped in the desires for fame and reputation. Those whose spiritual capacities are somewhat more advanced fail to progress far due to being trapped in signs. Once you are detached from the 5 desires and the 4 signs, you will be of superior spiritual capacity." 23 The Master said, "If you wish to become a celebrated calligrapher, you must first master the brush strokes of a distinguished calligrapher and then develop your own calligraphic powers. In the same way, if you wish to attain Buddhahood, you must first model yourself wholeheartedly on the mind Dharma of the Buddhas and nurture well the Buddha mind every hour of every day. By taking the founding master's mind Dharma as our great model and steadily putting it into practice according to the teachings of the principal book of Won Buddhism, we must become disciples who have received the complete transmission of the founding master's Dharma lineage. 24 The Master said, just as children take after their parents, disciples of the Buddha ought to take after him. If you come to resemble the Dharmakya, Samagakya, and Nirmakya by always taking after the Buddha in all things, you will have reached the realm of the Tathagatas. 25 Hearing that song Hyn Peung was studying the prospect of an unlimited power source, the Master said, machines may need unlimited power, but our cultivation of the way also needs unlimited power. The unlimited power of cultivating the way is belief and dedication. They are the fundamental power source that turns ordinary people into sages. 26 The Master said, if perverse thoughts take root in your mind, then, by meditating on the ill one song, endeavor to recover your original nature, which is void, round, and right. By silently reflecting on the founding master's saintly visage, endeavor to take after his way of using the mind, which is fair, just, and compassionate. By arousing your self-awareness as a disciple of the Buddha and a public-spirited person, endeavor to eliminate perverse thoughts. In that case, the perverse mind will be readily transformed into the right mind. 27 On New Year's morning, the Master gave a Dharma talk. The path to attaining Buddhahood and becoming a sage is not somewhere far away, rather, it is nearby. In the cultivation of our own minds. By always recognizing that rectifying our minds is both our vocation and our enjoyment, in the new year let us all work together with renewed resolve to attain Buddhahood. He continued, the newness of the new year lies not in the day but in our minds, so to reinforce with renewed resolve our dedication to both our practice and our enterprises is the true meaning of greeting a new year. Accordingly, every day is a new day and a new year, if you check your mind anew. Otherwise, even when the new year comes, you won't be able to greet a truly new year. 28 At a New Year's Day ceremony, the Master said, by becoming new persons with the coming of the new year, we ought to be able to build a new nation and a new world with our own strengths and rejoice together in a new paradise of ill one. The path to becoming a new person lies in offering ever new meritorious contributions to the world by cultivating good habits every day with renewed resolve, updating antiquated practices and enterprises, and recovering our self-nature that is originally complete by continuing to cultivate our original nature. 29 The Master said, if we apply ourselves to our practice and enterprises with renewed resolve, then our whole life will be renewed, our order will be renewed, and our world will be renewed. The basis for this renewed resolve lies in developing a great public spirit on the foundation of a great thoroughgoing faith, and in applying great loving kindness and compassion. 30 In Insan, the Master wrote the 9 articles of reflection for his students as a commentary on the primer of practice, in accordance with the mind ground that is free from disturbance. The numinous elixir will gradually grow, and you will be endowed with the capacity of a great person. In accordance with the mind ground that is free from delusion, the brightness of wisdom will gradually appear, and you will attain the intelligence of a great person. In accordance with the mind ground that is free from wrongdoing, the power of choosing the right will become ever greater, and you will be endowed with the blessings and merit of a great person. In accordance with the operation of belief, zeal, questioning, and dedication, your disbelief, greed, laziness, and foolishness will be extinguished, and you will experience success in the great way. As you turn a life of resentment into a life of gratitude, enmity from your past lives will gradually vanish, and at the same time your blessings and merit will increase. As you turn a life of dependency into a life of self-reliance, the accumulated debts from your past lives will gradually be repaid, and at the same time your blessings and rewards will also accumulate. As you turn from a person who is reluctant to learn into one with a readiness to learn well, and from a person with a reluctance to teach into one with a readiness to teach well, your knowledge will be plentiful throughout all eternity. As you turn from a person who lacks public spirit into one with an eagerness for the public's welfare, your authority and virtue will become infinite throughout all eternity. 31 The Master said, just as frost and snow reveal the true constancy of pine and bamboo, so too the true value of practitioners is revealed through favorable or adverse conditions. It is by confronting the difficult barriers facing either individuals or the order that the value of faith and the value of practice are more fully revealed. A nation trains soldiers so that they may be mustered in emergency situations. Sages engage in mind practice so that they may utilize that capability of mind when facing sensory conditions. 32 The Master said, if you apply belief, zeal, questioning, and dedication to mind practice, you will succeed in the practice of the threefold study. If you apply them to scholarship, farming, artisanship, and commerce, you will succeed in your occupation. 33 The Master said to a student, it is said that to attain great wisdom, one must enter into great absorption. However, at WLMYNG Hermitage, when I was cultivating the practice of absorption only in a state of no mind, the founding master strongly cautioned me that I was becoming ignorant of human affairs. You will achieve a well-rounded practice only by cultivating the practices of both letting go and taking hold of the mind, so that you are free to let go and take hold as easily as inhaling and exhaling. 34 The Master said, in practice, it is most important to take the suitable measure of things. In reading scriptures, too, if you read them inattentively without taking their suitable measure, then even though you read several hundred volumes you will gain nothing from it, as if the books and yourself had nothing to do with each other. Also, practice does not only involve reading or studying texts. If you just take the suitable measure of things, whether you are in action or rest, all of you will reap the true fruition of practice. 35 The Master said to the students, all things accrue to those who are earnestly seeking. The past Buddha Kyamuni achieved the way upon seeing the morning star, not because that star had any special significance. Rather, he finally awakened because his mind sought earnestly to resolve all his questions about human birth, old age, sickness, and death, which grew and grew until they peaked. Our founding master, too, from the age of 7 years onward, observed the natural phenomena of the universe, and the earnest sincerity to seek the way sprouted in his mind. This aspiration grew and grew until it finally led to his attaining great enlightenment. Therefore, in listening to Dharma discourses, there is a vast difference between listening attentively and inattentively, just as seeing and hearing all human affairs and universal principles with an inquiring mind is different than seeing and hearing them heedlessly. If you study any theory while always bearing in mind the principal book of Won Buddhism, those theories will become ever more lucid, but if you only listen to theories without doing this, they will only disturb your thoughts. Therefore, the founding master said that we should clarify our minds by engaging in seated meditation during the early morning and examining universal principles through scriptural study during the day. 36 The Master said, there are 3 ways of reading sutras. First is to read the written records of the saints and sages of old in order to illuminate through them your own knowledge and vision. Second is to observe everyone's wholesome and unwholesome deeds and make those your own teachers and reflecting mirrors. Third is to discover the instruction of truth in each and every one of the events and things you encounter. A sagacious person reads sutras in all 3 of these ways, so that every step and everything is a great sacred scripture. 37 In the preface to his history of the founding of the Society for the Study of the Buddha-Dharma, as the order was officially named during the Japanese colonial period, the master wrote, "It is said that history is a mirror on the world, because, regardless of the era, the rise and fall and prosperity and degeneration of all things are reflected in history. However, a person who is studying history cannot be said to have a complete understanding of its true face simply by learning and remembering all the names of places and persons, as well as the chronologies, based merely on what is written. Rather, only by comprehending well the general trend of the time, the mental attitude of the chief actors, and the system and general thrust of the laws and institutions can one see the true face of history. Only then will history become a mirror that reflects everything both internal and external. Hence, we must inquire into what kind of mission has been given to our order, what the characteristics of the age are, how great a sage the founding master was, what kind of Dharma he taught, what the process involved in founding the order was, and what its ultimate prospects are." 38 The master said, "Do you spend your time holding a hwaju? In working on the hwaju, it is appropriate to practice theoretical SN, Tathagata SN, and patriarchal SN simultaneously and in sequence. However, do not practice by examining just the hwaju all day long, as in meditation halls of the past. Instead, keep your hwaju always in mind, and examine it for a moment whenever your mind is clear and quiet. Then, just as a chick develops after a mother hen has brooded over her egg for a long time, your mind's wisdom gate will open." 39 The master said, "In practicing inquiry into human affairs and universal principles, there are three essentials. First is to see rightly, second is to understand rightly, and third is to awaken rightly. Of these three, right awakening is the ultimate. The true realm of right awakening is as follows. Internally, you cannot discard it though you may try, you cannot forget it though you may try, and you cannot hide it though you may try. Externally, fortune and misfortune are perforce unable to affect you, favorable or adverse conditions are perforce unable to tempt your mind, and 100 sublime things are perforce unable to entice your thoughts." 40 The master said, "In ancient times, King Wu, 1169 to 1116 BC, always got up to bow whenever he heard of someone's good deed. His vassals said to him, 'Isn't it exceeding the bounds of propriety to bow regardless of the person's high or low status?' The king replied, 'I bow not because of his status, but because of his good deed. Good deeds have no high and low, noble and mean. His example can serve for all eternity as a model for appreciating good deeds.' 41 The master said, "Just as national defense needs to guard the three regions of land, sea, and air, so too does a practitioner need to achieve defeated in three directions, namely, the three sensory conditions of favorable, adverse, and blankness. A favorable condition is one that can entice one's mind, an adverse condition is one that is offensive to one's mind, and a condition of blankness is one of mental laziness. Until you reach the status of Dharma strong and defeated, you should concentrate your effort mainly on defending against them. After the stage of defeated, you will be able to make use of all these conditions as if they were your own slaves." 42 The master said, "Those who either practice so hard as to hurt their bodies or take such good care of their bodies as to let go of their practice are people who do not know how to practice. Only by knowing at once to let go and to exert yourself in conformity with the level of your psychic and physical capabilities will you accomplish a practice that is malady-free." 43 The master said, "The wise person's method of practice involves assessing one's own capacities, initially avoiding certain sensory conditions unless one can readily bear them, and facing them after one has developed sufficient capacities. Pressing oneself to overcome a harsh condition without adequate preparations will just torment one's mind and body to no effect. 44 The Master said, if a patient's pulse is too rapid, you prescribe medicine to slow it down, and if it is too weak, you prescribe medicine to strengthen it. The blood flow is thus regulated and the physical body rendered free of maladies. In the same way, if we are excessive or deficient in using our mind, or biased in any particular direction, then we must regulate it through the middle way. That is free from bias and reliance, in order to develop a disposition that is free of maladies. An overly good-hearted disposition may suffer from the malady of being unable to overcome even minor sensory conditions. An overly vivacious one may suffer from the malady of lacking substance and thus being arbitrary. An overly courteous one may suffer from the malady of not being nimble enough. If talent dominates a person, there may be the malady of being frivolous and scanty of virtue. Furthermore, if one's thoughts are always too lofty, one may suffer from the malady of arrogance. If one's mind is overly humble, one may suffer from the malady of lacking the courage to advance. A person who is too drawn to grandiose ideas may suffer from the malady of neglecting the prosaic details. A person who is too detail-oriented may suffer from the malady of being unable to grasp the gist and the principles. An overly ardent person may suffer from the malady of easily resenting those who do better. A commonplace person without special aspirations may suffer from the malady of insufficient ardor. An overly solemn person may suffer from the malady of having little gentleness. An overly docile person may suffer from the malady of having little dignity. An overly upright person may suffer from the malady of people not wanting to follow him or her. A pointlessly congenial person may suffer from the malady of being unable to distinguish between pure and soiled. An overly forceful person may suffer from the malady of cruelty. An overly gentle person may suffer from the malady of indecision. Hence, each of us must recognize well our own dispositions, so that if we notice maladies that involve bias in any one direction, we will make every effort to regulate them. Also, in practice, we must avoid any partiality toward just a part of the process and, in enterprises, any partiality toward just one aspect. Then, we will not suffer from the malady of neglecting enterprises during our practice or neglecting practice during our enterprises. People who continue their practice in this way will gradually achieve the well-rounded way, thus they will become highly useful people, their dispositions will be faultless and their characters will become more and more perfect. 45 The Master said, an ancient Zen master said that the even and constant mind is the way. Even, pyng, means that there is no differentiation between high and low status or between things and oneself. Constant, sang, means annihilation of the gap between past and present and the transition between being and non-being. This refers to none other than our own self-nature, and our self-nature is none other than the great way of the universe. Hence, if you can clearly comprehend just this truth of the even and the constant, you will be called one who has seen one's nature and one who has mastered the way. However, in one's use of the mind, even if one has not yet fully awakened to this truth, one can put into practice this even and constant mind according to the situation. Therefore, we must simultaneously inquire into this even and constant truth and apply well this even and constant mind. 46 The Master continued, let me offer some examples in explanation of the operation of the even and constant mind. 1. In whatever matter, standing by the position one has taken, if it is the right one, and always maintaining consistent faith and loyalty, signifies the even and constant mind, with conviction that transcends all circumstances. Neither acceptance nor rejection can bring increase or decrease in one's mind, nor can ignominy or glory alter or budget. Thus, once a resolution has been made, one can break through myriads of difficult situations, and even when one finally faces the gate of birth and death, one remains calm and composed, without the slightest hint of trepidation or importunity. This is the even and constant mind as made manifest in faith and loyalty. 2. Once we have formed mutually beneficent relationships with people, the spirit of interactions that is always consummate and unalloyed signifies the even and constant mind. One's spirit transcends various factions and does not become entangled in aversion or attachment, so that whenever a situation arises, one pursues only fairness. When granting beneficence, one pursues only no thought, without an intent to render benefits here and bring harm there, or a thought of liking someone at one time and disliking that person at another, and, even if the beneficiary should become ungrateful, one's mind does not change at all from the time of rendering beneficence. This is the even and constant mind as made manifest in interactions. 3. As we are living in this world and facing circumstances of wealth or poverty, having emotional responses that are always simple and forthright signifies the even and constant mind. One's demeanor remains always equanimous, so that one is neither ignoble in poverty nor conceited in wealth, even if one wears fancy clothes and eats gourmet food. One does not display arrogance externally, nor feel ashamed internally even if one wears humble clothes and eats coarse food. This is the even and constant mind as made manifest in wealth and poverty. 4. When we come into this world and encounter situations that are either safe or dangerous, maintaining an unchanging spirit signifies the even and constant mind. Even when one is safe, one should never let go of a suitable measure of caution. Even when in danger, one should never transgress standards and proprieties. Thus, a spirit that is immovable and composed whether at leisure or in the midst of disturbances is the even and constant mind as made manifest in safety and danger. 47. The Master continued, if we reiterate the gist of this, never letting go of the one mind regardless of the place or situation becomes motive force for the operation of the even and constant mind. The practitioner who awakens to this truth that is even and constant will be able to achieve the sublime Dharma of liberation from birth and death, sufferings and pleasures. When putting into operation the even and constant mind, one will be able to make manifest the conduct of the sages and saints. Hence, how can the saying that the even and constant mind is the way not be an appropriate Dharma teaching? 48. The Master said, do not try to bind your mind too hastily, rather, practice deliberately, while practicing without interruptions. Alternating between grasping the mind, chipsim, observing the mind, quansim, and no mind, musim, practice mainly grasping the mind in the beginning, observing the mind as you become a bit more proficient, and no mind when farther along. Reaching the ultimate stage, you are certain to arrive at the able mind, sim. 49. The Master said, in anything, if there is an attractive force inside, energies outside will respond. Drinking. Guests gather at a tavern because of the attractive force of liquor. People gather around a virtuous person because of the attractive force of virtue. If a practitioner cultivates well the formless mind practice, then the formless power of the mind is aroused, enabling one to attract and apply the great energy of the boundless universe. This is what is referred to as the great authority of the triple world. 50. The Master said, true freedom comes from complete liberation. The ultimate principle of freedom is based on the truth of the universe and the self-nature. 51. The Master said, up until the status of Dharma strong and defeated, one should practice by arousing great zeal regarding the question, who is the Buddha and who am I? From the status of Dharma strong and defeated onward, one should practice to extinguish signs and stop putting on airs by contemplating the truth that sentient beings and Buddhas are originally one. Then one's practice will continually advance. 52. The Master said, cultivate absorption, but make it an absorption that is unconstrained by action or rest. Cultivate wisdom, but make it a wisdom that is unattached to wisdom or folly. Observe the precepts, but do so without being shackled by what is wholesome or unwholesome. 53 The Master said, an ancient saying goes, the mind should be as deep as the deep blue sea, the mouth should be as heavy as Mount Kunlun. Hence, in using your mind, let your mind be so deep that it is unfathomable like the deep ocean, guard your mouth by keeping it as heavy as Mount Kunlun. As you grow in greatness within yourself, the extent of your mind becomes unfathomable. A small vessel is soon filled and overflows, but a large vessel always has room for more. 54 The Master said, just as the vast ocean receives water from thousands of valley streams without showing any trace of them, so too a great person leaves no traces of either practice or public service. Although one fully comprehends all human affairs and universal principles, one shows no trace of having done so, and, though one delivers myriads of sentient beings everywhere, one shows no trace of doing so. Chapter 8, Responses to Occasions. One Cardinal Master Chongsan said, some of the relationships between leaders and the led and between colleagues require frequent attention, whereas others will remain sound even without special attention. For the former, there is a danger of estrangement if those ties are neglected, because close affinities have not yet been developed. For the latter, obligations and affection are unconstrained by formalities, because it is a truly intimate affinity with united and conjoined energy. When a leader no longer needs to apply any mental calculation or expedience in dealing with the led, and the led no longer need to engage in deceit or fabrication in relating to the leader, then quite naturally a great loyalty will be established between them and they will be connected in a Dharma lineage. The more we have such affinities, the more readily our order will flourish. 2 The Master said, the founding master, too, said, just as a field prone to weeds requires more of a farmer's labor, so too does a fickle practitioner require more effort to be taught. This is not because the teacher is partial towards such a student, but because that student could well go astray if more effort is not made on his or her behalf. Hence, a practitioner should not seek the teacher's special love, but should instead treat the teacher with composure, only making sure that there is loyalty and affection in their relationship. 3 The Master said, one who wishes to become a truly virtuous person should first practice appreciating the virtues of others. Without appreciating others' virtues, it is difficult to become a truly virtuous person. If you do not admire others' virtues, you will not be close to virtuous people, and if you are not close to virtuous people, your own sense of virtue will inevitably decline. If your own sense of virtue declines, you will not take pleasure in cultivating virtue. How, then, can the road to becoming a virtuous person not recede into the distance? Therefore, to admire and emulate others' virtues is an essential requirement of the practice of becoming a virtuous person. 4 At Insan the Master said to the students, the fact that we are subject to transgression and harm that come from outside is a consequence of what we ourselves have done in past and present lives. The principle of the fourfold grace is always just as it is and immutable. Goodness teaches us by being good, badness teaches us by being bad. Both are good teachers who give us guidance. If we always think like this, we will forever preserve peace in all situations. He then composed a verse synopsis in literary Chinese. Injury is of one's own making, grace is originally unlimited. The teachers of good and bad, both guide me to goodness. If each and every thought is just like this, we will forever remain at peace. 5 When Yang Tosin was starting out as an ordained devotee, she requested a Dharma instruction that could serve as a vade-mecum for eternal life. The Master wrote down for her this list of 4 vows. Practicing the Great Way is a treasure for an eternity of kulpas, momentary glory and shame are like a patch of floating clouds. Therefore, through this eternal hope, I shall transcend the immediate passions that are right before my eyes. Since favorable and adverse sensory conditions provide me with opportunities for learning, and good and Bad people alike guide me along the road of practice, I shall never forget to feel joy and gratitude for both of them. Since diligence is the source of the myriad blessings and a love of learning is the foundation of great wisdom, I shall always make these two qualities my lifelong enterprise. I have entered the order of a great sage, which is difficult to encounter even after successive eons of time, and have in addition become an ordained devotee who has made a vow to devote myself to, and sacrifice myself for, all the worlds of the 10 directions. As a person who has met with such a rare opportunity, how dare I waste even a second? As a person who has made such a great vow, how could I jeopardize my entire future by becoming bound up in petty desires? I shall bear in mind this rare opportunity and grave obligation. 6. The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to Yi Cheng Jane, make a great vow. Pursuing private enterprise and personal benefit alone is like do and smoke. To become a Buddha in order to save all sentient beings is the greatest of all vows. Establish great faith. Nothing is more marvelous nor is any treasure more valuable, it is like the core of an iron pillar and the exterior of a stone wall. Arouse great zeal. It is said, if one severs the profit motive at that one source, one's merit will be 100-fold, but if one repeats this for 3 nights and days, its pedagogical value will be 10,000-fold. Embrace great questioning. Great questioning perforce follows from great faith, and even metal and stone will be penetrated where one-pointedness is reached. Conduct oneself with great dedication. If one is truthful and without artifice, inside and outside will be non-dual, and if one is consistent from beginning to end, one's merit will be the same throughout heaven and earth. By applying the great way of ill one, deliver innumerable sentient beings and liberate yourself from suffering for an eternity of kalpas. 7. The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to his students. Pine trees and bamboos demonstrate their constancy by enduring frost and snow, bodhisattvas nurture their minds through forbearance. The practice of forbearance is like a bamboo shoot at the beginning, then like a bamboo stalk, and finally like Mount Tai, it then achieves the efficacy of not becoming uprooted for 10,000 years. The practice of expanding the mind is like a stream at the beginning, then like a river, and finally like the great sea or deep blue ocean, achieving an inconceivable capacity. Although the turbulent sense objects are undergoing change from dawn till dusk, the suchness of the true nature subsists throughout eternity. One who is unaffected by material things is called a person of superior spiritual capacity. Turning the light around and projecting the radiance back on one's own nature is the path to Buddhahood. 8. At a joint coming-of-age ceremony, the master gave a Dharma talk. Being an adult does not just mean getting old and turning gray, rather, an adult is one who tolerates others well and renders benefit to others. One who tolerates and renders benefit to others is an adult, even if one is young in age, but one whom others tolerate and support is always just a minor. Since you have become adults, try to become ones who tolerate others rather than ones whom others tolerate. Take care of others rather than wishing always to be taken care of by others. Make blessings anew, rather than trying always to receive blessings from others. Furthermore, if one attempts to win by sheer force, it will be difficult to attain ultimate victory, but if one wins wisely through gentleness, one will attain victory in the end. It is like water, which is extremely yielding but is able to penetrate a mountain. 9. One day, as he witnessed students insisting on their own one-sided opinions and failing to understand others' viewpoints, the master said, if you do not appreciate all sides of an issue but become attached to just one perspective, you will become biased and will not be well-rounded. You should not be enticed by your own point of view, rather, by observing thoroughly both sides of an issue in its time and place, endeavor to make an appropriate critique and a correct choice in action. 10. A student said to the master, I understand that our order is considering instituting a new system allowing married couples to become ordained devotees. In my humble opinion, it might not be appropriate for life inside a sacred practice site. The master replied, the Dharma of the coming world should be one without limitations. In order to embrace many sentient beings and widely bestow on them the Buddha's grace, we must try to provide a path whereby husband and wife can participate together in religious propagation, as they may wish. 11A student said, in this sort of communal life, reward and punishment should be clear. The master said, there is great reward where reward is lacking, there is great punishment where punishment is lacking. Therefore, don't be concerned with overt reward and punishment, and never let the mind neglect to find the right mean between truth and falsity. 12 Kim Sryong asked, can I get what I seek even if I seek it with greed? The master said, great things will be granted only when you seek them without a desiring mind. Kim Sryong asked again, please teach me the greatest and most perfect Dharma. The master replied, it is that Dharma which finds the mind, cultivates it well, and uses it well. 13 Yeman Hun asked, I wish to learn a skill. What is the greatest skill in the world? The master replied, learn the skill of getting along harmoniously with people. 14 Chongtingjin asked, how should I always keep my mind, how should I speak and act? The master answered, always keep a relaxed and generous mind and be relaxed and kind in your speech and actions. 15A student said, please teach me an immutable method of practice that everyone should follow. The master said, it is one in which you focus on the middle way in all matters, without excess or deficiency. The student asked again, which practice is most difficult? The master said, it is the practice of using an even and constant mind. 16 Chnu Kang asked, which sage presented us with the greatest discovery for past, present, or future? The master answered, it is the sage who discovered the greatest beneficence. Yu Kang asked again, what relationship creates the worst enemies? The master answered, it is easy to make the worst enemies from within the closest relationships. So, the closer you are to someone, the more cautious you should be. 17 Anyajing said, since I am going out for the first time to the front lines of edification, please give me a word of instruction to cherish always. The master said, first put it into practice yourself. 18 Wangchenam asked, what must I do in order to gain the awesome power of heaven and earth and to accomplish great things? The master said, if only you are free from perverse thoughts will you be able to accomplish great things. 19A student asked, what is the most urgent of human affairs? The master answered, discovering one's own faults and correcting them is most urgent. 20 Yi Chezng asked, which method would enable me to engage in great practice? The master said, there should be no gap between teacher and student. Chezng asked again, what should I do to remove that gap? The master said, only if your faith in the teacher is firm will there naturally be no gap. 21A student asked, when I practice to eliminate the 5 desires, the 3 poisons, attachment, and signs, what if I use mindfulness to eliminate them separately, category by category? The master said, there is nothing wrong with doing that, but as you encounter sensory conditions, observe the thoughts that arise, and as you witness the sprouting of unwholesome thoughts, nip them in the bud right then and there. If you keep doing so, various perverted states of mind will naturally cease to arise. 22A student asked, are the 5 desires something bad for humankind? The master answered, the 5 desires in themselves are neither good nor bad. However, desiring more than what is proper will lead to transgression and suffering. Seeking and utilizing just what is proper will lead to blessings and happiness in this world. 23 Yi Kuang Jane said to the master, I try hard to maintain one-pointedness of mind in everything I do, but that very effort seems to interfere with one-pointedness. The master said, only when you begin your work should you be concerned about doing it with one-pointedness. Once you have started, however, let go of even that thought and one-pointedness will be achieved. 24 Kim In-chel asked, is it a good policy to confront and combat to the end a difficult and perverse sensory condition? The master said, treat it as you would when an ignorant and violent person comes to you and tries to provoke a quarrel, in which case you would quietly defuse the situation and then gently admonish the person later. There will always be crises along the road of practice. It is a good policy to look for a way around those crises, rather than always to get across by force. 25 The master said, the true power of your practice can be realized only after you have gone through a crisis. Then, an ability you didn't possess can emerge and an ability you already had can be fortified. 26 A student asked, in general, how should I regulate my mind? The master said, as a general rule, leave wholesome thoughts as they are and eliminate just the perverted thoughts. Occasionally, though, you should also make opportunities to extinguish all thoughts, whether wholesome or perverted. He asked again, during seated meditation, when I suddenly remember a wholesome act that I failed to attend to in ordinary hours, how should I handle it? The master replied, make a mental note of it and immediately set it aside, then, after seated meditation is over, get back to it and take care of it. 27 A student asked, what can I do to foster a sense of public spirit? The master replied, understand that your body is the public property of the fourfold grace. You will thus understand that requiting grace is your duty. Understand that the true value of human life lies in benefiting others. Be thoroughly aware of the consequences of benefiting yourself and benefiting the public. 28 A student asked, I would like to learn about mastery of the way, mastery of the Dharma, and mastery of the supernatural. The master said, mastery of the way is seeing one's nature, mastery of the Dharma is establishing laws and rules in accordance with principles. Mastery of the supernatural is gaining the illumination of divine numinosity. The master continued, you should first achieve mastery of the way and mastery of the Dharma and only then achieve mastery of the supernatural. If one achieves mastery of the supernatural first, one can easily fall into perversity and error, and one's practice will not advance, either. He continued, exercising supernatural abilities is an ancillary matter for a sage. If the presiding sage occupies himself or herself with the exercise of supernatural abilities, then who will take care of the way of humanity and righteousness? In this new world, there is no need for sages to make use of supernatural abilities, for all of scientific civilization is none other than the exercise of supernatural abilities. 29 The master said to Yang Tosin, not to waver from one-pointedness in either action or rest is entering a state of absorption. To engage in right action through that one-pointedness during the operation of the six sense organs is exactly the exercise of supernatural abilities. 30 The master said to a student, the great mra of practice is presuming you are doing pretty well. This is the indigestion of the meal of Dharma. 31 The attendant asked, shall I always consult with you before undertaking anything? The master said, except for everyday matters, consult with me first. I must be aware of them if our energies are to be in mutual accord, so that the matter will proceed smoothly. The attendant asked again, what should I do when I notice a teacher's fault? The master said, if you notice a fault in a person on whom you must perforce rely, you should grieve over your own misfortune. If your suspicion is not dispelled, then inform him directly and resolve it. 32 A student asked, does the Buddha also feel intimacy or distance, remoteness, or closeness? The master said, it isn't that the Buddha does not feel these things, however, when he takes care of matters, he always does it fairly and impartially after examining all sides. The founding master, too, said, when I see a good person who possesses a sense of public spirit, my affection for that person is that much warmer. 33. A student asked, if people are content with their lots in life, wouldn't that inhibit progress in this world? The master replied, being content with one's lot does not mean being unmotivated and lazy, but instead honing to the proper sequence and carrying things out in utter composure. Hence, one should progress in accordance with one's own capabilities. 34. A student asked, what is the compassionate way of handling an obstinate person who persists to the end? In what is wrong? The master replied, if that person refuses to listen no matter how many times you gently admonish him, then it would also be compassionate and loving to apply extraordinary measures in order to reform him or her. Compassion that ignores others' wholesome and unwholesome actions is not true compassion. Preventing others' transgressions and suffering is in fact the compassion and loving kindness of a living Buddha. However, if there is hatred in your heart and you have the intent to harm the person, that is not compassion. 35. A student asked, is benefiting both oneself and others something that is only done with material goods? The master replied, practicing good speech and conduct and thereby becoming a model for others to emulate. In their practice is also a superb way of benefiting oneself and benefiting others. 36. The master presented this line in literary Chinese to Yi Nsk and Kim Chenjiang, conform to the way, whether square or round. He presented this line in literary Chinese to Yi Chengjian, seize the path of the right mean, Chengjian. He presented this line in literary Chinese to his attendant, exert yourself in practice without delusion. 37. The attendant said to the master, I saw this line in a dream, non-confrontation, graciousness, and humility. The master said, to be non-confrontational with regard to external situations is the basis for harmony, to graciously maintain humility internally is the basis for nurturing virtue. This is a wonderful line, so follow it earnestly. Generally, a person who is too unyielding should first focus on the practice of non-confrontation and humility. Only then can one achieve great success in the coming age of harmony among people. 38. The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to Pak Chang Sik. The foundation of nourishing one's nature, is applying one's mind broadly. So smelt the self-nature of adamant liberally and in complete autonomy. 39. The master said to Yi Tingsan, if the capacity of your mind is vast and grand, all sensory conditions become tranquil on their own, this is the path to paradise. If the capacity of your mind is narrow and small, all sensory conditions threaten you from the four directions. This is the path to the sea of suffering. Suffering and happiness depend entirely on your perspective. Then, the master wrote these lines in literary Chinese, if you cultivate the way and its power with utmost dedication / a level path will then open ahead. 40. The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to Kim Kwan, both in action and rest, be in accord with the proper measure. He presented these lines in literary Chinese to Yi Wei, if my mind is right, then all minds under heaven respond to me with righteousness. If my mind is harmonious, then all minds under heaven respond to me in harmony. 41. To students who had committed faults, the master said, repent thoroughly before the congregation and the Buddha. He then presented them with these lines in literary Chinese, vow to be truthful so you will not deceive yourselves / vow never to commit the same fault twice. 42. The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to Ryu Kaihin and Han Chngwn, to maintain no thought during each and every thought is the practice performed while at rest / to maintain clarity in human affairs in each and every matter is the practice performed while in action / if you can maintain mindfulness and no thought at will / then the great way will be infinitely vast and unimpeded. 43 The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to Chng Konghai, cultivate the way and nurture its power/renew your life each and every day. He presented these lines in literary Chinese to Yun Chuhin, first endeavor to cultivate the way/then everything under heaven will return to the way. 44 The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to Mun Tong-in, being a householder or an ordained devotee lies in one's mind, not in one's body. Being a bodhisattva or a sentient being lies in one's mind, not in one's body. Direct each and every thought to the mind of Bodhi, so that you will transcend the triple world in each and every step you take. 45 The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to a student who returned to the householder's life. If you continue to recollect the Buddha and to practice/he will be close by even when 1,000 leagues away/if you turn your back on the Buddha and immerse yourself in the dust of this world/he will be 1,000 leagues away even when close by. 46 The master presented these lines in literary Chinese to a student who was getting married. Faith is the origin of the myriad good deeds/harmony is the fount of the myriad blessings. Later he added another line, dedication is the source of the myriad virtues. 47 Sending students to their assigned workplaces in Seoul, the master offered this admonition, be unfailingly patient, diligent, sincere, and magnanimous, be careful not to be carried away by the mundane world. 48 The master said to the employees of Tongwei Clinic, the medical profession is also a sacred profession that delivers sentient beings. Make kindness, commitment, and honesty your creeds. 49 When the road to Kaesong was blocked for some months following Korea's liberation from Japanese colonial occupation in 1945, the master wrote these lines in literary Chinese for Yi King-soon and told her to recite them during her silent declarations. The Dharmakya is fundamentally pure and clear, the taste of SN is also pure and clean, Kaesong is originally free from barriers. If one understands this, then there are no obstructions. The way of public service is naturally broad and wide, so too is one's service to the public. All the Buddhas of the 3 time periods have followed this practice. The master explained to Song Tal Chun, wherever you are, do not make enemies. Render beneficence even to a cat. Live your life as if you have nothing even when you do, and as if you know nothing even when you do. This is the crucial secret for escaping the calamities of war. 50 During the Korean War, the master said to some young men at the headquarters who were being drafted into the national militia force, handle all your matters as if the Dharmakya Buddha and the founding master were always watching over you. Even though you are leaving our premises, carry on with your lives with the same frame of mind, as if you were still here. When you are confronted with a difficult situation, offer a silent declaration with an undivided frame of mind. Afterwards, handle the situation as the Spirit moves you. Though you may temporarily have left my guidance, spend your time as if you were always under my guidance. 51 During the Korean War, the master gave this admonition to the congregation, always speak words without rebuke, act with flexibility and ease, and sincerely pray that our hungry, cold, and miserable compatriots will again enjoy peace and lead comfortable lives. The master continued, if at dawn and dusk you pray without selfishness, then, first, your mind will attain the mental realm of the Buddha with his great loving kindness and great compassion, thereby initially accruing benefits for yourself, and second, your wish will finally be realized, thereby accruing benefits for the people. 52 Taking advantage of the chaos that followed the Korean War, a group of devotees were violating rules and regulations and acting as they pleased. Several times, members of the congregation raised their concerns with the master. One day, the master quoted a verse from the Tonghak master Choe Haoles Dharma Discourse, I am not made of clotted blood, so how can I be without anger? I have 5 viscera and 6 entrails, so how can I be without emotions? The only reason I refrain from censure is because I don't want to damage the heaven-endowed mind. The master then said, do you think? I remain quiet because I don't understand our great cause. And what is right and wrong? But how can I take the initiative to expel disciples whom the founding master himself nurtured, and sever their Dharma affinities? How can I be the one who would obstruct upfront even a single person's future? The founding master never gave up beforehand on even a blade of grass or a single tree. 53 The master sent this congratulatory message in literary Chinese for the 10th anniversary ceremony of the foundation of the Hanguk orphanage. By harmonizing with myriad people, you complete the circle. By making the mind one, you connect with heaven. 54 When Won Buddhist traveled to the United States, the master presented her with these lines in literary Chinese: over many thousands of li of water, land, and air / may your departure be peaceful and your return peaceful. When Pak Kwang Jane traveled to the United States, the master added these lines: transmit the light of Dharma according to the occasion and your affinities / may everything be as you wish at the beginning and at the end. 55 For the celebration of Im Chil Bohui's 60th birthday, the master sent this Dharma saying: in the secular world, gold, silver, crystal, amber, pearls, lapis lazuli, and agate are called the 7 jewels. In an order that cultivates the way, we take the 7 mental qualities of belief, zeal, questioning, dedication, stability, studiousness, and decisiveness as our 7 jewels. I pray that you, my fellow practitioner, will take these 7 mental jewels as your foundation throughout the 3 time periods and acquire all the wisdom and blessings of eternal life. 56 For the celebration of Yun's Jin's 60th birthday, the master delivered this Dharma discourse: there may be rain and dew in heaven and earth, but those who make use of rain and dew to farm receive a greater blessing. In the same way, there may be good dharmas in the world, but those who make good use of them receive a greater blessing. Hence, in celebrating one's 60th birthday, if one does not spend the day in meaningless extravagance, but, following our canon of propriety, establishes new dharmas in the world and makes new blessings, then one's glory will be many times more than if one spent a great deal of money meaninglessly in this world. The offspring's requital of parental grace will also be many times greater. 57 The master wrote a letter to Kim Hyn Guan: when people produce wholesome or unwholesome karma, sentient beings do so for reputation, power, and privilege, and a desire for personal gain. Buddhas and bodhisattvas, however, do so out of belief, duty, and compassion. Therefore, reputation, power and privilege and benefit return to Buddhas and bodhisattvas, but sentient beings wander about in pursuit of futile reputation, power and privilege, and personal gain. 58 The master sent a letter to Songkhaman: if, despite our physical separation by mountains and streams, your mind occupies a seat at this Dharma meeting, and despite the innumerable differences in the types of human affairs, your spirit bases itself on this single thought of belief and dedication, and you keep exerting yourself in diligent practice, then this will be a practice that is never separate from me, and will be the path that leads directly to the Buddha's realm. 59 The master sent a letter to his attendant, who was convalescing. Although a person's physical body becomes ill, the foundational mind is free from illness. If you treat your body with the mind that is free from illness, your physical body will accordingly regain health. I sincerely urge that you cultivate this practice. 60 The master wrote this note in literary Chinese to the gravely ill Kim Penman: there is neither birth nor death, neither sickness nor health. Enjoy eternal happiness in the Buddha land by the practice of calming your mind. 61 During his long period of medical treatment, the master's appetite often was irregular. Regarding his own condition, the master said: if you have an appetite, even a simple vegetarian dish tastes delicious and is nourishing, but if you have no appetite, the richest and rarest of dishes are tasteless and cause indigestion. In the same way, if a person possesses the way, one can easily handle well even adverse situations and thereby enjoy blessings and happiness, but if one does not possess the way, one will mishandle even favorable situations and create a source of calamity. Therefore, an exciting or boring life in the world does not just depend on external conditions, it really depends on whether or not one possesses within oneself the power of the way and the taste of the way. Chapter 9. Attending to the Fundamentals. One Cardinal Master Chongsan said, "In all things, you must take care of the fundamentals, so that ancillary matters can proceed smoothly. The root of the 6 sense organs is the mind, and the basis of the mind is the nature. What is fundamental to living in this world is trustworthiness, power and privilege, reputation, and personal gain are all ancillary." 2. The Master said, "The highest wisdom is to know the roots and branches of the mind, to understand the method of cultivating the mind, and to know well the ways of applying the mind. Hence, it is also said in the sutras, if you want to understand everything throughout the 3 time periods, understand that all things in the Dharma realm are created by the mind." 3. The Master said, "In all things, you should prepare beforehand by knowing the roots and branches, and what comes first and what later. Do not be entangled in immediate gains and losses, but attend to matters that are fundamental from the perspective of all eternity." Ordinary people may live their entire lives, but ultimately they stop at taking care of their physical bodies and don't know how to take care of their spirit, which is fundamental. How exasperating it is. For a student asked, for a person starving to death, wouldn't a bowl of rice, pap, be more important than the Dharma, pp? The Master replied, if we were to explicate this in terms of roots and branches, the Dharma comes first and the bowl of rice later. However, for nurturing our physical bodies, a bowl of rice comes first and the Dharma later. In such a situation, one should first eat a bowl of rice, and then, in deciding what is most important for one's whole life, one should seek clothing, food, and shelter by making the spirit primary and engaging in cultivation, inquiry, and choice. 5. The Master said, take the Dharma, which is the root, as the essence, and utilize material goods properly by determining on each occasion what comes first and what comes later. It is the creative transformations of the mind that are important, not possession of material goods. 6. A student asked, what type of practice is most fundamental in this world? The Master said, mind practice is the most fundamental practice. Mind practice subsumes all other practices. Without it, no other practices will be properly applied. The student asked again, what skill is most fundamental in this world? The Master replied, the skill of harmonizing with others is most fundamental. It subsumes all other skills. Without it, no other skills will be properly applied. 7. The Master said, education is fundamental to progress. In education, education of the spirit is fundamental. Scholarship and technical skills may be necessary to development, but they will benefit the world only if they are grounded on truthfulness and public spiritedness. 8. A student asked, what is the foundation of moral education? The Master replied, nurturing well the thought of repaying the fundamental beneficence and requiting grace is the foundation of moral education. Only a society that properly practices moral education will have precedence in enjoying the cycle of great fortune in this new world. 9. The Master said, fruit trees must be fertilized at their roots in order to grow well and produce excellent fruit. In the same way, the mind being the root of human beings, one must first expend every effort in mind practice, in order to cultivate commendable personal character. How can one hope for the fruition of wisdom and merit without mind practice? 10. The Master said, quite simply, there are 2 things we seek in this world, merit and wisdom. The world is a field of merit, the universe is a mass of truth. Thus, We all possess the elements to attain merit and wisdom that are on a par with those of the Buddha, but we fail to attain them because we do not make every effort to seek them. If only we seek merit and wisdom hard enough, who can stop us from attaining them? However, if we fail to attain them no matter how hard we try, then this is because we are seeking merit and wisdom while deviating from truth. What we want, we must first seek, but we must seek merit and wisdom in accordance with truth. 11. The Master said, water will not dry up if it is fed by a spring, a tree will not wither if its roots are deep. In the same way, one's merit and happiness will be more abundant if the seeds of merit and virtue are planted in the functioning of the self-nature rather than if merit and happiness are just enjoyed in the present. Hence, constantly examine what is sprouting in your mind and endeavor to nurture good sprouts. The seeds and sprouts of merit and virtue are belief, public spiritedness, and loving kindness and compassion. 12. The Master said, if you wish to gain merit, cultivate the sprouts of merit within your formless mind. If you don't wish to receive retribution for transgressions, eradicate the roots of transgressions within your formless mind. Concern for others, even if it is only in your own mind, still produces merit and virtue. 13. The Master said, just as it is crucial for a surveyor to first ascertain the reference point, so too must we practitioners ascertain the reference point of our practice and activity. The reference point of our practice is our own mind practice, the reference point for delivering others is delivering ourselves. However, this does not mean that one should finish delivering oneself before going on to deliver others, rather, it means to study all learning on the basis of mind practice and endeavor to deliver others, while also delivering oneself. 14. While running a relief campaign for war victims. Following Korea's liberation, the Master said, this relief campaign has two aspects, relief and deliverance. For war victims, relief is most urgent, however, we should not stop there but should also work on the task of deliverance. How can we achieve true happiness and peace solely through material goods and armed force? True happiness and peace will only come by rightly delivering their minds. The greatest of all enterprises in this world is the religious enterprise. We must always proceed by combining the two aspects of relief and deliverance. 15. The Master said, there are many ways to benefit others, but nothing surpasses inducing them to generate right aspiration. There are many ways to harm others, but there is nothing worse than inducing them to make the wrong aspiration. This is because an aspiration becomes the seed of either wholesomeness or unwholesomeness. For life eternal. 16. The Master said, establishing a single local temple may seem easy, but it will only be possible if there are many meritorious people in that locality. The merit that comes from establishing a single temple is much greater than that of any other material donation. It is good to help starving people during a famine year, but there is even greater merit in establishing a business venture that will provide many people with a livelihood. Also, rather than a one-time material assistance, wouldn't there be even more merit in establishing an educational institution where students could learn, or in conducting distinguished research that brings convenience to people's lives? If so, what merit can be greater than establishing a temple as an even more important institution for cultivating the way, teaching the way and its power, and leading people together to become good human beings forever? 17. The Master said, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas take all of heaven and earth and the Dharma realm of empty space as their own households and sow merits and rewards throughout all the worlds of the 10 directions, thereby enjoying merits and rewards ceaselessly for all eternity. You may say something is great, but what could be greater than the boundless aspiration of the Buddha? You may say something is vast, but how could anything be vaster than the limitless granary of the Buddha? 18. The Master said, there are 3 methods of accumulating merit. First is the merit of the mind. One aspires to benefit others and to save the world, and prays sincerely on behalf of the public at large. Second is the merit of actions. By rendering virtue through one's own six sense organs and donating one's own possessions, one benefits others through one's actions. Third is the merit of Dharma. This is the merit of inheriting the wise mandate of the great way and the right Dharma, turning the Dharma wheel throughout the worlds of the 10 directions and the 3 time periods, and greatly developing this order of the way and the power of the way through one's spirit, physical body, and material possessions. This last merit is the most fundamental. 19. The Master said, the reason, most fundamentally, that we live at this practice site is none other than to pursue mind practice. In order to practice, we need to prepare food and clothing, and to do that, many members together have had to work, engage in enterprises, and establish institutions and facilities. However, there are quite a few practitioners who, perhaps forgetting what is fundamental, have allowed their minds to follow mundane desires and vainglory. How can I not worry about their future, with the roots and branches inverted? 20. The Master said to the students, although you are all practicing together at a single practice site, the way practitioners' minds are led astray varies according to each individual. There are those whose thoughts and aspirations are completely focused on this practice and this enterprise. There are those whose minds may sometimes be led astray, but by reflecting on their own minds, they return instantly to their original aspirations. There are those whose minds are often led astray, but after listening to the advice of their teachers and colleagues, they again take up their original duties. There are those who reveal through their behavior that they have gone astray and are thereby criticized by other members, but who are unwilling to reflect on their own behavior or listen to the advice of their teachers or colleagues, thus ruining their own practice and enterprises. Reflect on the current of your mind, so that you may avoid having huge regrets in the eternal world. 21. The Master said, when I see those who live at this practice site but who have abandoned all their aspirations to practice, I am distressed at how heavy their past karmic obstructions must be. We should be filled with awe when we consider the principles of birth and death, transgression and merit, but I can only feel pity when I see those who, having entered this religious order, still spend their lives heedlessly. 22. The Master said, when a thought arises, ascertain whether it concerns what is public or private, right or wrong, and turn it toward the public and the right from the very beginning. As the saying goes, a gust of wind can blow through a pinhole. The instant a perverted thought enters a corner of your mind, rectify it into a correct thought by immediately reflecting on your original aspiration so that you will have no regrets in the future. Even at a practice site, if you pass the time by forcing yourself to maintain appearances, without actually engaging in conscientious practice, you may be able to make it through the present lifetime, but in your next, you inevitably will leave the order and regress. The transgressions one commits in the order have far greater karmic consequences than those made in a private household. Hence, be fully aware of this, so that you have no regrets on the eternal path. A mind that reflects on the original aspiration is a mind that is close to the Buddha, therefore, a practitioner should think only of the way and emulate only the Buddha. 23. The Master said, while living at a practice site, you must distinguish between host mind and guest mind. What is our host mind? Do we live at this site to gain money, power, reputation, or other pleasures? We have gathered at this spiritual site with the purpose of achieving Buddhahood and delivering all sentient beings. Hence, that striving to attain Buddhahood and to deliver sentient beings is the host mind. If we let go of our host mind and, enticed by guest mind, lead a life where host and guest are reversed, what will become of our future? Therefore, though you may occasionally make good use of the guest mind while always fortifying a host mind that is like iron and stone, never allow your guest mind to take control of your host mind. Only thus will you firmly establish what is fundamental. 24. The Master said, the vow to attain Buddhahood and deliver all sentient beings is the loftiest and grandest of all human aspirations. A place where people live together in order to attain Buddhahood and deliver all sentient beings is the world's most sacred and precious place. Then, how important are our duties and how precious our lives. But it is easy for the mind to slack off after a while and to become disturbed when faced with sensory conditions. At a time like the present, when people's sentiments are changing from morning to evening because of political unrest and social complexities, if we allow ourselves to be even slightly negligent and do not take care of our minds, there is a real concern even at our practice site that we may forget our original obligations before we know it. Hence, we must be extremely cautious so that we will not forget to reflect steadily on our original purpose as time passes or as we face sensory conditions. As our practice matures over a long period of time, we will eventually reach our goal automatically without having to reflect on it. As our practice matures, this world will naturally transform into a Buddha land. 25. The Master continued, morning and evening. Prayers are rituals for venerating our fundamentals, they are designated times for attending to our minds. Hence, if you feel negligent due to physical and mental weariness, reflect back on your original purpose and perform those prayers earnestly with a renewed spirit. Early morning seated meditation is a great time to try to perceive our innocent, original face. Therefore, if weariness rather than some physical ailment makes you negligent, observe that schedule if only for a short while, by reflecting on your original purpose. Regular Dharma meetings and evening Dharma meetings are special occasions for feeding our spirits. Hence, even if you feel like neglecting them because you are trapped in the complexities of life, attend these meetings with unremitting sincerity by reflecting on your original purpose. Precepts are the life force of practitioners and the ladder for attaining Buddhahood. Hence, even if you feel like neglecting them by chasing after your mind's foolish demands, observe them even at the risk of death by reflecting on your original purpose. Scriptures are the bright lanterns that correctly guide us along the path ahead. Hence, if you become negligent by having your free time stolen away with other things, make every effort to deepen your acquaintance with them by reflecting on your original purpose. 26. The Master continued, the articles of our charter and regulations are a lifeline that brings together all of our congregation. Hence, if an attachment to personal opinions and biases prompts you to consider violating them, then, by reflecting back on your original purpose, protect the common public laws of the congregation as if they were your own life. We have not gathered here for our own fame and privilege, but for the common glory that derives only from the fame and privilege of our order as a whole. But if a selfish thought involving attachment to your own fame and privilege occurs, then, by reflecting on your original purpose, exert every effort to promote the fame and privilege of the whole. We have not gathered here in order to satisfy our own comfort and interests, but only to sacrifice ourselves for the membership as a whole. If, by tilting toward your own comfort and interests, you have the foolish thought of neglecting the safety of the congregation and the interests of the group as a whole, then, by reflecting on your original purpose, preserve intact your vow of selfless service to the public. We have not gathered here to seek the general knowledge that people learn in the world, but to learn and teach mainly the study of the way, which alone constitutes the foundation of all learning. If, unduly attracted by extraneous texts, you feel like slighting the foundational scriptures of the study of the way, then, by reflecting on your original purpose, keep in mind the great principle of what is primary and what ancillary. We have not gathered here for the fanciful pursuits of secular life or the momentary pleasures of human beings, but only to gain the serene and eternal joy of the mind. If, due to being enticed by the fanciful sea of greed, a useless thought occurs while living this truthful life of practitioners, then, by reflecting on your original purpose, remember and preserve the great vision for all eternity. 27 The Master continued, along with the practice of reflecting on your purpose, you should also cultivate the practice of reflecting on your self-nature. The authentic practice of reflecting on your self-nature is only accomplished when you have seen your nature and awakened. However, a practitioner with belief and dedication, even if he or she has not yet seen the nature, can still cultivate the practice of reflecting on the self-nature by relying on the Buddha's teachings. The principle is to take as the standard the essential dharmas of daily practice in the principal book of Won Buddhism and always search for the precepts, absorption, and wisdom of the self-nature amid the myriads of sensory conditions. Let me offer some examples in explanation. If at times you have an unjust thought regarding a certain matter because discrimination between self and other arises, then, by immediately reflecting on the self-nature, think of the realm of ill one where originally there is no self or other. If at times you have a mind to look down on someone below you due to discriminatory thoughts, then, by immediately reflecting on the self-nature, think of that realm of equality where originally there is no distinction. If at times your defilements blaze up so that your spirit will not settle on its own, then, by immediately reflecting on the self-nature, think of that pure and calm realm that is originally free from defilements. If at times an aberrant attachment arises due to being biased toward hatred or love, then, by immediately reflecting on the self-nature, think of that ultimate realm that is originally free from both hatred and love. If at times you have difficulty extinguishing your desires for material possessions due to attachment to being, then, by immediately reflecting on the self-nature, think of that realm of true voidness where originally there is nothing. If at times you become nihilistic toward all things by being attached to non-being, then, by immediately reflecting on the self-nature, think of the truth of marvelous existence where originally there is no non-being. If at times, facing a life and death situation, you develop a clinging to life and a fear of death, then, by immediately reflecting on the self-nature, think of that realm of the Dharmakya where originally there is no arising or ceasing. If at times the signs of dharmas arise and you are thereby unable to get along with others, then, by immediately reflecting on the self-nature, think of that realm that is free even of the signs of dharmas. If you practice in this manner, then, regardless of whether or not you have seen your nature and awakened, the functioning of your mind will gradually accord with the self-nature. When you continue with this practice over a long period of time, then, at all times and in all places, you will never be separate from the self-nature. Ultimately, you will clearly awaken to the truth of the self-nature, and, at the same time, the radiance of the self-nature will shine forth. This is the realm of the Buddhas and the functioning of the sages. 28 The Master said, the occupations of people's physical lives are primarily those of scholar, farmer, artisan, and merchant. In the life of the spirit, too, there are these same four occupations. Scholars of the way, who study and teach the way and its power, are the best of scholars. Farming of human beings, which raises human potential, is the best of all farming. Artisanship that reshapes the mind is the best of all artisanship. In commerce, the commerce of the Dharma, which espouses the right Dharma and disseminates it in the world, is the best commerce. 29 The Master said, material things are no more than the auxiliary things of our everyday lives. What we cannot do without to the very end are our minds. Hence, we must always keep accumulating in our minds the three great powers, so that we are always preparing in advance for the eternal world. 30 The Master said, instead of endeavoring to fill your storehouse of things that have form, endeavor instead to fill your storehouse of the formless world of truth. If a practitioner covets the things of the secular world and becomes attached to them, that may become a seed that will come to fruition in a future lifetime. This could dim one's cultivation of the spirit, and may well cause one's retrogression. 31 The Master said, worldly people consider gold, silver, and jewels to be the most precious of treasures, but in actuality all things that have signs are mere vanities. There are two true treasures in human life. The first is our true mind, which is eternally unextinguished and functions as the master of our true self generation after generation, lifetime after lifetime. The second is the right Dharma, which helps us gain true wisdom and merit by searching out our true minds. The true mind, internally, and the right Dharma, externally, are our eternal treasures. 32 The Master wrote these lines in literary Chinese. For a student, there is a great treasure here. Jade cannot be compared to it, gold cannot be compared to it. What is this treasure? It is that virtue which you have cultivated throughout your entire life, it is the purity of that one last thought. 33 The Master said, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas accomplish action by basing themselves on non-action. They attain perfect forms from the realm of formlessness. They manifest the true self in the realm where self is forgotten, they end up fulfilling themselves by caring for the public. He then wrote this out in literary Chinese. 34 The Master said, the founding master succinctly elucidated the essential way of attaining wisdom and merit by quoting a verse from an ancient scripture, not departing from the self-nature is the greatest of practices, being free of thought in its applications is the greatest of merits. He also said, meritorious action that is attached to signs can easily become a source of transgression and harm. All people raise children, but it becomes a great beneficence because parents retain no sign of it. Likewise, the greatest merit of all comes from making merit without any attachment to signs. 35 The Master said, the treasure trove of the inexhaustible storehouse is none other than the three great powers, internally, and the meritorious action of no thought, externally. These two things are the original source of inexhaustible blessings and happiness. 36 The Master said, persons of the way gain limitless blessings because they continue endlessly to accumulate merit even while they are receiving blessings. Ordinary persons, when they receive even the minor merits they have made, are apt to regress by being attached to them or becoming arrogant. Even merit can become a fund for calamity if it is abused, even calamity can become a fund for merit, if it is used well. 37 The Master said, when you are making merit, do not lament if it goes unrecognized. If you make merit and receive compliments, you will have already expended half that merit. Better to reflect on your deficiencies in making merit than to lament not receiving it. He continued, if you are sparing with the blessings that come your way, you will receive them over a long period of time. 38 The Master said, moves are made not only in the games of chess or Go but also in the myriad affairs of this world. Ordinary people can only see the immediate move before their eyes, but sages manage to see tens or even hundreds of moves in advance. Thus, ordinary beings accumulate infinite transgressions and suffering by pursuing only immediate gains and comfort in this life, but sages rest content amid poverty and delight in the way, and continuously exert themselves in mind practice and public service, even sacrificing the minor blessings and happiness of the present, for the sake of eternal wisdom and merit. 39 The Master said, sages do not cling to minor benefits in the present, but will even incur harm in order to gain benefits that are eternal, infinite, and true. Ordinary people, while seeking minor benefits, commit transgressions, and thus incur harm instead. True benefits can only be gained when they are based on justice and in accord with a great principle. 40 The Master said, if one seeks reputation, position, and authority in accord with the way, then not only will there be no transgressions but one will accumulate more merit thereby. If one declines a position even when one is deserving of it, that action will also accumulate hidden merit. To accept all of a blessing is to waste it, To offer merit to others without accepting it for oneself is an accrual of interest. The master continued, even persons of the way cannot realize all their plans and visions without holding a position. Hence, holding a position is not something bad, it is often something necessary. However, by observing the circumstances carefully, one should accept a position only in accordance with a great cause, and once one has gained a position, one should not monopolize its prerogatives but be sparing with them, if one hopes to keep that position for a long time. 41 The Master said, whether Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, or ordinary people, all are the same in liking what is good and disliking what is bad. But there are differences. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas will not accept something that goes against principle, no matter how much it is to their liking, but ordinary people will do so even against principle. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas do not cling to hatred and love even when they are faced with the sensory conditions of joy, anger, sorrow, and pleasure, but ordinary people become attached to what they like and dislike. Living in this world, both are the same in needing to have a position in order to realize their respective ideas and dreams. However, ordinary people often use position, authority, and wealth as tools to commit transgressions, while Buddhas and Bodhisattvas use them to benefit people in the world. Hence, the more merit the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas receive and utilize, the more merit and good fortune they come to bestow on all the people of the world. Therefore, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas always enjoy plentiful merit and good fortune. And, accordingly, even articles of daily use that are offered to them will be transformed into sacred items that bring benefit to the world. 42 The Master said, since one cannot honor oneself, honoring others is honoring oneself. Since you cannot promote your own merit, promoting others' merit is promoting your own merit. 43 The Master said, a day's pay is received immediately, but a year's farming is only harvested in the fall. In the same way, a great benefit is gained late and great practice takes a long time to mature. Do not become anxious after making a little merit because you do not immediately receive your due reward, instead, continue to make more merit. Do not relax after committing a transgression because you do not immediately receive your due punishment, instead, repent and rectify your ways at once. When the limits are fully reached, all that is supposed to return will return. Hence, steadily accumulate merit without being negligent. 44 The Master said, a day fly only sees a day, a mantis only sees a month. Hence, a day fly is as ignorant of a month as a mantis is of a year. Ordinary people see only a single lifetime, hence, they are ignorant of eternal life. However, because Buddhas and Bodhisattvas can see eternal life, they make extremely long-term plans and exert themselves on those matters that are most fundamental. 45 The Master said, sentient beings cling to worldly pleasures that are impermanent and ephemeral, hence, when their merit is finally exhausted, they retrogress. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sages, and saints, focus their minds on the transcendent bliss that is formless and immutable, hence, they enjoy ultimate bliss. Don't be attached to temporary pleasures and prosperity, but enjoy the meritorious pleasures and glory of the way and its power, which are judicious and everlasting. 46 The Master said, a day is lucky and auspicious. Not because of the day's fortune but because of each person's mind and conduct. An especially lucky day is one in which you meet a real mentor, establish a resolute mind on the true Dharma, and awaken to the principle of the self-nature. An ordinary lucky day is one in which you keep the precepts well, guard against selfishness, endure disgrace, and find serenity, repent from previous transgressions while not making any new ones, accumulate merit by benefiting others, and repay old debts by overcoming incidental suffering. 47 The Master said, for a practitioner, the birthday of the mind is more important than the birthday of the physical body. Our mind's great birthday is the day when our mind arouses a great aspiration for the great way that is free from arising and ceasing. Our mind's birthday is also that day when we take a hold of our minds, which may have retrogressed during practice, and stimulate our minds anew. Our mind's birthday is also that day when, in response to sensory conditions, we arouse with each thought a luminous mind and a wholesome mind. Just like the ancient man of the way saying, every day is a good day, we should spend our days as if every day is our birthday. I hope that you will reflect on your original vow every day and month and keep arousing wholesome thoughts, so that you will live luminous lives in the infinite world and become great figures who bring benefit forever to the whole wide world. 48. The Master said, there is a certain difference in the criteria of the 5 blessings in the secular and the transcendent worlds. In the Great Plan chapter of the Book of History, Shujing/Shuswan, longevity, wealth, health, a love of virtue, and a peaceful death are called the 5 blessings. In the ordinary world, however, longevity, wealth, honor, health, and numerous sons are called the 5 blessings. Ordinary people understand longevity simply as the long life of the physical body, but practitioners know that it means awakening to the truth that is free from arising and ceasing. Ordinary people presume wealth means owning lots of personal assets. But practitioners know that it means realizing that all the worlds of the 10 directions are one's own property. Ordinary people presume that honor only means gaining fame and official position, but practitioners know it means that all their actions are in accordance with the Dharma and the proper measure, thereby fulfilling the highest spiritual values. Ordinary people presume that health means avoiding physical ailments, but practitioners know that it means having no defilements or attachments in their minds. Ordinary people presume that having many descendants means to have many of their own offspring, but practitioners know that it means taking all sentient beings throughout the world of the 10 directions as your own family. Furthermore, there is this principle: if you acquire the 5 transcendent blessings, the 5 secular blessings will naturally accrue to you. Hence, by gaining this fundamental source of the 5 blessings, you should make every effort to enjoy the 5 secular and transcendent blessings. 49. The Master said, there is a difference in the standards for assessing income and expenditures in budgeting and settling the accounts in secular life and in a life of practicing the way. In secular life, having plenty of actual income makes life rich and comfortable. From the standpoint of truth, however, having plenty of savings from the perspective of truth provides abundant blessings and good fortune in the world of eternity, even if that might involve a loss in one's secular account. Foolish people do not understand the true meaning of income and expenditure, so they go for immediate income before all else, even by misleading others with various deceptions. It is like a debtor who falls deeper into the pit of debt. When will blessings and good fortune ever return to that person? Therefore, by understanding the correct path of income and expenditure, you should not only balance well secular income and expenditure in the spirit of benefiting oneself and benefiting others, but always offer additional benefits to others through your mind, speech, and actions, and cultivate an infinite field of merit through a true assessment of daily and monthly income and expenditures. 50. The Master said, there are 2 types of official rank, that bequeathed by humans and that bequeathed by heaven. Since that which is bequeathed by humans is given by humans, it can be taken away, but since that which is bequeathed by heaven is given by truth, it cannot be taken away. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas place importance on the latter, hence, they take the attainment of the 3 great powers, internally, as their true glory and the deliverance of the world, externally, as their true occupation, and thereby win praise by all people under heaven. This is the rank bequeathed by heaven. If you cultivate well this rank bequeathed by heaven, the rank bequeathed by humans will naturally follow, so that you will be able to enjoy both kinds of ranks for all eternity. 51. The Master gave a New Year's sermon titled, Reciting Scriptures to Dispel Calamities, according to this country's traditional customs. On New Year's Day, every household performs a ritual of offering prayers to dispel calamities by inviting a Buddhist monk or a blind person to recite scriptures. However, there is no firm evidence that this ritual dispels calamities or brings good fortune. If those who recite the scriptures do not understand their true meaning but merely read them with their mouths, then these customs will just end up falling into a kind of superstition. Hence, we should dispel our own calamities not by having someone else read scriptures overnight at the start of the new year but by reading scriptures ourselves every day, not just by reading scriptures out loud, but by reading them silently to ourselves, and not just by reading scriptures at our desks at specific times, but by reading scriptures conscientiously during all sensory conditions in both action and rest. If we are able to thoroughly put into practice our scriptures and simultaneously read and utilize well the pragmatic scriptures that are presented to us in the real world, then we will be able to readily dispel all our personal calamities and invite happiness into our homes, society, and nation. 52. The Master said, the Buddha expounded 3 types of scriptures to be read in accordance with our spiritual capacities. First are scriptures written on paper in ink. Second is the scripture of real life displayed in all the myriad forms in the universe. Third is the formless scripture that is originally complete in our self-nature. The scripture of real life is greater than the written scripture, and the formless scripture is even more basic than the scripture of real life. He added, it is said, before a sage is born, the way lies in heaven and earth. After the birth of a sage, the way lies with the sage. After the sage passes away, the way lies in scriptures. The fortuitous and natural way of heaven and earth is the greatest scripture of all. 53. The Master said, practitioners have 3 types of teachers: a human teacher, who teaches us through his or her speech, writing, and conduct; the universe as teacher, which awakens us through the wordless reality arrayed before our eyes; and our consciences as teachers, which rouse our own selves. One who aspires to attain the great way should receive guidance well from all 3 of these teachers. 54. The Master said, the fourfold grace is all a field of merit for us all. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas sow the seeds of edification in the public field of this limitless world generation after generation, lifetime after lifetime, and thereby become loving parents for the 4 forms of life and mentors to the triple world. Ordinary people, however, sow the seeds of profit and greed in the limited, selfish field and, even though they have devoted their whole lives to this effort, little benefit remains for them at the end. Buddhas and Bodhisattvas farm the formless mind field generation after generation, lifetime after lifetime, and forever attain boundless merit and infinite wisdom in the future world. Ordinary people work only on phenomenal things like wealth, sex, fame, and gain. Hence, while they are so working, they may feel they are gaining benefits, but when the time comes to leave this world, they will realize it was all in vain. 55. The Master said, the most important conditions for our practice over an eternity of kalpas are our vows and our Dharma affinities. Our vows help set our direction, our Dharma affinities help to guide and foster our vows. 56. The Master said to Chongsan, a fruit tree will bear excellent fruit only if its seeds are from good stock, and if it is planted in rich soil, watered regularly by rain and dew, and receives much human care. Likewise, to create a commendable personal character, human beings must also satisfy these 4 conditions. For human beings, habituations are the seeds. Everyone in this world is born with different minds and behavior because the seeds of their habituations are each different. Hence, each of you must work hard to create excellent seeds by forming good habits. The soil, for human beings, is parents, siblings, teachers, and friends, etc., as well as an affinity with a religious order. You must develop these types of good affinities in order to become an excellent person. If you do not, you may not receive correct guidance or may run into opposition or interference when you are trying to do the right thing, and, even if that were not the case, the seed of your vow may not sprout well unless it is planted in an order that follows the right Dharma. Hence, you should exert utmost effort to create many good affinities. For human beings, the rain and dew are the rain and dew of the Dharma. You should often read sacred scriptures and the books of the wise and listen to the Dharma discourses of superior fellow practitioners, so that the good seed of your mind will grow well and you will be able to advance. Hence, you should often receive the rain and dew of the Dharma. The human care in the creation of an excellent person is an individual's own effort. Even if a person possesses good habituations, good affinities, and hears good Dharma's teachings, one will not become an excellent person without each one making his or her own dedicated work and effort. Therefore, until an ordinary person transforms into a Buddha, each and every person must continue to amass practical efforts in order to create great personal character that will achieve Buddhahood and deliver all sentient beings. 57 The Master said, there is a story about a man who gave each of his 3 daughters a 1 mal, 18 liters, bag of unhusked rice as he was sending them off to marriage. A few years later, he went to see how things had turned out. One daughter had eaten all of the rice and was living in poverty. Another daughter had hung the bag up as a keepsake and was living just as before. The last daughter had used the rice for seed stock for farming, and was living well. Likewise, when coming into this world, each person is born with the seeds of merit and wisdom. However, some live poorly and in ignorance because they use up all the merit and wisdom they accumulated in their previous lives. Some are prudent and do not lead a profligate life, but they do not know to cultivate merit and wisdom anew and so always live as before. And finally some prepare merit and wisdom endlessly by fostering the 3 great powers. They only use a small portion of their merit on themselves and use the greater share on just causes, thereby accumulating even more merit. Even if a person is born with abundant merit, if that merit is used profligately or wasted, then one's merit will be reduced and there won't be much to say about their road ahead. For those who work hard at right practice and enterprises without sparing their effort or property whether in body or mind, their merit and wisdom will always be abundant. 58 The Master said, supernatural powers are like branches and leaves, seeing the nature and attaining Buddhahood are the root. Attending to the root will naturally make the branches and leaves more abundant, but attending just to the branches and leaves will naturally make the root wither away. Since the exercise of supernatural powers is an ancillary matter for the sages, the founding master, too, strictly prohibited it after founding the order. In delivering sentient beings, he resorted to daily propriety and the ordinary way by just taking the essential dharmas of the way of humanity as his core principle. This is the unsurpassed great way. Chapter 10. Being assiduous and sincere. One Cardinal Master Chongsan said, people of this world typically trust in what is apparent and visible but not what is otherwise. Their attention becomes immersed in external splendors, and they do not attempt to seek internal truth. Although they examine carefully even the tiniest of bits when it comes to immediate gains and losses, they do not give proper consideration to future transgressions and blessings. As a consequence, their actions always fall into mere formality and false appearances. They are unable to cultivate their fundamental abilities, and, after indulging in vanity and avarice each day, they ultimately fall into the pit of transgressive karma. How can this not be pitiable? There is a fable about a buck that was vain about his elegant antlers but despised his unsightly legs. One day he had to flee through the woods from a hunter. What saved him were his legs, which were ugly but quick. What could have killed him were his antlers, which looked magnificent but impeded his escape. This fable is a warning that accurately portrays the reality of this world. 2. The master continued, nowadays, in accordance with the development of material civilization, the splendors of the world are becoming ever more dazzling. If one wants to possess and utilize to one's heart's content all these conveniences of civilization, one needs fame, power, and wealth. As a consequence, human sentiments are naturally swayed by that aim, so that those who have managed to acquire some of them become arrogant and conceited, whereas those who have not will undertake any demeaning action in order to fulfill their desires. In the process, people commit all sorts of transgressions and sow the seeds of numerous enmities. Then, one morning, when the hunter of adverse conditions suddenly threatens them, they are thrown into utter confusion and look for a place of escape, trying to overcome the danger with the three spiritual requisites of the one mind, knowledge, and implementation. But since their abilities have not received any training in advance, they can hardly produce much effect. The fame, power, wealth, and other such things that they have previously acquired tend to become hindrances in various ways, leading them deeper into a fatal state. How pitiful it is! What is more, at the moment of death, which every person faces, the fame, power, and wealth acquired over a lifetime will be utterly useless. Instead, these will have caused one to accumulate unwholesome karma and to have become tangled in attachments, constraining one's unhindered spirit and obstructing one's affinities with the path of wholesomeness. Therefore, you must think deeply about this and bear it in mind, so that, whenever you face any situation, you will always assess your mind's capabilities and devote yourself sincerely to fostering the three great powers of cultivation, inquiry, and choice. 3. The master continued, since you have already entered an order that is cultivating the way, you must have a general sense of what is true and false. However, even while having that sense, if you do not check yourself well every moment of every day, you may still become easily enticed by external attractions before you even know it. In practice, too, if one has lots of scholarly knowledge, is able to write well, or can speak eloquently, then one may pride oneself on the advancement of one's practice. Or, if one receives compliments or is well treated, one can easily become conceited and think that one has made a great achievement. However, true practice does not consist in language or writing, rather, it consists only in your spirit gaining the power of freedom and thereby possessing the ability to enjoy complete mastery with regard to the 6 rebirth destinies and the 4 modes of birth, in realizing the foundation of all human affairs and universal principles, and thereby possessing an ability that is free from doubts or confusion regarding what is true or false and right or wrong, in acquiring the ability to keep all the precepts effortlessly by having all of your choice in action be in accord with the Dharma and the regulations. Only then may you be called a person who has attained Buddhahood. Therefore, in religious orders, regardless of how ignorant, lowly, or inarticulate a person may be, if that person's faith is rooted in the Dharma, and he or she is making progress in mind practice, then that person will never be regarded lightly but will be expected to become a great Dharma vessel in the future. 4. The master continued, furthermore, once you have gained some ability with regard to this mind practice, you will be able to preside over all things in the universe and utilize correctly fame, wealth, and all types of learning. External splendors that are based on the true power of mind practice are like water flowing from its fount and shadows cast by real bodies, that water and those shadows become real themselves. Look. From ancient times to the present, is there anyone who has ever been able to damage the reputation of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sages, and saints, taken away their authority, or been averse to their splendor? The more time passes, the more resplendent their reputation becomes, the More people are awakened, the greater their authority grows, and thus they come to accomplish great desires. By abiding in a realm that is free from desires. Therefore, by cultivating well this realm that is free from desires and fostering an ability that is free from forms, I hope that each of you will become a great worker in accomplishing our founding Master's public enterprise of the great opening of spirit. 5. The Master said, although it is easy for a person to make a passing name for oneself, it is difficult to prove oneself over time. Although it is easy to learn the names and characteristics of nominal things, it is difficult to comprehend their authentic truth. Although it is easy to perform a wholesome act that gains recognition at the moment, it is difficult to cultivate the fundamental roots of goodness. Names and characteristics are like shadows, only on the foundation of authentic reality will there be true gains and true fame. 6. The Master said, one who is arrogant loses people, one who is ostentatious loses truth. To lose people is to abandon the world, to lose truth is to abandon oneself. Seeking the way after losing these two is like expecting a harvest after losing the seed. 7. The Master said, of petty persons, so wholesome acts are easily ignored while his or her unwholesome acts are easily noticed. It is like something filthy that is nicely wrapped in silk, there is no hiding its stench. A superior person's kunya faults are easily ignored while his or her wholesome acts are readily noticed. It is like gold and jade wrapped in a rag, their value remains the same. Therefore, superior people do not spend their energy on external affectations but scrupulously practice inner cultivation, always making every effort to foster their true abilities. 8. The Master said, do not take pleasure in ostentatiousness in anything you do. To be ostentatious externally but inconsequential internally is the root of ruin. For the individual, the family, the society, and the nation. 9. The Master said, synthetic fabrics will never be the same as silk. Do not exert yourself in external ostentation but only cultivate what is real. 10. The Master said, when falsehood crumbles, it crumbles completely, but truth cannot be extinguished even by heaven and earth. 11. The Master said, an old saying refers to body, speech, writing, and judgment, which means that a person's character is evaluated by one's appearance, articulateness, writing style, and judgment. Of these, judgment is most important, but even more important is that person's mind. 12. The Master said, worldly people often evaluate others only by their external appearances, but in religious orders, people's characters are judged by whether or not the seed of blessings and virtue are sprouting in the foundation of their minds. Just as conventional people often evaluate others by their academic affiliations or their social status, people's characters are judged in religious orders by whether or not their minds are endowed with a nature that is inclined toward discovery of truth. Although worldly people evaluate others by their current positions or reputations, people's characters are judged in religious orders by whether or not they tread the path of righteousness in their actions. 13. The Master said, human ailments in such peripheral areas as the eyes, ears, or limbs are not immediately life-threatening, but ailments that occur internally, especially a heart attack, can cause instant loss of life. Likewise, in the ailments of the mind, minor faults that are involuntarily displayed out of habit are not critical symptoms. If, however, one deceives one's own inner heart, especially committing unconscionable acts without regret and thereby paralyzing one's conscience, then one's character will be ruined. 14. The Master said, one's external appearance and academic affiliation make up one's outer character, one's internal conscience makes up one's inner character. If we were to compare these to a tree, the external character is the branches and leaves and the inner character is the roots. The roots have to be well cultivated for the branches and leaves to be luxuriant and the fruit abundant. 15. The Master said, there are three kinds of learning. First is to expand one's knowledge by external listening and learning. Second is to cultivate one's knowledge and perspective through self-awakening by internal study and inquiry. Third is to apply in practice what one has learned and awakened to, so that one's conduct will be consistent with one's knowledge. Of these 3, learning through practical application is most important. 16. The master said to his students, in ancient times, there was a village gatekeeper in China named Ha-Ying. He was just an ordinary gatekeeper, but because his ability and talent were so extraordinary, not only was his reputation widely recognized throughout the realm, but his modest village gate became famous as well. If, in the future, a person of great ability and achievement appears among you, then our academy will also become famous, just like that village gate in ancient China. Nowadays, the age of empty formalities has passed, and true ability and practical achievement have become crucial. Qualifications. Only those with real knowledge and actual applications will be sought after and employed in the world. Hence, you should not be enticed by external formalities, but only exert yourselves on acquiring real ability. In the future, whichever workplace you may enter, I hope that you exhibit your abilities in your given post and thereby make yourselves and your workplaces well recognized together, as Ha-Ying did for his village gate. 17. The master said, in the world to come, real ability must have matured before one can stand on one's own 2 feet. The conditions behind real ability involve more than just knowledge or talent. Rather, one needs, first, to be sincere, second, to have public spirit, and third, to possess power of the way. He continued, those who will become masters in the world to come are those who have Dharma rank, who are authentic, and who benefit the public in one way or another. 18. The master said, the world of Maitreya Buddha refers to a world that is assiduous and sincere. Even religions will flourish in this world only by having doctrines that correspond to reality and emphasizing self-power as their main tenet. Individuals, too, will flourish only by being diligent in their vocations through self-power and producing results that lead to real public benefit through the true power of the way. 19. The master said, politicians make a lot of noise, but persons of the way accomplish great works quietly. They handle great public matters just as if they were eating meals and doing household chores. 20. The master said, the founding master always used to say, in the future, those who insist on empty formalities will meet with disillusionment in their lives. In the coming world, a person must be authentic and possess real abilities in order to be successful, must have faith and public spiritedness in order for that person to be put to use in the world, and must be virtuous and active in order to accomplish great enterprises. 21. The master wrote these lines in literary Chinese. For Chn Guang, those of superior wisdom treasure faithfulness. Those of average wisdom treasure fame and gain. Those of inferior wisdom treasure material goods. The treasure of material goods is as vain as floating clouds and as precarious as a pile of stones. The treasure of fame and gain may seem glorious on the outside, but lacks authenticity on the inside. The treasure of faithfulness is in perfect correspondence with the way and thus has infinite longevity, and fame and material goods are fully endowed therein because their inside and outside are completely interfused. 22. At Sandong Temple, the master wrote a line in literary Chinese in an album of single phrases, rain or shine is up to heaven. Later, he visited Namun Temple and said, the line is not complete. Adding these words will make it a living Dharma phrase, to sow or cultivate is up to human beings. 23. One day after finishing an apricot, the master said to Pak Hun, do not throw away this fruit stone but plant it somewhere around the practice site. A mind that enjoys planting trees is a virtuous mind. Then, he said, even though you may not see it bear fruit in your lifetime, you will be planting seeds of virtue for posterity. This is a person of the Wei's state of mind, which has ample room for advancement. So, enjoy planting trees. 24. A Confucian scholar who was ordained into the order later in life was residing in the headquarters without any assigned duties, which the manager considered unfair. The master said, "The very fact that a Confucian scholar of that caliber is residing in our premises will offer covert encouragement to others. Also, shouldn't we create a Dharma affinity with him so that he may accomplish great things for this order, if only in his next life?" 25. A student had a fit following serious mental anguish and his mentor suggested sending him home immediately. The master said, "When a severe attack of intestinal convulsions occurs in the body, we can make them subside by merely opening up the 4 critical points with acupuncture. Likewise, when a violent upset occurs in a person's spirit, that mental fit may be stopped by looking after and opening up a few blocked points of mental anguish. Hence, do not just think of sending him home, but let us try instead to open up his mind's 4 critical points." 26. Whenever key figures from branch temples or institutions visited, Master Chongsan would always inquire about every detail concerning their situations, and when there were difficulties, he would make sure to keep track of them and, after thorough consideration, offer his solutions. 27. A dormitory superintendent reported to the master, "What should I do about a student who will not listen, no matter how much I try to guide him?" The master said, "A counselor who tries to force the student to submit to his own temperament will not succeed. Your edification will succeed if you guide him slowly and by proper steps after first observing the student's spiritual capacity and temperament and clearly understanding his aptitude and desires." 28. A student asked, "Isn't it proper to expel colleagues who lack fidelity?" The master said, "To expel colleagues because they lack fidelity would also harm your own fidelity, hence, this would be a minor justice. To forgive them and help them ultimately find fidelity so that you may complete your original vow together is major justice." 29. An ordained devotee was creating a schism in the order by exerting much energy into gaining popularity. About this, the master said, "The admiration that you set out deliberately to gain will bring disenchantment when it vanishes. Hence, don't be concerned about gaining popularity. Once you possess the power of the way and public spiritedness, you will not fail in edification for a lack of disciples." 30. An ordained devotee expressed his intent to enter the world of politics. The master said to him, "For a person who has already made a vow regarding the great enterprise of attaining Buddhahood and delivering sentient beings, what other work should he take on to the neglect of this one? Persons of the way should become teachers of politicians rather than becoming politicians themselves." 31. One day, the wife of an important political figure was supposedly coming to visit. One group of devotees was preparing to welcome her, while another was opposed. The master said, "Make preparations without exceeding what is proper. She must have already accumulated a certain amount of merit, and if she comes to entertain friendly feelings toward our order, wouldn't that create an affinity for her future deliverance?" 32. Observing how birds often sat on the branches of a persimmon tree in front of the prime Dharma master's quarters, and ruined the persimmons by poking at them. The master said to his attendant, "Even those birds should not accrue debts when they're not rendering any assistance in the founding of this great order. Shoo them away." When the attendant was not around, the master shooed them away himself. 33. After meeting Master Chongsan for the first time, Kim Chingu said of him, "An unclouded moon and a fresh breeze." Wang Sngta said, "A gentle breeze and felicitous clouds." And Pingak said, "The best face I've ever seen in this world," and how sincerely the master must have pursued a life of practice for his face to brim with such peaceful joy and kind-heartedness. Chapter 11, Dharma Admonitions. One Cardinal Master Chongsan said, "Physical life is a side job, spiritual life is the main occupation." 2. The master said, "Precepts, absorption, and wisdom are the clothing, food, and shelter of our spirits. 3. The Master said, if one attains great enlightenment in one's youth, devotes oneself to the work of edification in middle age, and attains liberation in one's twilight years, then that would be a perfect life. 4. The Master said, it will be more difficult to deliver a person who, even while living in a practice site, does not understand the importance of the Dharma. 5. The Master said, observe the precepts strictly, starting with the minor ones. We must take our Dharma seriously if the people of this world are to take it seriously. 6. The Master said, be like a Hinayana adherent in your observance of the precepts, be like a Mahina adherent in your edification of the world. Thus, you should simultaneously pursue both Hinayana and Mahina. 7. The Master said, it is said that, in times past, a certain Confucian scholar would read only the lesser learning, Zioxu, throughout his life. Even if we were only to read and apply the essential dharmas of daily practice for our whole lives, that would be enough to attain Buddhahood. 8. The Master said, the great way under heaven is succinct and simple. Those who have taken command of the path of practice distill the essence of the Buddhist canon into a word or two of its main principles and put them into practice. 9. The Master said, make your resolution extraordinary, but your conduct ordinary. 10. The Master said, dozing off while listening to the Dharma is like eating rice cakes in a dream, sitting and listening to the Dharma without paying attention is like looking at rice cakes in a painting. 11. The Master said, knowledge and self-awakening are different. If self-awakening does not follow from knowledge, one will be nothing more than a slave to knowledge for one's whole life. 12. The Master said, if one never lets go of one's faith and its application, one will ultimately gain realization. 13. The Master said, the Buddha Dharma that is endowed with the Buddhism of faith, the Buddhism of learning, and the Buddhism of realized practice is the true Buddha Dharma. 14. The Master said, superstition is nothing but believing without knowing. 15. The Master said, in your daily greetings, instead of inquiring only about each other's physical well-being, greet each other by saying, let us perform our mind practice well. For a practitioner of the way, this is the right kind of greeting. 16. The Master said, an ancient sage instructed his disciples to become salt. I encourage you to become a lotus. A lotus may have its roots deep in the mud, but its leaves remain unsullied and its flowers beautiful and fragrant. It is the symbol of practitioners of the way in this new world. 17. The Master said, to counteract greed, hatred, and delusion, 3 things are essential: integrity, public spiritedness, and intelligence. Integrity counteracts greedy thoughts, public spiritedness counteracts hateful thoughts, and intelligence counteracts deluded thoughts. 18. The Master said, if you just reach that point where you willingly accept admonishment, your practice will grow steadily day after day. 19. The Master said, who has the sharpest eyes? The one who observes well one's own faults. Who has the keenest ears? The one who listens well to sincere admonitions. 20. The Master said, just as it is difficult to offer a deliverance sermon to a person on his deathbed who is unaware he is dying, so too is it difficult to admonish someone who does not know how to reflect on oneself. 21. The Master said, just as the eye cannot see itself and a mirror cannot reflect itself, so too sentient beings are bound by a sign of self and, unable to see their own faults, only see others' faults. Practitioners observe themselves by transcending both self and others, hence, they understands correctly the faults of both themselves and others. 22. The Master said, someone who has neither aroused an aspiration in one's mind nor makes any effort to progress is a person who is dead while alive. 23. The Master said, one's vow and one's desire may seem similar, but there is a world of difference between them. Vow creates a state of mind that seeks to benefit the public by transcending oneself. Desire is a state of mind that seeks to benefit oneself with oneself as the center. 24 The Master said, the most important thing for a dying person is to keep one's final thought pure and clear. The most important thing for a person making one's start in the world is to entertain a great initial aspiration. The aspiration to attain Buddhahood and deliver all sentient beings is the greatest of all. 25 The Master said, just as a traveler has a destination, a practitioner's destination is Buddhahood. 26 The Master said, all human affairs perforce end up right is a correct Chinese adage, but we could actually replace right with a homophonous Chinese character and say, all human affairs perforce end up as they are predetermined. They say calamity will extend to one's descendants, but in fact we should say calamity will extend to oneself. 27 The Master said, a selfish state of mind as minuscule as a thread can lead to the ruin of the great enterprise of eternal life. All those people who have had a change of heart halfway along and ended up backsliding are in effect your teachers. 28 The Master said, those who, enticed by desire and attachment, do not know how to fear transgressions, are like fish who, enticed by bait, do not understand they are going to die. To think that one can deceive or evade truth is like fish thinking they have found a safe refuge inside the fishing net. 29 The Master said, the mind that is innocent and free from perversity is the mind of heaven, the judgments made through it are heaven's judgments. If one judges one's own wholesome and unwholesome acts through one's own heavenly mind, one will be able to know heaven's judgment. 30 The Master said, no matter how advanced science may become, work that ought to be done by the heavenly principle will be done by the heavenly principle, and work that ought to be done by humans will be done by humans. 31 The Master said, that change occurs when an extreme is reached is the principle of heaven and earth. Hence, whether it is individuals, families, groups, or nations, all have to be cautious at times of prosperity. 32 The Master said, the Chinese character TK, virtue or power of the way, is also glossed as great. Virtue is the root of the influence that can redeem the 6 rebirth destinies and the 4 modes of birth. What can be greater than this? 33 The Master said, if human kindness is excessive, it becomes an attachment. If appropriate, however, it is virtue itself. 34 The Master said, if you handle all matters with harmony and gentleness, you will certainly be able to overcome aggressiveness and accomplish the task without clashing with anyone. However, if no amount of harmony and gentleness will work, then sometimes you perforce must resort to aggressiveness. 35 The Master said, the strong helping the weak. Progress can be either harmonious evolution or disharmonious evolution. Harmonious evolution means helping the weak to progress by offering them assistance. Disharmonious evolution means helping them to progress by defying their minds so as to arouse their zeal. 36 The Master said, truly virtuous persons know how to be bright when they need to be bright and dim when they need to be dim. 37 The Master said, a virtuous person is always more cautious with his or her inferiors. 38 The Master said, although it is difficult for the inferior to serve the superior, it is even more difficult for the superior to take good care of the inferior. 39 The Master said, it is said, the mouth is the gate of calamity, but in fact, the mouth is the gate of both calamity and blessings. Use it wrongly and the mouth becomes a gate of calamity, use it well and what a great gate of blessings it can become. 40 The Master said, transgression and blessing hinge on a single word. Hence, do not speak even a single word carelessly. 41 The Master said, speak liberally, and act with celerity. 42 The Master said, a practitioner of the way who enjoys receiving favors but practices poorly will fall into baleful destinies. Practice while receiving as few favors as possible from others, so that you will accrue fewer debts. 43 The Master said, do not relish receiving favors and be wary of receiving favors from those with strong faith. Otherwise, it will be like picking up popped rice after setting fire to the whole crop. 44 The Master said, physical footprints are left in the dirt, traces of one's mental activities are left in empty space, traces of one's life are left in the merit one has bestowed. 45 The Master said, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sages and saints, having transcended fate, receive and utilize misfortune or blessings of their own accord. Ordinary persons and sentient beings, being dragged along by fate, are controlled by misfortune and blessings. 46 The Master said, it is difficult to endure hardship, but if you endure it again and again, your numinous elixir will be strengthened. It is difficult to be steadfast, but if you keep at it, your mental powers will accumulate and you will attain freedom in all things. 47 The Master said, the power of single-mindedness is tremendous. When 8 or 9 disciples of the founding master were working on the levee project during the winter months, they had to crack the ice and get into the icy water to work. Even though there was a severe outbreak of influenza that winter, all the members got through it without falling ill. 48 The Master said, there is a big difference between the practice of enduring difficulties and making a new turn in the mind through words alone and doing it painstakingly. Once you have managed to persevere through several difficult matters, subsequent matters will be easier to handle. 49 The Master said, Zhu Xi said, brambles grow back again even after being pruned, but irises and orchids die easily even when cultivated with care. It is difficult for us to engage in wholesome acts but easy to commit unwholesome ones. Exert yourself to prune unwholesome states of mind just as they begin to sprout. And maintain and cultivate wholesome states of mind, so that the wholesome roots of the seed of Buddhahood will take deep root over innumerable lifetimes. 50 The Master said, though sages may engage in disputes over right and wrong or feel love and hate, they differentiate right from wrong based solely on what is in the public's interest, and they engage in love and hate with a mind that is unattached to anything. 51 The Master said, wholesomeness is apparent. Thanks to unwholesomeness, unwholesomeness improves and develops thanks to wholesomeness. However, true wholesomeness manifests as wholesomeness by transcending the dichotomy between wholesome and unwholesome. 52 The Master said, ordinary persons are caught up in minor goodness and are unable to perform great goodness, they are caught up in minor wisdom and are unable to attain great wisdom. Sages carry out great acts of goodness through minor acts of goodness and gain great wisdom from minor wisdom. 53 The Master said, take pity on bad people, but don't hate them. Venerate good people, but don't be jealous of them. 54 The Master said, those of superior spiritual capacity are those who naturally possess a wholesome nature. Those of medium spiritual capacity are those who perform wholesome acts only after learning to do so. Those of inferior spiritual capacity are those who are unable to perform wholesome acts even after learning about them. 55 The Master said, even if you have won this time, you will lose next time if you are arrogant and heedless, even if you have lost this time, you will win next time if you are humble and zealous. 56 The Master said, ordinary persons accrue ever more debt because of the many conditions they stipulate, sages always enjoy abundant merit because of the many duties they take on. 57 The Master said, to be resentful of a partial harm without realizing the totality of the grace one receives is like thinking food is your enemy because you suffered once from indigestion. 58 The Master said, ordinary persons appreciate a small favor or an initial favor, but do not understand well a great favor or a continuous favor. Only by appreciating the great fundamental grace may we carry out the true requital of grace. 59 The Master said, those who live only a life of gratitude will always receive assistance from the fourfold grace, those who live only a life of resentment will always be harmed, even by worms and insects. 60 The Master said, if you don't resent even a single thing, nothing will bear you rancor. 61 The Master said, nothing will be accomplished if you are negligent. 62 The Master said, success derives from not being negligent, hence, do not stop midway but work toward the result until the very end. 63 The Master said, the expression, "it's no use at all," is a phrase that destroys the affinities between you and the task or object at hand. Do not say it. 64 The Master said, heaven does not bestow blessings that people have not created, people do not receive punishments for transgressions that they have not committed. 65 The Master said, aspire to what is great but accumulate merits starting with the smallest. If you exert yourself to make merit without concern for reward, great merit and great reward will return to you. 66 The Master said, as a person leaves this world, he or she should leave behind an abundance of righteousness, merit, and aspiration. 67 The Master said, do not lament that the world does not recognize you. Truth is just and fair, so the merits one has accumulated will not turn to naught. Of all virtues, hidden virtue and the virtue of no thought are supreme. 68 The Master said, there are three types of courage. Relying only on physical force without understanding what is essential and ancillary is brute courage. Attacking injustice to establish righteousness is righteous courage. Not compromising one's righteous intent, but steadfastly progressing through outward gentleness and inward firmness is the courage of the way. 69 The Master said, there are three types of shame. Being ashamed to ask even though one does not understand is foolish shame. Being ashamed only of one's revealed faults and errors is outward shame. Being ashamed by checking one's conscience and then securing a righteous state of mind is inward shame. 70 The Master said, even in secular life, we speak of 4 happy occasions. But, for us, when an old ailment naturally cures itself, what a happy occasion it is. When everyone can be provided with a miraculous medicine, what a happy occasion it is. When all dharmas become thoroughly clear to you, what a happy occasion it is. When all creatures take refuge in the Buddha-dharma, what a happy occasion it is. 71 The Master said, a loyal subject of old said, on my death, I will become a pine tree and will alone be ever green. Let us instead become pine trees while we are still alive, so that together we will be pure and clear, and devote our full measure of loyalty to our order and the world. 72 The Master said, existence entails blockage, voidness entails pervasive openness. To be blocked is to be dark, to be wide open is to be bright. 73 The Master said, one who performs well the practice of the even and constant mind is a true person of the way. Whether poor or wealthy, noble or humble, suffering or happy, the mind of the way has to be consistent. For one to be a great person of the way. Chapter 12. The Way of Public Spiritedness. One Cardinal Master Chongsan admonished ordained devotees and wrote for them a phrase in literary Chinese, let your vision pervade the universe. May your fidelity remain consistent from past to present. He then explained, vision refers to your aspiration and your plans, only when your aspiration and plans are grand will your success also be grand. Faith and dedication refer to belief and devotion, you will accomplish a grand enterprise only if your sincerity and effort do not flag till your aspiration is realized. 2 The Master said, once you have proclaimed through speech or the written word your intent to become an ordained devotee before heaven and earth, the Dharma realm of empty space, the sacred spirit of the founding Master, and our congregation, you must guard your fidelity for all eternity. Even if no one else under heaven pursues this practice or this public enterprise, and even if everyone offers nothing but criticism and ridicule, devote yourselves to this task till the very end with a firm determination never to allow this spirit to yield. 3 The Master said, if an ordained devotee is being forcibly led about without self-awareness and, unable to overcome that hardship, lives a life at variance with the fundamental spirit of ordination, then it would have been better for that person to remain in lay life and assist with the order's tasks. If a widow forces herself to preserve her chastity without understanding the true meaning of a chaste life, she may fall into actual degeneracy if it is overdone. Likewise, ordained devotees without self-awareness become corrupted when not reflecting on the fundamental spirit of ordained life. Therefore, once you have met the right mentor, always rejoice in the way by single-mindedly seeking the way. Only by overcoming both favorable and unfavorable sensory conditions as they appear, remaining content with your given duty, and dedicating yourself to the order in pioneering the future will you become admirable ordained devotees for all eternity. For the Master said, the more trials and tribulations a given history endures for a righteous cause, the more glorious that history remains through the ages. On the other hand, a history that unjustly indulged in gaiety and merriment leaves only shame through the ages. In ancient times, Jesus voluntarily accepted the punishment of crucifixion on behalf of the public. Ichadon, d. 528, of the Silla dynasty voluntarily forsook his life in order to disseminate in this world the Dharma words of Kayamuni Buddha and deliver sentient beings from their transgressive karma through his miracle. When, for the sake of the public, they would not even spare their own lives, what need is there to talk about the rest of their austerities and sacrifices? They are truly worthy exemplars of public spiritedness throughout the ages. 5. The Master said, those who commit themselves to public service may well emulate the spirit of Admiral Yi Sun-sin, 1545–1598, who remained at peace with his lot even while enduring wrongful treatment, bearing no resentment even when receiving no recognition from his superiors, and caring for the country's security without thinking about who might get the credit. They may well emulate the spirit of Lin Xiangrui, Du, of the Zhao dynasty, 403–222 BCE, who, for the sake of the country, would slink away from his political opponents, even though the world might call him a coward, and the spirit of Wang Hai, 1363–1452, who accepted a government position for the sake of the masses, despite accusations of being unprincipled. 6. On hearing the news of the death of Pai Kimku, 18751949, the Master lamented on the nation's loss. After praising his unrelenting righteousness, his meticulous faithfulness, and the tenacity of his frugality and pragmatism, the Master said, while cherishing his magnificent spirit, if we attend to each matter in managing our order with a similar frame of mind, it will strengthen the development of this order. You, too, once you are established in the right way, should embrace a great purpose that will not be defeated regardless of gain and loss, joy and suffering, or life and death, and even while undergoing 1,000 hardships and myriad sufferings. Once you have promised to share together your joys and sufferings as fellow devotees and have come together in friendship, then whatever situation you may face should not affect your mutual faith. Once you have vowed to accomplish this public service, then, no matter which duty you may be assigned, always be diligent in your activities and frugal in your consumption so that you may satisfactorily accomplish this great enterprise in the eternal world. 7. The Master said, there is a phrase, a hereditary vassal like a lofty tree. A hereditary vassal refers to a prominent minister whose family has served the state from generation to generation, so that the family's destiny becomes intertwined with the nation's destiny. 4. Us as well, those devotees whose life and death, joy and suffering, have become intertwined with this order are our hereditary vassals. A person with such fervor for this order and teaching who, like Ichadon of the Silla dynasty, shares with the order throughout all 3 time periods its suffering, joys, and concerns, and who is willing to forsake his life, believing that the demise of this Dharma would be his own demise and the prosperity of this Dharma his own prosperity, that person is none other than a hereditary vassal of this order. The ancient Paich kingdom, 15 BCE 660 CE, was first named Sipch, 10 aids, because it had 10 hereditary vassals, and was subsequently known as Paich, 100 aids, when the number of such vassals increased to 100. In our order's case as well. Whether we have 1,000 or 10,000 ordained devotees, the more of them we produce who see their lives as intimately intertwined with this order and who are unaffected by the highest authorities of the world and untempted by gold, silver, or jewels, the more will our order forever flourish and be renowned throughout the 10 directions. 8. The Master said, the source of any enterprise's success or failure is the attentiveness or inattentiveness of the masters. Maintaining consistent dedication and heedfulness from beginning to end is attentiveness, which is the source of success. Dwindling enthusiasm after experiencing some hardship or increased negligence with the passage of time is inattentiveness, which is the source of failure. We who are pursuing the Buddha's enterprise and practicing to becoming Buddhas must not abandon our continuous devotion and ceaseless heedfulness and must make every effort to reap great success that knows no retrogression. 9. The Master said, ordaining does not make you all authentic ordained devotees any more than residing in a practice site makes you all persons of the way. We must not forget even for a moment the blood and sweat of the founding Master and our forebears, which laid the foundation of our order. When we recall the history of its establishment selling charcoal and constructing levees in the dead of winter in Insan, traveling back and forth to Piansan while eating coarse meals and raising traveling funds by peddling straw mats, farming, and making confectionery during the construction of Iksan headquarters, and so on, we must see in even a handful of soil or a single pillar the result of the blood and sweat of the founding Master and our forebears. Always be frugal and do not waste anything. We must remember and sustain from generation to generation their assiduous founding spirit that accomplished the great through the small. 10. The Master said, it is said that in a wealthy household in Seoul, an A-frame backpack is enshrined in their ancestral hall in order to commemorate the way their ancestors began to build their family fortune through salt peddling and, at the same time, to remind the future generations of their ancestors' assiduous and frugal spirit. What an exemplary practice this is! We, too, must never forget the foundation of this enterprise, which was established through the assiduous and frugal devotions of our founding Master and the 9 initial disciples. For this order to develop forever, we must break through any future poverty or tribulation safely and joyfully by commemorating the poverty at the time of its inception. 11. The Master said, public funds are the congregation's money and are to be used for the sake of the many, hence, the transgression of misappropriating public funds is much greater than that for private funds. Therefore, be fearful in spending public funds. Also, it is said that, if one slanders or maliciously harms great public figures like Buddhas and Bodhisattvas or sages and saints, one will fall into a living hell, because such a transgression incurs the wrath of heaven and earth as well as the Dharma realm of empty space. 12. The Master said, even though one may hold only a minor position all one's life because of limited knowledge and mediocre abilities, one will be nothing less than a great person of the way and an authentic ordained devotee if, in caring for the public and the way, one's mind of taking pleasure in the way never ceases. On the other hand, if one's mind is discontent in all situations and seeks excessive attention incommensurate with one's own character, then that person is not an authentic ordained devotee. 13. The Master said, being an ordained devotee is the sacred vocation of those who, of their own accord, have made a vow and committed themselves to consecrating their lives through eternity. Hence, an ordained devotee should neither be concerned about not being recognized nor be upset at not being well treated. 14. The Master said, the mind of one who acts with a full sense of identification with the order is always at ease, whether or not one receives recognition. On the other hand, One who acts while distinguishing the order from oneself feels hurt and resentful when others do not recognize one. Hence, exert yourselves to become utterly impartial and selfless public servants by always reflecting on whether you are a person who devotes yourself completely to this order or one who uses the order to promote one's private interests. 15. The Master said, in either personal practice or public enterprises, there are those who pursue these either with a master's mentality or a servant's mentality. Practice performed with a master's mentality refers to a person who practices with the confidence that this practice alone is the path of deliverance throughout all three time periods, hence, whether one feels like practicing or not, and whether others recognize it or not, one steadily accumulates one's power of practice. Practice performed with a servant's mentality refers to a person who practices reluctantly and out of concern for the teacher's or other people's eyes and ears. In enterprises, too, having a master's mentality means being frugal with the public's possessions as if they were one's own, taking care of the order's members as if they were one's own family, and taking the order's concerns and pleasures as if they were one's own, thereby sharing with the order its gains and losses, its hardships and joys. Having a servant's mentality means remaining indifferent even when the order's properties are wasted and its reputation damaged as if those were none of one's business, or leaving signs of one's merit making in any little merit one makes, so that one keeps complaining or just calculating how much recognition one receives. Because a master is attentive and unconcerned about being recognized, proper and boundless merits return to that person. Hence, if one steadily keeps up a master's practice and enterprises, one will ultimately reach a realm where all the worlds of the 10 directions become one's own property. Such figures will be the great masters of our order. 16. The Master said, even in a private household, the master has more cares than the servant. Because it is his own household, the master thinks about a wider range of things, and, since he understands deeply the details of household management, the master becomes concerned before anyone else. After all, one has to have some understanding before one will become concerned. Because Buddhas and Bodhisattvas understand the great matter of birth and death, the principle of the retribution and response of cause and effect, and the fact that all living beings are but a single family, they actually have great concern while being unconcerned. However, because ordinary persons and sentient beings behave as they please, without any understanding, they have no real concerns even amid a whole sea of concerns. Therefore, regarding the order's household matters, the one who takes charge of matters of concern, pays thoughtful attention, and makes an effort to find solutions is the true master of the public path. 17. The Master said, the master takes the lead in all matters and has no complaints because he is the owner. The master is concerned about and takes care of all the workers, whether they are at the center or on the fringes of the business, shares all hardships and joys with the entire group, does not abandon the enterprise regardless of either favorable or adverse conditions, and works hard till the very end to bring it to completion. Since you have all joined this order of the Great Way, you should be sincere masters of this public path, by reflecting often on yourselves to see how well you are maintaining a master's mentality. 18. The Master said, while I was counseling our colleague Chongsan to take a leave of absence to recuperate, I heard a thoughtful Dharma talk from him. Chongsan said, since I have already dedicated myself for life, I will be satisfied and without regrets if I can assist in producing many persons of the way and fostering good health among my comrades by performing my duties well. So, do not worry about me. Although one needs to take care of oneself in order to carry out public service, a mind like Chongsan's demonstrates the true spirit of an ordained devotee and the frame of mind of a master of the way of public spiritedness. 19. The Master said to the students, rules and regulations are the life of an organization. Once you have decided on a mentor and vowed to receive guidance, you must sincerely have faith in that teacher and follow his or her guidance. You should freely express your thoughts during consultation, but after a decision is reached following an impartial discussion, you must accept it gladly. If you are to qualify as an authentic member of a public household. 20. The Master said, for discussions concerning personnel management, each institution must respect others' claims and every person must grasp the greater principle so that personnel may be properly allocated by appointing the right person to the right position. However, when there continue to be disagreements, follow the majority view after carefully listening to all parties. 21. The Master said, it is a serious transgression against the religious order and the Dharma realm if an ordained devotee recklessly breaks general rules and regulations, hinders the order's development for the emotional reasons of a few persons, destroys the two fields of blessings and wisdom of a large number of people, by planting doubts in their minds regarding the principle of cause and effect and the way of neither arising nor ceasing, and does not encourage belief and public spiritedness in the congregation but subtly misdirects them to empty formalities and external splendor. Hence, do not commit such serious transgressions. 22. The Master said, while living the life of a devotee, it so happens that, by associating with a certain person, you may revive your sinking aspirations for practice, stir your aspiration for public enterprises, resolve your doubts and resentments, and remove your worries and anxieties. Such a person is one whose mind is alive. Accordingly, he is a master who revives colleagues' minds and helps establish this order. 23. The Master said, every fault committed by any single ordained devotee becomes the fault of the entire order. Hence, live a disciplined life following the Dharma and regulations. An organization is bound together by rules and regulations. Each one of us must preserve this Dharma without breaking it. Starting with our headquarters, each branch temple and institution must act in accordance with the rules, so that our order may progress ceaselessly and deliver the world through this Dharma. 24. In February of the 39th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1954, the Master said to a congregation of men and women, the order's development becomes clearer with each passing year. Unlike the past when others did not pay much attention to us, the devotees at headquarters, which is the central organ of this order, must first become role models for this world. In every aspect, including practice, public service, and everyday life, they must also become role models for the order. Even if it might be difficult to expect the same unity of spirit as in the 9 initial disciples' time, the members' spirits must not transgress from the mentor's spirit. Hence, you should often request the mentor's guidance and follow it well. If the mentor's words are not properly executed, the order will be in disarray. Also, do not envy the world, but place all your hopes here and selflessly work hard. Unless there is transmission of heaven's endowment, one cannot bask in high glory. Our order's fortune is the great endowment of heaven, so that as this order develops, our own lives too will improve accordingly. Though our standard of living as regards food and clothing may be meager, we now have enough for a life of practice compared to when this order began. Furthermore, in such conditions, one has a chance to become a person of the way, and even to bestow merits on later generations. How can this not derive from the grace of our founding master? Be alert and proceed only on this single path without having second thoughts. 25. In May of 1954, WE 39, the Master said further, though we may work together for the order in the same fundamental spirit of public spiritedness, the ways in which that spirit is executed in actual situations may be superior or inferior and have strengths and weaknesses. Always choose superior methods by taking a broad perspective and follow them well. The same matter can become either large or small depending on how it is presented. Hence, the basics of governance in a religious order are to take care of all matters with ease by making them as small as possible and to handle them on the basis of right principles. Pursuing development by creating factions is not as good as being unified. Whether they are men or women, young or old, if they unify their energies and mutually encourage each other on good things so that they forge ahead, while mutually giving advice and rectifying bad things, with the sole aim of developing this order in whatever manner possible, wouldn't that be sufficient? If the male community does not think only of itself but eagerly cooperates with the female community, and the female community does the same for the male community, and if the laity and ordained devotees, old and young, also do the same, then right principles will prevail and matters will go well. How beautiful and liberal a custom this would be for a religious order! The sole criterion should be what is right or wrong in a specific matter, not whether it concerns men or women, old or young. The sole criterion should be the greater principle, not discriminations between self and others, intimate and distant. An individual's strengths and faults should be encouraged or rectified at the personal level. Do not shift the blame to the whole community and argue about its rightness or wrongness. If our male and female devotees proceed in all matters in this fashion by making harmony and righteousness their criteria, then this order will develop continuously without factions. 26. The Master continued, from past to present, the basis for success in any organization is the spiritual unity of its congregation. If all the men and women in our congregation faithfully adopt the 9 initial disciples' spirit, and, by focusing all their concerns and pleasures only on this enterprise, proceed single-mindedly, then our order will see progress daily and monthly. However, progress will be delayed if there are certain hindrances in the minds of the men and women in this congregation. In the founding spirit of the 9 initial disciples, there was no concern for themselves or their private households. Someone who is concerned about all sentient beings does not have time to think about oneself, or about such things as one's old age or future illness, and does not ruin the larger purpose by being drawn to the signs of male and female, self and others. If one only worries about one's own matters, one will become small-minded and sordid. Only when one is concerned about one's neighbors and comrades first will one be a true comrade and a Buddha and Bodhisattva. 27. The Master said, in our order, we should emulate a past example if it was good and follow a new idea if it is correct. The only thing that matters is the development of our order, regardless of the source of the ideas. Sometimes people try hard to promote their own ideas, but do not readily follow others' ideas and remain indifferent to them even when they are sound. Such an attitude is a poison that obstructs the progress of an organization or a nation and weakens its strength. Those who live in a congregation must first possess the spirit in which one joyfully follows and cooperates with sound suggestions, leaving behind all signs of self and others. 28. The Master said, there is a saying in geomantic theory that a curving dragon looks back toward its progenitor. This means that when a geomantic vein of a mountain curves downward, it turns around and looks back toward its main peak. The geomantic energy there is supposedly always excellent, since even an insentient mountain range looks back without forgetting its origin. Reflecting on this, all things in the universe have their root in empty space, all sentient beings have their root in each being's mind, and all human beings have their root in their respective ancestors. All organizations have their root in their founder and pioneers, and in the headquarters that centrally manages their organizations. Our order, too, was established through the sweat and blood of our founding master along with many other forebears and pioneers, as each branch temple and institution evolved from our central headquarters. Hence, we must never forget the toil of the founding master and our forebears and must forever maintain our gratitude and admiration for them. Also, each branch temple and institution must not forget that it has its origin in the central headquarters and should maintain a spirit of constant respect and cooperation. 29. The Master continued, but root and branches are non-dual, predecessors and successors are non-dual, and central headquarters and regional institutions are non-dual. Without predecessors, how can there be successors? And without successors, who would acknowledge the efforts and toil of predecessors? Without central headquarters, how can there be local temples and institutions? And without local temples and institutions, how can central headquarters realize its plans? Therefore, when making a vow, you always must first examine carefully the foundation and establish the vow there. In pursuing your individual practice, too, you must examine carefully the foundation and proceed with practice based on that foundation. In proceeding with any enterprise, you must carefully examine each one's particular situation so that predecessors fulfill the duties of predecessors, and successors the obligations of successors. Parents, teachers, and superiors fulfill their responsibilities as parents, teachers, and superiors, and children and disciples their duties as children and disciples. If each person thus carefully examines the foundation and one's respective situations and thereby fulfills one's duties and responsibilities, then all matters will be flawless. However, if one's vow or practice follows the branches while neglecting the root, and if successors forget predecessors, or local temples and institutions ignore the central headquarters, then that will be neglecting the root and following the branches. It will then be difficult to expect the enterprise genuinely to progress. Also, if predecessors and central headquarters neglect successors and other institutions and only seek their own benefits and rewards, that is following only the root and neglecting the branches. How, then, can we experience an optimal result in which root and branches are unified? Therefore, we must always examine carefully the root and particular situations in all matters, in order to strive for the order's development and for the individual's vow, in a spirit of mutual foundation and mutual reliance. 30. The Master said, though our enterprises have spread in various organizations, they are all our own enterprises. Do not be concerned only about your own given venture, but always think of all the ventures across the whole enterprise. Even if there are distinctions in assigned duties and differences of earlier or later, larger or smaller, our enterprise as a whole cannot proceed optimally if you pay no attention to other people's ventures. Only when you are both faithful to your own duties and caring for all other ventures as if they were your own will you be the true master of a great enterprise. 31. The Master said, our physical body operates through the functioning of the 6 sense organs. If a problem occurs with one of those organs, the rest work together to reinforce the malfunctioning one, even though it is not their immediate responsibility. As the problem organ heals, the merit of the body as a whole is revealed. Likewise, unity within an organization must be attained by all members fulfilling their respective duties, but also by collaborating well with a decent and generous mind on matters that concern the whole, and attributing each person's individual merit to the whole. The organization thereby becomes forever prosperous and highly successful. Even though our names and responsibilities may each be different, for the sake of our order, which is our foundation, we should mutually support each other with complete devotion by becoming one body and one mind. We must proceed with one mind and unified power by appreciating our comrades' abilities and merits as if they were our own. Only then will our order's enterprises prosper greatly. 32. The Master said, the selfish mind must be emptied before public spiritedness will arise. Public spiritedness has to arise before unity occurs. Unity has to occur before one becomes a true master who harmonizes all the 10 directions. 33. The Master said, though nothing is originally large or small, even the smallest of things can readily form something large when they band together, just as even a large thing ultimately becomes small when it is scattered about. The sky is the combination of formless air, the earth is the union of every tiny mote of dust, each drop of water combines with every other drop of water to form the great sea and large rivers, each individual comes together with all others to form the human race. Even billions start with a cent or two. The great spirit of Buddhas, Bodhisattvas, sages, and saints, is the crystallization of a single undivided thought. When things unite, they become great, and from that arises awesome power. Look at the sky and the ground, look at the sea. Hence, those who are intent on an extraordinary enterprise with an extraordinary vision must first discern the awesome power of unity and, realizing that great principle, work hard at putting unity into practice. Therefore, our most urgent business is unity. 34 The Master said, unity of mind means one-pointedness produced by redirecting toward the original nature the distracted thoughts that are scattered like numerous branches and leaves. Unity of the family means family members' minds uniting into one mind so that they may live happily and harmoniously. Unity of comrades means disclosing one's innermost thoughts and sharing life and death to achieve perfect collaboration. Unity of honorable funds means preventing waste in the consumption of clothes and food and encouraging diligence and frugality to establish a great public interest foundation. Unity of the world means the entire human race being instructed and edified through the great way and the right Dharma in order to realize taking refuge together in the single essence. Human character will certainly improve with unity of mind. A household will certainly prosper with unity of the family. An organization will certainly progress with unity of comrades. An organization dedicated to the public interest will certainly be constructed with unity of honorable funds. And the world will certainly advance dramatically with unity of the human race. 35 The Master said, the unity of those of medium spiritual capacity is like sand, no matter how much one tries to pile it up, it scatters grain after grain. The unity of those of low spiritual capacity is like mud, although it may be thin in texture, it forms a great lump when squeezed together. The unity of those of high spiritual capacity is like a great boulder, it forms a great unity all by itself. 36 The Master said, neither water nor air can be divided into separate parts, hence, they are always unified. For us to unify, we must first eliminate partiality in our minds and return only to that realm which is utterly impartial and selfless. Because the great unity that is free from any hint of partiality coincides with the principle of the universe, its awesome power is the same as that of heaven and earth. 37 The Master said, even when you are building a house, you need to have beams, posts, and rafters, as well as such insignificant things as a handful of sand and a piece of paper. Likewise, in establishing and developing this order, major and minor talents in various areas must all come together and fulfill their respective duties. How beloved and precious, then, is each member in each area of our entire congregation. Thus, the founding master said, all our senior and junior members should respect and rejoice in one another, even to the extent of carrying one another on their backs. We comrades must unify our thoughts and create a united force on behalf of this great enterprise by always loving, supporting, and respecting one another, and, even when a comrade has a certain fault, we should embrace, forgive, and guide that person. The good fortune of our order will then be limitless. 38 On witnessing students' discord regarding a certain matter, the Master said, even if you were to render such immense merit as to deserve the world, if you are in discord, not only will my mind be disturbed but the work also will not go smoothly. Hence, even in pursuing a single task, you must proceed in harmony for my mind to be happy and the work to go well. If you want to achieve great success, you must first harmonize with others. 39 The Master said, if a certain matter does not transgress the great principle or will not cause great loss, do not be too confrontational about it. Creating opponents through discord regarding an insignificant matter could bring about a great loss regarding an important matter. The Master continued, there is no great loss in letting someone else win. Embrace the right cause and win just 20 to 30% of the time. Superior persons let themselves lose, even when they have the ability to win. Petty persons insist on winning, even when they do not have the ability to win. 40. The Master said, when you engage in silent declarations, always pray for the betterment of the world, our comrades, and all people under heaven. Only when you proceed by acknowledging as your own the suffering and happiness of the world and your comrades will you witness a great success, with your moral energy instantly reaching and ceaselessly interpenetrating with its object. 41. The Master said, the communal life of ordained devotees, starting from a clear understanding of the original meaning of spiritual and physical unity, should be focused on mutual affection for one another. Whenever comrades make spiritual errors, you should advise them sincerely with your undivided affection, while trying your best not to let their mistakes be revealed outside. Those who receive advice must try their best to repent and rectify their mistakes with a mind of gratitude. Whenever there are differences in the level of knowledge, those with superior knowledge must not look down on those with inferior knowledge, but should try to impart their knowledge as much as possible. If you are in possession of recondite insight or special knowledge, make every effort to share it with all members at the appropriate time. If a comrade falls ill, then offer with affection as much sincere support as you can. Whenever sadness, happiness, calamity, or good fortune occurs, you must sympathize with one another to the utmost. 42. The Master said, an ancient sage said, there are 3 types of helpful friends, those who are upright, those who are generous, and those who are knowledgeable. Our comrades who are deeply connected with each other through their affinities and moral energies over the 3 time periods are comrades and Dharma companions who will be supportive of each other through numerous lifetimes. We must therefore become sincere comrades with one body and one mind, by enlightening each other uprightly and correctly and guiding each other benevolently and thoughtfully. 43. The Master said, public and private are originally non-dual. If you set the boundary widely, then what is private becomes public, if you set it narrowly, what is public becomes private. 44. The Master said, do not forget your great original vow by becoming enticed by your selfish desires. In your practice, too, if you cultivate while thinking, I alone will become a special person by performing this special practice, then your practice will have a selfish motive and you will not be able to attain a great practice. In a public enterprise, too, if you calculate its merit with a mind tainted by selfish thoughts, you will not accomplish great work. You will accomplish great practice and great enterprise only by pursuing without selfish desires from the very inception an egoless and desireless practice and an utterly impartial and selfless public service. 45. The Master said, what the founding master most disliked was for disciples, disregarding both the public and their fellows, to cultivate a special practice for themselves alone, thus seeking just to purify oneself only. Those who, together with all comrades, cultivate a Mahina practice that is one suchness in action or rest, and carry out a Mahina enterprise that shares the suffering and happiness of all comrades are true disciples of the founding master and are sincere comrades. 46. The Master said, Buddhist sutras use the phrase the purity of the 3 wheels, meaning that the 3 constituents of donor, recipient, and gift should all be empty for a donation to be authentic. Therefore, one may make offerings of material goods, one's children, or oneself in service of the Buddha's work, but they become true offerings only when one does them with an empty mind. Only those who make offerings in this manner will become ancestors of the true Dharma lineage. 47. The Master said, there are 3 types of public service that recognize and requite the tremendous grace of the fourfold grace: education, edification, and philanthropy. After receiving an education, you should teach your juniors, edify your neighbors, and render widely loving kindness and good deeds, thus simultaneously practicing education, edification, and philanthropy. These three things are not only the three missions of our order, but also the three essential conditions of public service throughout eternity for us workers in the way of public spiritedness. 48 The Master said, though active proselytizing may be good, even the great way and the right Dharma could easily be considered worthless if they are recommended too forcefully or propagated excessively. A propagator should first observe the spiritual capacity of the audience, and then recommend the Dharma in a manner suitable to that person's affinities, letting edification occur naturally during the course of one's own practice will make it truly effective proselytizing. 49 The Master said, bringing many people into the order is one method of deliverance, but it is not true deliverance if you let them join merely in name. Only when you frequently attend to new members so that they establish their own resolute faith will they receive true deliverance. Once you have become an original guide to a new adherent, you should be a real guide by continuously working to help that person receive deliverance. 50 The Master said, a person who edifies others will need to expound a teaching with words arising from conviction based on what one has initially felt and experienced, to sincerely create authentic affinities widely with others and to influence their minds by attending to them all. Only then will true Dharma affinities be created, mutual response of energies occur, and true edification be accomplished. 51 The Master said to the ministers, Kyomua, from the local temples, our bodies are the alter egos of the founding master and the constituents of our order. If we do well, the founding master's awesome merit and our order's reputation will become even more prominent. But if not, they will both be damaged. Hence, we must never regard ourselves lightly, but be cautious during both action and rest at every step. In edifying adherents, too, we must sincerely serve as exemplars first through our conduct even in trivial matters, win over their hearts with an unbiased attitude, and have their faith and mind for public service always in touch with central headquarters. If an ordained devotee neglects to stay in touch with headquarters but instead leads adherents to have their faith focused too narrowly or to limit their public service to the local level, then not only will there be no unified edification, but the order will inevitably sicken. 52 The Master said to the ministers, those of you who engage in the mission of edification must always transcend factions and intimacy or distance. Meet every occasion with true sincerity. Do not neglect to express due courtesy when someone suffers an illness or a calamity, or experiences a sad or joyous event. Whether senior or junior, treat everyone with respect, so that there will be no fault in any of one's interactions. 53 The Master said to the ministers, you must first serve as an exemplar through your own conduct, practice the Dharma together by recommending it to your comrades, and always stay in close contact with the central headquarters and consult often with important figures in the local community. 54 When Kim Chang Jun was departing to take a new post, the Master bestowed on him this verse in literary Chinese. The way and its power are found in heaven and earth, but heaven and earth remain silent. Only human beings, making use of this principle, bring words and edification into being. Practice the way in both action and rest, so that the founding master's teachings will be widely disseminated. 55 When Essian was departing to take a new post, the Master said, if you take care of all matters earnestly, without selfish motives, then even though you are leaving the headquarters we will not be far apart. Take care of all matters by clearly defining public and private, make all issues involving men and women and fiscal matters fair and clear, and first practice what you preach so that the congregation will follow you on their own. Neglecting public matters under the pretense of doing your own practice is not the proper duty of ordained devotees. Hence, make your practice and public service non-dual by cultivating practice for the sake of public service and public service for the sake of practice. In edification, there is nothing better than edification through the power of the way. In practice, the practice of one-pointedness is fundamental. If, Externally, you bequeath your virtuous merit widely and, internally, make every effort to achieve mind power. Then, by naturally amalgamating your power with heaven and earth, you will attain great power in your edification and your practice. 56 The Master said, what is most important in a human being is the mind. The value of one's life depends on whether or not one's mind is righteous. The rise and fall or prosperity and decay of a family, society, or nation will be determined by their leader's state of mind. If the leaders of our order handle all matters fairly and justly, by staying grounded in righteousness, the congregation will not lose its confidence in them and will accumulate authentic practice and merit without wandering away along deluded paths, and this order will stay prosperous forever. 57 The Master said, it is the mind dharma of practitioners and the virtue of leaders to make their energies harmonious first, before going on to edify others widely. Leaders, by primarily concealing others' faults and revealing their good points, should forgive with benevolence when confronted with violence, correct with truthfulness when faced with wile, and respond with justice and friendliness when others try to exert their authority or act out of self-interest. They should be able to edify widely all beings under heaven with their harmony of mind and harmony of energy. 58 The Master said, since ancient times, it has been said that resentment and danger follow from wielding power. In a religious order, too, if it misapplies its dharma and relies on power or abuses its authority, then the religion will begin to sicken. Therefore, the leaders of our order must never wield power or become arrogant, even as the authority of our order continues to grow. With humility as their wisdom grows and modesty as they are promoted to higher positions, may this order be free of maladies for all eternity. In the realm of the nature, there originally is no distinction between either high and low or noble and base. 59 The Master said, in the future, many peerless persons of the way will be produced in this order, and there will be many requests in this world for their guidance. However, persons of the way, being indifferent to material desires and having transcended fame and reputation, just render public service without dwelling on signs even when they are forced to take a position for the sake of the masses, and would neither pursue an enterprise out of material desire and a quest for fame nor stay in a position for long out of a craving for authority. 60 The Master said, a great leader who looks equably after the masses through the great virtue of no thought is like the heart, which resides deep within the chest and sustains the entire body. 61 The Master said, one who envisions and guides a public enterprise should first uphold the grand purpose, widely examine public sentiment, establish a good plan, and be knowledgeable in accounting. 62 The Master said, there are 4 essentials in a leader's handling of matters. First is to handle them fairly and honestly without transgressing rules and regulations, or being swayed by intimacy or distance. Second is to handle them by letting go of personal ego to look at the whole and observe the far future without being enticed by the immediate. Third is to handle them harmoniously and generously, on a foundation of human affection and justice. Fourth is to handle them explicitly through accurate accounting and consistent clarity from beginning to end. 63 The Master said, one who guides the masses should always exercise choice in action without selfishness and with sound mind, whether in action or rest. When one speaks, too, one must be careful about each word, examining closely what gain or loss it might eventually bring to all of human society. 64 The Master said, the mind of the masses ultimately follows one who has the power of the way. The mandate of heaven ultimately returns to one who is free from selfishness. He then wrote down this phrase in literary Chinese. Chapter 13. The Fortune of the Way. One Cardinal Master Chongsan said, in lyrics the founding master dictated during the early days of our order, these lines appear, bearing fruit in 40 to 50 years, gathering blessings in 400 to 500 years. This was a prediction of the future for our order. What he meant by bearing fruit was that those Dharma seeds of the new order would witness a clear result within this country. Gathering blessings meant that those Dharma seeds would be spread widely in the world and would bear the fruits of blessings throughout the whole world. Our order will witness in this country a full result within its first 40 to 50 years, and, as it spreads throughout the world over 400 to 500 years, all sentient beings will take refuge in it. 2. The Master said, since our target is the world, do not be satisfied with small achievements, nor be disappointed by minor tribulations we might face. Mere observation of the energy that has been surging since the celebratory General Congress at the conclusion of the first generation shows us that the day is not far off when we will benefit from our fortune's full energy. The fortune of heaven and earth, too, is like the changing of the seasons. Even though it may seem coldest following the winter solstice, in actuality that is when the first hint of spring, the single yang energy, appears. The cold winds of January and February may make it seem that spring is far away, but once the eastern breeze of March begins to blow, we suddenly witness the fullness of spring in heaven and earth. 3. The Master said, even though the right Dharma order may generally appear weak during its incipiency, it will come to emit great energy all at once when the right time comes, because it has the right energy to take on the new world. If one renders service under the banner of Won Buddhism with true public spiritedness, then, as the energy bestowed on our order pervades that person and his or her work, enterprises that might have been taxing and difficult in the beginning will gradually come to be easily accomplished, and one will receive others' support and welcome wherever one goes. On the other hand, if one makes up falsehoods or pursues one's private goals under the pretense of serving the public, then not only will one's work not proceed smoothly but one's future will be hindered without one's realizing it, and, disliked and hated by the public, one will gradually slip into the pit of calamity. Hence, by consistently working with utmost devotion and sincere public spiritedness, may you manage to move and draw on the energy of heaven and earth to become the masters of our order's wonderful fortune. 4. The Master said, though a great new fortune of the way is coming to us, whether or not we are able to receive this fortune of the way depends solely on our state of mind. It is like a person who, by not tuning the receiver to the right wavelength, is unable to listen to a radio program, even though it is broadcast at its scheduled time. It is also like a farmer who, despite seeing all the omens of a great harvest, will have nothing to reap unless he sows seeds and cultivates crops at the appropriate times. 5. The Master said, the new fortune of the way is the fortune that the true Dharma proclaims. Hence, if one possesses true strength internally without falsity, embellishment, or bluster, at the appropriate time one's future will open up according to that person's capacities. On the other hand, one whose actions count for less than one's words, whose substance is less than the label, who displays more than what one actually has, and whose vain fantasies and insincerities are revealed in any way will naturally be unable to have any standing in the world. The new fortune of the way is that which is proclaimed by the Dharma of harmony. Hence, whether among people, organizations, or nations, success will come to those who harmonize well with others by being free of artifice, generous, and possessed of virtuous energy. On the other hand, those who often conflict with others, because they are too clever, judgmental, callous, or crude, will have difficulty accomplishing anything, whether great or small. The new fortune of the way is that which is proclaimed by the utterly fair and impartial Dharma. Hence, those who render to others all possible kinds of benefit through sincerity, public spiritedness, and diligence will come into possession of positions and power even without seeking them. On the other hand, those who are only concerned about themselves or insist on their personal desires, thereby rendering harm to others in any respect, will in the end be unable to have any standing in the world, no matter how hard they try. 6. The Master said, in the past, persons of the way lived in rural seclusion wearing tattered clothes and willingly subjecting themselves to poverty and a modest living. In the future, however, the more advanced one's dharma, the more will wealth and honors naturally follow. How foolish a person of the way you must be to worry about your sustenance and about having no standing in the world. However, true persons of the way consider practice of the way more precious than gaining fame or wealth, so they will firmly decline even those positions that are offered to them. Because they consider honest poverty more praiseworthy than extravagance, they spend on public enterprises even the material gains that accrue to them. Thus, to repeat, the new fortune of the way is the fortune of the consummate and selfless virtue, and a mind of consummate and unselfish virtue serves also as the foundation in receiving this fortune of the way. Hence, I ask that all of you make every effort to reshape your minds so that you will become masters of this rare, great fortune of the way. 7. A student asked, what kind of dharma will be preeminent in the coming world? The Master replied, the dharma that is most well-rounded, right, and realistic will be preeminent. In the past, because all religions arose in their own limited locales, they were established according to the popular sentiments of the time. Hence, even though their dharmas were only partial, they were capable of guiding popular sentiment. In the future, however, because the means of transportation will further develop together with the mutual exchange of current thoughts, it will be difficult for a dharma to guide people's minds everywhere unless it is a well-rounded dharma that can be applied all over the world, as well as the right dharma that is neither excessive nor deficient. Furthermore, in past times, because public sentiment was rather unsophisticated, all religious teachings employed many expedients and embellishments. In the future, however, as popular sentiment becomes gradually clarified, it will be difficult to guide people's minds except with a dharma that is based on a right understanding of human affairs and universal principles and applies them as practical facts. 8. The student asked again, in the world to come, what kind of person will be most honored? The Master said, one who is truthful and replete in public spiritedness will be most honored. In the past, heroes and brave persons manipulated popular sentiments through expedients and machinations in order to fulfill their own ambitions. Even now, some people retain their positions through scheming and manipulation. In the future, however, as people's intelligence develops everywhere, such scheming and manipulation will be apparent to all, so that there will be neither deceivers nor deceived, and only truthful people who are free from falsity will be welcomed. Furthermore, in the past, social life had many boundaries and people's ideas were outmoded and inflexible, hence, egotism and familism controlled Confucian public sentiment. In the future, however, the fortune of the way is coming in which the whole world becomes a single household. Hence, it will be difficult to become successful in society with egotism or familism, and only one who possesses a grand sense of public spirit will be welcomed by the public and become prominent throughout the world. 9. The Master said, the one place to which all religions return is the ill one, the standard of politics is the middle way. When you awaken to the truth of ill one and understand it, you will come to realize that the place to which all truths return is the ill one. Although there are various specifics concerning the way of politics, when you examine and synthesize their essential points to suit the world, a politics of the middle way that is free from either excess or deficiency can alone be designated the standard of all governance. Only when religions return to the ill one and politics focuses on the right mean Chongsan, will this clamorous world be stabilized. In the future, as the world becomes more enlightened, the dharmas of the ill one and the right mean will gradually assume their rightful places in the world. The Master continued, as for the way, it is the way of ill one that is supreme, for governance, it is governance based on the right mean that is supreme. Il-1 is the essence of truth, right mean is the function of truth. 10. A student asked, what kind of energy is that of the earlier day, SNCHN? The master replied, the energy of the earlier day involves a spirit that does not accord with the new era. Just as the old leaves of the past season inevitably fall so that the new leaves of the coming season can grow, so too the obsolete spirit of the past era, such as selfish desires or superstitious beliefs, will ultimately have no standing in the new world. The master continued, the ancient sages of the East were elders with unobstructed insight who had real penetration, so they have already illustrated the great fortune of both the earlier day and the later day, Hutch N, in the cosmological diagrams of the Yellow River chart, Hichu, and the Luo River inscription, Luoshu. 11. Song Chnn inquired, I would like to know about the yin world and the yang world. The master said, the yin world and the yang world are like the worlds of night and day. Because night is dark, it is difficult to discern anything right away, and, even if you are able to perceive something, your knowledge of it is limited. Also, just as at night when all of us lock our doors and sleep, the era of the yin world is closed, narrow, less active, and has many partialities. By contrast, the yang world is like broad daylight, where human intelligence will advance everywhere, ideologies and doctrines will be illuminated and perfected, doors will be opened to one another, and the people of this world will be active by meeting and joining one another. It will be what we call a greatly civilized world. 12. The master said, in the past era, one could manage worldly affairs by following the way of subduing through corresponding harmfulness. In future generations, however, nothing will be accomplished without following the way of freeing through mutual life-giving. This is because the great fortune of heaven and earth has reached the age of resolving enmities and corresponding life-giving. 13. The master said, the master of the body is the mind, the master of religions is that which clearly explicates the mind. Since the Buddha-dharma has best illuminated the mind-dharma, a religious order that authentically preserves the authentic lineage of the Buddha-dharma will become the principal religion in the new world. 14. The master said, the founding master was reborn several times in this land of Korea in preparation for establishing this order. Both overtly and covertly, he created in advance many affinities in this nation. The master continued, the legend that Mount Kaemgang, the Diamond Mountains, is the practice site of Dharmagata, elevated Dharma. Bodhisattva is a prediction that a new Dharma that will save the world will arise in Korea. And the legend that Sad Praradita, ever weeping, Bodhisattva will come from the west to meet Dharmagata Bodhisattva means that Westerners will come to the east to seek the Dharma. 15. The master said to his students, your obligations are heavy, you must make this nation a top-ranked country in the world. A top-ranked country is not made through money or power, rather, by making it with the way and its power, this nation will become a pivotal country of the world. 16. The master said, in the past, because transportation between different regions was inconvenient, and people were ignorant, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sages and saints, appeared separately in different regions of the world and established partial religious orders specific to those regions. However, in the present and future, because the whole world has shrunk to become like a single household, all the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sages, and saints, will gather together around a single religious order and open an order on a grand scale. 17. The master said, in the future, when the world becomes more open, there will be no boundaries between nations and emigration and visiting other nations will become easy, like moving from one province to another. A virtuous and competent person with citizens' approval will become the leader of that nation, without discrimination by race or national citizenship, just as a person from another province can become governor of a district within the same country. 18. The Master said, during the time of the great opening of the world, workers will accelerate the progress toward a better world, some by working to further it, some by working against it, and while mutually opposing one another. The Master continued, it is said, one who causes a rebellion is a sage, one who suppresses a rebellion is also a sage. Therefore, one who causes a rebellion at an appropriate time and suppresses it at an appropriate time is called a sage, but one who does not is called an ingrate. Every matter has its proper order. Providing a proper expedient by understanding the essential order of a matter is precisely a sage's expedient of loving kindness and compassion. 19. The Master said, with materialism predominating, can an equal society ever be realized? Public spiritedness must become prevalent before an equal society can be realized. Can a peaceful world be realized through constant struggle? Beneficence must be mutually experienced before a truly peaceful world can be realized. 20. The Master said, can this order become the principal religion of the world just through propagation and publicity? It will develop only by having many truthful devotees who manifest greatly the spirit of the founding Master, and by attracting popular sentiment and receiving authentication from the world solely through actual results, whether in the individual's practice or the order's public service. 21. The Master said, how can people of this world, who are now intoxicated by material civilization, fully understand our teaching about spiritual civilization? However, in the coming world, people's spirits will be much brighter, hence, they will perceive clearly the transgressions and blessings they have made, the details of their own nature, and all matters from their previous lives, as if these were events from their own youth in this lifetime. It will be an age in which both material civilization and spiritual civilization advance simultaneously. So, wait just a little longer, a truly wonderful world is coming. 22. The Master said, there are three great elements for realizing world peace. The ideology must be that of Il 1, the institutional regime must be that of the common will, and the organization must be that of the system of 10-person units. 23. The Master said, there are three great ways under heaven. First is the way of mutual understanding. Second is the way of mutual concession, third is the way of the right mean. Through these three ways, peace can certainly be attained, whether for individuals or the whole world. 24. The Master said, when a person from the ancient state of Chu lost his goods, the king of Chu said, what a person of Chu loses, a person of Chu will find. Thereafter, Confucius said, what a human being loses, a human being will find. And our founding Master said, what the myriad things lose, the myriad things will find. This illustrates progress regarding principle. The king of Chu saw his state, Confucius the human race, and the founding Master the myriad things of the entire universe as a single household. Hence, the founding Master's principle is a universal ideology and Il-Oneism. 25. The Master said, nowadays, it is truly good news that the term common will, Kongwei, is often used in many different areas. If the whole world possesses the spirit of common will both in name and in fact, then what difficulty will there be under heaven? Therefore, if in dealing with the world we do not try to monopolize authority, profit, honor, or privilege, the common will be realized on its own and peace will naturally be established. 26. The Master said, world peace will be realized by each person possessing a mind that seeks harmony with others. Thus, a harmonizing mind is precisely the cardinal point for world peace. 27. The Master said, when emperors Yao and Shun mutually conceded all under heaven to each other, and all their vassals mutually conceded their 9 provinces to each other, the resulting harmonious energy filled the whole world. It is said that, when these events were depicted in music, a phoenix danced to it. Harmony among people is realized through concession, and when harmony is full-blown, the energy of all under heaven accordingly pervades all things. 28 The Master said, the reason peace is not obtained even though everyone, from individuals to the whole world, demands peace is because people do not recognize each other's beneficence or, even when recognizing it, they do not practice the requital of gratitude. Therefore, the founding master opened the road to true world peace by discovering the great fourfold grace and enabling all people to lead a life of requiting grace and of thankfulness. 29 The Master said, one's mental capacity is vast means having no obstructions in one's mind. If one's mind has no partiality toward either hatred or love, no limitations of national boundaries, no attachment to favorable or adverse conditions, and is not entrapped by suffering or happiness, then it is said that one's mental capacity is vast. The Master continued, the great Dharma that will save the whole world should be one that is accessible from all directions and applicable in all directions, through simultaneously surmounting the physical barriers of geography and the invisible barriers of mentality. 30 The Master said, the way of the past typically sought to attain world peace through the way of governing the world. In the future, however, the way of engendering world peace will be the foundation, and world peace will be attained on that foundation by utilizing the way of governing the world. The way of governing is the path of government. The way of world peace involves the paths of government through virtue and government through the way. 31 The Master said, the quintessence of Buddhism is voidness, but if one approaches it incorrectly, one falls into the delusion of voidness. The quintessence of Confucianism is proper norms, but if one approaches them incorrectly, one becomes narrow and inflexible. The quintessence of Taoism is non-action and spontaneity, but if one approaches them incorrectly, one becomes self-indulgent and licentious. The quintessence of science is analysis and accuracy, but if one approaches them incorrectly, one becomes entrapped in existence and attached to materiality alone. If one does not incorrectly enter these four paths but wisely utilizes all these quintessences, then one will achieve what may be called a consummate Dharma lineage and attain a consummate personal character. 32 The Master said, during the era when humanity was unsophisticated and confined within narrow boundaries, popular sentiment was guided within the respective limitations of ego-centered individualism, family-centered familism, organization or society-centered ideologies, or nation-centered nationalism. Even now, the remnants of those tendencies can be seen everywhere. However, from early on, Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sages and saints transcended all these ideologies and, instead, focused on inspiring a great spirit that takes the whole world as the main standard. The teaching of great loving-kindness and great compassion is a universal ideology, the spirit of benevolence and righteousness is a universal ideology, and the spirit of capacious love is a universal ideology. By seeing the whole world as a single household and considering all people as a single family, all these sages expounded the Great Way and its power through which the whole human race could find deliverance together. Buddhism, in particular, strongly advocated that great spirit that includes as its main concern not only the world and the human race but all the 6 rebirth destinies and the 4 modes of birth in the 10 directions. Hence, Buddhism certainly can be recognized as the apex of a universal ideology. 33 The Master said, judging from the great fortune of the contemporary period, with a new great opening of human intellect and the gradual widening of various boundaries, we have now arrived at the initial stage of a grand universal ideology directing popular sentiment under heaven. This is an unmistakable indication that a great civilization involving the Great Way and great virtue will be constructed. Because this principle is utterly perfect and utterly open to all, by clearly transcending all obsolete limitations, it will allow all sentient beings of the 6 rebirth destinies and 4 modes of birth to coexist and prosper together in a supreme paradise. However, this principle does not require the complete annihilation of all individualism, familism, organization-centered ideologies, or nationalism. Rather, if you apply all these ideologies properly with a universal ideology as their main principle, they will also be helpful in constructing a great paradise involving a grand universal ideology. Living in such a fortunate age, we who have become founding disciples in this unprecedented order of the Great Way must first fully establish in our own minds the great spirit of the whole world being a single household, and, widely bestowing this great spirit in the world, we must strengthen the aspiration to become inhabitants together with all living things of this immense and immeasurable paradise, and I earnestly beseech all of you that, by renewing your minds daily and monthly and advancing in this practice and enterprise with ever greater zeal, you serve as the vanguard of this grand universal ideology, which is perfect and complete, utterly impartial and selfless. 34 In April of the 46th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1961, the Master proclaimed the ethics of threefold unity. The ethics of threefold unity is a principle that elucidates 3 relationships of grand unity that will engender the great harmony of the human race throughout the world in the future. It is the fundamental principle whereby our human race will escape from the boundaries of prejudices and partialities and establish a single grand household, a single grand family, and a single grand home, working and rejoicing together in a single world of peace and comfort. Observing the great fortune of our present age, where human intellect has advanced and boundaries have steadily expanded, we can surmise that the moment has now arrived when the energy of grand unification is to pervade the world, which is a great opportunity for all nations and peoples to collaborate in constructing this single world. Before long, people around the world will together rejoice and honor the spirit of the ethics of threefold unity, will work hard to master it, will establish organs for putting this spirit into practice together, and will succeed in building a grand paradise by working to spread this spirit widely throughout the world. Therefore, we who have come across such an order early on during such a fortunate period must renew our minds daily and monthly. I earnestly beseech all of you to serve as the vanguard in constructing this wonderful world by continuing in this practice and enterprise with ever greater zeal. 35 The Master continued, the first essential point of the ethics of threefold unity is the unity of the source of all principles. This means that all religions and churches should achieve a grand unity and harmony by understanding that their principles all derive fundamentally from a single source. In this world, there are the 3 great global religions of Buddhism, Christianity, and Islam, and many other established religions, such as Confucianism, Taoism, and so forth. In recent years, quite a number of religions have also newly arisen both in Korea and elsewhere. All these religions have established their own separate identities and engaged in propagation in accordance with their own beliefs and expedients. Their doctrines, too, are expressed in different terminology and forms, but if one closely examines their source, their fundamental principles in fact do not diverge from the truth of one. Therefore, all religions, in their essence, are originally one. When all religious adherents in the world fully harmonize with one another, by awakening to this fact, all religious orders will form a single household, accommodating and intermingling with one another. Hence, we must first fully understand and embody the spirit of the Great Way of One, the foundation of all religions, and establish in our minds the great spirit that views all religions as one. Furthermore, in the same spirit, we must be at the forefront in unifying all religions in the world through One. 36 The Master continued, the second essential point of the ethics of threefold unity is the interconnectedness through a single vital force. This means that, by understanding that all humans and sentient beings are fellow living beings interconnected through this same vital force, let us all realize a grand unity and harmony. In this world, there are said to be 4 major races of human beings living in various areas. Within the same race, too, there are many nationalities and, within the same nationality, various clans, who live in their respective areas. However, if one closely examines their source, their fundamental energies are all interconnected as a single vital force. In that realm where heaven and earth are one's parents and the universe one's home, all human beings are one's siblings, and not just human beings but other living creatures, such as birds, beasts, and insects, are all originally interconnected in this same great vital force. Therefore, when all people under heaven awaken to this interconnectedness and attain grand harmony, all races and nationalities will form a single household and will be friendly and harmonious with one another, and the virtuous influence of that harmony will also reach all other sentient beings throughout the world. Hence, we first must realize the principle that all human beings and all sentient beings are essentially interconnected by a single vital force, and we should thereby establish within our own minds the great spirit that views all humans and sentient beings as one, so that we may serve as the vanguard in unifying with this spirit all human beings in the world through equality. 37. The Master continued, the third essential point of the ethics of threefold unity is the unity of enterprises. This means that, by understanding that all enterprises and ideologies together serve as a force for the development of the world, let us all achieve grand unity and harmony. In the world these days, the so-called 2 major powers have established their separate principles and systems, and are launching various enterprises of their own. Also, powers standing in between and various other actors are also launching various enterprises according to their respective fields of specialization and range of activities. Hence, their ideologies and expedients sometimes oppose and sometimes complement one another. However, when you closely examine their source, their fundamental purpose does not diverge from wanting to make this world a better place. Even what is unwholesome can help in awakening to what is wholesome. Therefore, all enterprises are essentially the same enterprise. When people pursuing various enterprises under heaven awaken together to this interrelationship, understand each other, and harmonize widely with one another, then all enterprises in the world will constitute management of a single household and will thereby encourage each other and advance in tandem, ultimately joining together in the right mean. Hence, we first must thoroughly realize the spirit of the right mean and establish within our minds the great spirit that views all enterprises as one, and, in this spirit, we must serve as the vanguard in unifying all enterprises in this world through the right mean. Chapter 14, Birth and Death. One Cardinal Master Chongsan said, there are 3 steps to resolving the great matter of birth and death. First is to awaken to and realize that realm in which birth and death are originally non-existent and non-dual. Second is to model oneself wholeheartedly on and to preserve that realm in which birth and death are originally non-existent and non-dual. Third is to bestow and actively put to use that realm in which birth and death are originally non-existent and non-dual. One must fully possess true ability in these 3 steps before one can be said to have fully resolved the great matter of birth and death. 2. The Master said, in coming and going between birth and death, there are 3 different spiritual capacities. First is the spiritual capacity of those who come and go between birth and death by being enticed by their attachments and cravings. Along the path between this coming and going, they do not retain right views and always become deluded. Thus, they are reborn indiscriminately, and live and die as if in a drunken or dream state. Furthermore, by being enticed by resentment and hatred, they fall into the baleful destinies of hell denizens, hungry ghosts, and animals. Second is the spiritual capacity of those who come and go between birth and death by establishing firm resolution. They pursue their practice daily with thoroughgoing faith and aspiration in the right Dharma order. If they keep their final moment of thought pure and clear as they come and go, they will seek out and enter into the Buddha's order. Like iron attracted by a magnet. Third is the spiritual capacity for those who freely come and go between birth and death through their own mental powers. This is the spiritual capacity of the Buddhas and Bodhisattvas, sages, and saints, who, having mastered the three great powers as the result of their thoroughgoing practice, choose of their own free will their future comings and goings between the six rebirth destinies. 3. A student asked, please explicate the following two statements: one cannot avoid fixed karma, and one breaks through natural karma. The master said, one cannot avoid fixed karma means that the prerogative of conferring transgression or merit regarding what has already been fixed as karma is in the other party's hands. Hence, once that karma has been fixed, it must be received, there is no way to avoid it. One breaks through natural karma means that, because the recipient of even the karma so bestowed is oneself, one who has attained freedom of mind will not be constrained by either the transgression or merit of that karma, and one's mind will always be at peace. Because one is freely able to handle one's own karma, this is breaking through natural karma. For the master said, the greater one's greed and attachments, one's numinous consciousness will be less able to rise high and one will fall into baleful destinies. It is just like something turbid and heavy that sinks down. The lesser one's greed and attachments, the higher one's spirit ascends to take rebirth in a salutary destiny. It is just like something clear and light that rises high. 5. The master said, if a person's numinous consciousness firmly guards one's final thought and departs from this world with a pure and clear mind that is free from hindrances, then it will be undeluded regarding coming and going between rebirths. However, a spirit for whom this is not the case will retain many delusions regarding its numinous path, hence, it is in great need of acts that will send it on to deliverance. 6. The master said, sending on to deliverance means guiding the departed spirit to leave behind suffering and to attain happiness, to stop doing what is unwholesome and cultivate what is wholesome, and to turn from delusion to awakening. True deliverance occurs when one has sent the departed spirit on to deliverance. Until there is nothing further to deliver because that spirit's one-pointedness of mind has become pure and clear. Although our minds are formless, they unite with the great energy of the universe when they gain one-pointedness of mind. Hence, if practitioners gather at a pristine practice site and offer prayers with utmost sincerity, the faculties of the deceased spirit will be influenced thereby and will readily be sent on to deliverance. Hence, this becomes one of the most important activities one's descendants and posterity can carry out on behalf of the deceased. However, a ceremony alone will not suffice. The most important thing is for a person to exert utmost effort during everyday life to accumulate merit toward his or her own deliverance. The survivors on their part should not stop at attending deliverance ceremonies, but should continually offer silent declarations and perform wholesome deeds on behalf of the deceased person, so that the merits of the deceased will affect the world for a long time. That, too, will be an important condition for deliverance. 7. The master asked, what would serve as the seed capital to prevent a person from falling into baleful destinies? Chongsan replied, firm faith, understanding of the Dharma, and a mind that does not become enticed by suffering and happiness or hatred and love may all serve as important seed capital. The master asked, is there anything to add to that? Yi Tongjianhui replied, one must attain self-awakening. The master asked, anything else? An attendant replied, the power of one's vow and one-pointedness of mind would also be important seed capital. The master said, all three of your answers are correct. 8. Pakshay Gwn asked, what is the most important condition for sending one on to deliverance? The master replied, single-mindedness regarding one's vow and pure and clear one-pointedness. He asked again, what is a vow and what should be done to have pure and clear one-pointedness? The master replied, to have an aspiration of mind that leaves behind desires is a vow. Not to be enticed by hatred or love is pure and clear one-pointedness. 9. The master said, there are 3 treasures one should acquire before death: 1. Merit, 2. Wholesome affinities of corresponding life-giving, and 3. Pure and clear one-pointedness. Of these 3, the most important is pure and clear one-pointedness. Even though one may have accumulated much merit and formed wholesome affinities, these can easily become the stuff of a sign of self and attachment if one does not practice during one's life. What could be a greater treasure than to purify one's final thought by thoroughly awakening to the principle of coming empty-handed, going empty-handed? 10. A student asked, what are the effects of a deliverance service for departed spirits? The master replied, departed spirits who have no affinities with the Buddha will be guided to form such affinities. Those with faith will be guided to fortify their vows. Those who are already advanced in their practice will have no particular need of it, but it will enhance their Dharma affinities with the congregation as a whole. 11. The master said, a fruit tree that has lived through the fall no longer has flowers or leaves, but its roots must be fertilized and its branches sprayed so that flowers and leaves will flourish the following spring and it will bear much fruit. In the same way, even though the deceased's physical body has already dispersed into the 4 elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, performing a deliverance service on his or her behalf is like fertilizing and spraying the departed spirit's roots with sincerity and the power of Dharma. This will greatly help it along its path to receiving a new body. In our spiritual cultivation too, we must prepare well in advance while we are free from activity, if we are to render good applications without hindrances when involved in activity. 12. The master said, funerary rites are meant to send off a deceased person after he or she has completed this life. For those who were close to the deceased, their grief will be immense, and for the deceased, it is a period when one discards the present body and receives a new one. Therefore, the spirit must be properly sent on to deliverance. To define what is primary and what is secondary, it would be correct to regard deliverance as primary and expressions of sorrow and sympathy and other formalities as secondary. A deliverance service is an important rite of our order, which is performed to send on the spirit in transition. Its purpose is to guide the deceased to maintain pure and clear one-pointedness while dissolving any remaining attachments, to help deepen the deceased's affinities for rebirth in a salutary destiny through such activities as reciting stras and offering supplications, and, at the same time, to help increase the deceased's merit in the next world by offering donations, etc. In addition, these actions allow the attendees to observe the proprieties of commemoration and mourning. Therefore, complete sincerity is required to ensure that there will be no flaw in even a single aspect of the service. 13. While he was compiling the canon of propriety, the master composed a farewell address to use during the funerary rite, spirit of the deceased. The 4 conditioning elements of earth, water, fire, and wind, which comprised your physical body, are already dispersing. The 6 sense faculties of eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, and mind are now losing their physicality and mentality. Accordingly, the wealth and beauty, the fame and profit, that you, O spirit of the deceased, enjoyed have already turned into the stuff of dreams. You will never again meet your friends, relatives, and family members with your old face. Hence, what benefit is there in thinking about them? What good will come from being attached to them? Your past lifetime, whether it involved suffering or happiness, prosperity or poverty, is already over. Hence, we sincerely pray and earnestly entreat you not to let the slightest attachment from your previous life linger in your thoughts. Rather, by discovering your original true master who does not come and go between birth and death and in whom defilements and idle thoughts are extinguished, attain without fail the fruition of Buddhahood in your future world and bestow benefits on the public. and, having been reunited in the Buddha land and paradise of ultimate bliss with all the wholesome affinities formed in your lifetime that has just finished, accomplish the single enterprise of the way together. 14 At the final deliverance service for his younger brother Songtazeng, Chongsan, 1907-1946, the Master delivered a Dharma discourse. On a sad day like today, there is not much I can say, but seeing you all grieve more than I can well appreciate the affection you had for him. Not only is the unanimous and sincere grief at losing him a nice gesture toward Chongsan, but I also sense good energy circulating in our order because of it. The other day, one of our members said tearfully, the founding master passed away at a critical moment in our order's development, and now Chongsan has also left us. Aren't these great misfortunes for us? I replied, have you ever been to a big construction site? The head supervisor of a large construction project does not stay at a single site. From beginning to end, rather, before the work is completed, he leaves to visit other sites as they require attention, brings along whatever needs to be prepared in advance, and takes occasional rests whenever necessary. Likewise, the great masters of an order also may have things to prepare in a hurry, now in the east and now in the west, or have times when they need to take a rest. From a broad perspective, though, it is ultimately a single work site and a single enterprise. So, do not lament too much. Hence, although our founding master and various senior members may have passed away all too quickly, we must have faith that they are not gone for good but have left temporarily in order to make additional preparations. We should all remain at peace in this belief and make progress together by carrying on well with the work they have left for us. If we redouble our efforts in developing this order with sincerity and wholehearted affection, its fortunes will be bright over an eternity of heavens and earths. 15 When Yiman Hun was gravely ill, the master composed a verse in literary Chinese for her. By paying off past karma, the days to come will be pure and clear. Death and birth are a single suchness, without either interruptions or breaks. Your affinities with the Buddha are deep and firm, you have no anxieties about anything. The treasures of eternal life are faith and vows. Through repentance by principle and repentance by action, the practice side will be pure and clear. 16 At the memorial service for Yiman Hun, the Master delivered a Dharma discourse. It is a matter of regret for even a tree to be cut down while it is still growing. How much more so for a human being to be cut down early without having fulfilled her great vow and aspiration. Nevertheless, when viewed from the realm of boundless truth, there is no coming or going between birth and death, one's lifespan is eternally inextinguishable. Even a person who dies prematurely, if she has possessed incomparable vows and deep-rooted faith, will have acquired the treasure of eternal life. Hence, from the standpoint of truth, there is instead much to bless in her passing away. Furthermore, since she passed her life impeccably as a celibate ordained member, her life cannot be compared to a meaningless, 100-year-long life. Therefore, you fellow comrades of hers should not stop at simply grieving over her death but should also resolve to realize her unfulfilled aspirations by fostering your own strength to take on her share of the work as well. This would be the right state of mind for truly caring for your departed comrade. 17 At the memorial service for Pak Ca Changi, 1917-1950, the Master delivered a Dharma discourse. Although it is difficult for a person to make the right start as a youngster, he gladly gave up dazzling city life and grew up undisturbed under the Dharma guidance of our founding Master. Although it is difficult to curb extravagance while living in an affluent household, he refused new clothes and shoes and contributed to the public enterprise. Although it is difficult to do the right thing in the face of danger, he left this world by risking his own life in order to protect a comrade. Hence, I believe his spirit's path ahead will be filled with wisdom and merit. To regard all things as one's natural karma, to solidify further one's vows, and to abide in the numinous awareness that is free from darkness, beyond all grudges and antagonisms. This alone is the true path to deliverance. 18. At a collective memorial service for members who lost their lives during the Korean War, the Master delivered a Dharma discourse with these mottos: if a single thought is pure and clear, one's past karma will dissolve on its own. If there is corresponding life-giving and corresponding harmony, myriad merits will flourish. He then said, with one billowing of wind and waves, all the water in the four seas becomes unsettled; as it subsides, all under heaven becomes calm. Our minds are also like this. If a single thought is unsettled, all karma follows suit. If a single thought is calm, all directions in the world will transform into the future world of the Buddha, so that all sentient beings will rejoice together in that Buddha world. Departed spirits. By understanding the true Buddha world where there are no resentments or squabbles, may you enjoy the true paradise of utmost bliss forever and ever. 19. The Master delivered another Dharma discourse. On that same day, I am filled with grief when I think of our many members who met with a tragic end during the war. However, it is said that even a great sage like the sixth patriarch, Huanan, was visited by a person who came to take his life, an encounter that transpired because of his past karma. As you departed spirits traveled through birth and death over infinite kalpas, how could you not have had some opportunities to create discrepant karma? Hence, your tragic ends this time have provided an opportunity to pay off a big lump of your past debts. Thus, if you instead gladly accept your tragic deaths and resolve never again to accrue any debts of mutual harm, your spiritual paths will be forever illuminated. However, if you attempt to get even through renewed conflict, that will become a source of mutual harm and your evil affinities will never get to be eradicated. All departed spirits must let go of anger and attachments and take refuge in the Buddha's great way of corresponding life-giving, which is perfectly interfused and free from hindrances. By just one shift in your thinking, the path of corresponding life-giving where you and I can both live will open up and all of us will be in harmony. On the other hand, having a single unwholesome thought will drive us all to ruin along a path of mutual conflict where you and I will both perish. All sentient beings are fellow beings and siblings who have been born within a single truth and a single heaven and earth. Hence, we are solely responsible whether we create a hell or construct a heaven of this world. This being the case, shouldn't we create a fine world and a wonderful paradise of ultimate bliss? Even if transgressive karma remains for many of you deceased spirits in your futures, if you retain no resentments or grudges in your minds, then your unwholesome karma will gradually be extinguished on its own. On the other hand, even if you have no more remaining transgressive karma, if your minds retain resentment and grudges, your unwholesome karma will never disappear. Therefore, departed spirits, whether you lived well in the past or not, or have been mortified or unjustly accused, you must let go of everything and attain complete liberation and deliverance only with a pure mind and the great path of corresponding life-giving, so that you may be reborn with a smile on your face in a salutary destiny in a blissful land. 20. As his father was dying, the Master composed a verse in literary Chinese to exhort him in his final moment: vow to achieve Buddhahood and deliver all beings. Take refuge in that pure and clear one-pointedness. 21. The Master declared to the departed spirit of song: Hai Wan, Chongsan, 1905-1956. Although the physical body of our comrade Chongsan has departed, the true Chongsan has not left. His earnest spirit for serving the public and his meritorious deeds in the establishment of our order will shine forth along with the order's development over an infinitude of time. I believe and pray that the power of his great Tao, which was unwavering up to his final thought, and his deep affection and loyalty will become great driving forces in producing thousands and tens of thousands of Chongsans in this order throughout the future. 22. Hearing while he was in Changsu a report of the death of Pak Chi Bong, Chisan, 1888-1957, the Master Declared to the departed spirit, O departed spirit of our comrade Chongsan. In the original realm of our nature, there is nothing that can be designated as having come, even when we have come, and nothing that can be designated as having gone even when we have gone. Accordingly, there is nothing to be particularly sad or happy about. However, in terms of what appears in the phenomenal world, it is also clear that what has come, and what has gone. Accordingly, there is delight in meeting and sadness in parting. Hearing from afar the news of your death, I cannot help but feel sadness at your departure and regret for not being there to fully express my condolences. However, as we come and go in this infinite world in order to realize this single great task, if we preserve intact our original vow and original belief and dedication, then we won't digress from this task, whether we arrive or depart this world, and coming and going are intended solely for realizing this original task. Why should there be any particular emotion for meeting or parting? O departed spirit of our comrade Chongsan, I ask that you depart safely within the realm that is free from coming and going and return safely within the realm that is free from coming and going. 23 The Master said to the departed spirit of Choe Tawa, Samton, 1883-1954, the human body is the amalgamation and dispersal of the four conditioning elements of earth, water, fire, and wind. The human mind is the arising and ceasing of the seven emotions of pleasure, anger, sorrow, joy, love, hate, and desire. These are all the false body and the false mind. However, within them are a true body and a true mind, that being only clear and pure and ever numinous, ever bright, and free from darkness, while having neither arising nor ceasing, neither coming nor going, serve as the foundation of all dharmas. This is what is called the radiance of the self-nature. O departed spirit, Samton, do you understand this? I sincerely pray that, by relying only on this true body and mind, you will establish your future vow and seek and create future affinities. 24 The Master declared to the departed spirit of Choe and Hiwa, joy and worry, sorrow and pleasure constitute the contents of birth and death. But death and rebirth occur on that original ground. Going with a single straightforward mind and returning with a single straightforward mind, may you be for all eternity a dedicated worker in the order of the Buddha. 25 The Master proclaimed to the departed spirit of Song Chang, Chongsan, 1896-1961, it is said, one thought of right-mindedness is a bodhima. It is better than building 7 jeweled stupas as numerous as the sands of the Ganges. Those bejeweled stupas will ultimately be reduced to dust. But one thought of right-mindedness produces right enlightenment. Hence, dear departed spirit Chongsan, with this one thought of purity, please do not forget your grand vow throughout all eternity. 26 The Master proclaimed to the departed spirit of Cho Songguang, 1876-1957, if your prior thoughts are pure and clear, your subsequent thoughts will be pure and clear. Make pure and clear one-pointedness the principle in coming and going between darkness and light. Yunyang. 27 The Master said to the departed spirit of Yu Hill, 1882-1958, it is difficult for humans to arouse a great initial aspiration when doing something in this world. It is also difficult to check our final thought well when completing our lifetime. If in each thing we do our initial thought is right, everything in our lives will be right. If our final thought is right when we complete our lives, our eternal future can also become right. If you come with a right thought and go with a right thought, then you will never hesitate in confusion on the road of coming and going, but will return straight to the Buddha's order. This was your everyday wish, O departed spirit, as well as your future path and what we the congregation pray for together. O departed spirit, I urge you again, let your vow be set on becoming a Buddha and delivering all sentient beings, and let your mind find support in a single thought that is right and pure. 28 The Master said to the departed spirits of those students who lost their lives during the April 19, 1960. Student Revolution. In this world, there are those who are dead though alive, and those who are alive though dead. To be alive or dead depends on whether one's mind and spirit are alive or dead. For you martyred students at this uprising, although the lifespan of your physical bodies was short, your public-spirited minds for the nation and the entire world will forever live on and never perish. That is your great lifespan, which is forever inextinguishable. I pray that, life after life, you will not regress in the least nor harbor resentments but will progress further, so that you will become leaders of the public throughout all eternity. 29. On his sickbed, the master composed a verse in literary Chinese that said, "The void and calm, numinous awareness is our self-nature. Before and after, left and right are originally calm and untrammeled." He continued with another verse. At the very center of our self-nature, the myriad dharmas are primordially equal. Since originally there is no coming or going, how could there be suffering or happiness? 30. Because the master's illness had become grave, his attendants brought up the matter of offering a special prayer for him again. The master said, "One whom the Dharma realm recognizes will be taken care of by the Dharma realm, so don't bother offering any more prayers." 31. The master said, "If people sincerely make the commitment to meet each other in their next life, it will often materialize as they have wished." 4. If a person's spirit departs at death with no selfish motives after creating close relationships with many people without settling on any specific future affinities, the spirit may be reborn to any people according to appropriate affinities and timing, since they will all be kindly inclined toward that person. However, if a person specifies a particular affinity by following his or her attachments, and the right opportunity does not present itself, the spirit may be reborn into a baleful destiny in the vicinity of the person to whom he or she is attached. 32. A member offered him a live carp for medicinal use. The master asked, "Wasn't there a dead one available?" After the member left, the master said to his attendant, "Free it in a pond to be raised." 33. On his sickbed, the master said, "Take medicine, but do not make it by killing living creatures." Additionally, he said, "This life should not be taken lightly, but matters of eternal life should be approached even more carefully." 34. On his sickbed, the master dictated a verse in literary Chinese, and said to his attendant, "Write this down and share it with others." In translation, it means, human pleasure and pain are fundamentally unreal, gazing on the self-nature, all is originally serene and equanimous. Chapter 15, Entrustments. 1. On his sickbed, Cardinal Master Chongsan asked, "Do you know what our original intent is?" His attendant replied, "It is to create a single household under heaven through the way and its power." The master said, "You are right. Our original intent is, as in the literary Chinese phrase, to create a single household under heaven through the way and its power." 2. The master said to Kim Taeyag, 1914-1998, and his attendant, "This is an age of great opening and interchange, everything is being communicated and harmonized. Hence, in our scriptures, any passages whose application might be construed as confined to a specific locality or religious sect should be appropriately revised at this time, so that the founding master's sacred original intent may be made fully manifest and the dignity of the texts as the presiding scriptures of this age may not suffer in the least. Since their main tenets are already well defined, you may elaborate on them or leave them as necessary. So long as the fourfold grace, the four essentials, the threefold study, and the 8 articles are clearly revealed, our scriptures will serve as the great Dharma for all time. 3. The master said, "The old world is transforming into a new world. It is an eternal law that the old passes away and is supplanted by the new. We must all become new persons, so investigate how many years old you are according to the energy of this new world. For the Master said, the previous age was a narrow one, but this new age is a much more expansive one. The arena is ever expanding, and it isn't easy to come across such a time. What the founding master called the grand arena signifies precisely this expanded and luminous world. 5. The master said, now is an era when East and West are mutually communicating, all dharmas must be harmonized as one dharma. Since material civilization is led by the West, we will acquire from it whatever the occasion calls for, and since the East is ahead in spiritual civilization, we will impart to the West whatever the occasion calls for. The world will then become one of equal well-being. Our founding master was endowed with the great fortune of both East and West. The founding master's way and its power will preside over the world, and the virtuous merit of the great opening will spread throughout all 10 directions. The great way of ill one will thus become the virtuous merit of the 10 directions. 6. The master said, a world of great peace is on its way. However, such a world cannot be realized on the strength of 1 or 2 persons. All must contribute together, and carrying it out must begin with each one of us. Before such a world can be readily realized. Now is a time when the entire world is without barriers, and this openness in all directions should characterize the state of mind of a great person of the way. Hence, do not become entangled in limitations but exert your efforts to resolve resentments and regrets. Everyone will then become a benefactor, and a world of great peace will come about of itself. 7. The Master said, we have been engaged in this task over numerous lifetimes. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas come into this world again and again, now in the East and now in the West, and pursue this task over numerous lifetimes. 8. The Master said, since our main ideology is a universal ideology, let us make sure to have it made manifest in this world. There has been no great Buddha like our founding master either before or after him, so let us focus on him in all things and combine our strength for limitless practice and limitless enterprises. 9. The master said, now is a time when the whole world is becoming a single household. From here onward, any leader must pursue a universal ideology in order to achieve great success. Those who are involved in world affairs must have equal consideration for the people of every nation and must take on the responsibility for world peace over numerous lifetimes. 10. The Master said, after attaining the Great Way, the founding master designated Kayamuni Buddha as his original guide and set up the main tenet of the new order, thereby establishing the basic frame for the order's unending development. We must also correctly relate to our guiding source and lineage, if the great intent of this Dharma lineage is to be established and this order is to flourish forever. 11. The Master said, it is said that one dies when the pulse stops. If the Dharma pulse of a religious order fails to be transmitted, then that order will end up dwindling away. Only when the pulse of the mind Dharma is felt between master and disciple and the pulse of friendship is felt between one comrade and another will this order enjoy infinite prosperity. 12. The Master said, consider your comrades' faults as your own and examine in turn your own faults, rather than resenting or hating your comrades, and keep on forgiving and enlightening each other. Thereby, friendship will develop between you, and Dharma veins will be connected from one to another. By always focusing your energy on the presiding teacher at the time, ask about what you do not understand, confess according to your conscience, and listen to the Dharma with due appreciation of its value and importance. Then, the mind Dharma will be in touch between you and the Dharma veins will never be severed. 13. The Master said, the correct continuation of the Buddha's Dharma lineage is what defines the lifespan of the Dharma. Teachers must cultivate well the disciples who will succeed them generation after generation, and disciples must correctly inherit the lineage of that original guidance generation after generation, in order for the lifespan of the Dharma to be infinite. For us, inheriting Holy the spirit of our founding master is correctly inheriting the lifespan of his Dharma. In order to inherit the life of the Dharma that has existed to date, you must receive it perfectly and transmit it perfectly, then, you will become a great ancestor of the Dharma lineage. The lifespan of our order's Dharma exactly coincides with the lifespan of the wisdom of this great way of ill one. 14 The Master said, only water that flows from a spring lasts a long time. In the same way, through our unwavering veneration and continuous sincere love for the founding master, who is the fount of the Dharma, his mind Dharma will be transmitted and his Dharma lineage will never come to an end. Only by our having sincere faith in the founding master and other spiritual masters highly accomplished in the Dharma will our order develop. Hence, we have the heavy intermediary responsibility of connecting ourselves with the Dharma lineage from above and transmitting it downward to posterity. 15 The Master said, in an old text, there is the phrase, a fruit that is fruitless is the paulownia fruit. If we watch children playing, they are boisterous all day long, as if they were involved in some great activity, but in fact not much comes of it. Likewise, how often are worldly activities devoid of real effect, even though we rush around and make much noise as if they were something special? Therefore, whether within a family or society, one needs real content rather than outward forms if there is to be room for continuous progress, and after fruition, true inheritors must continue on without interruption. Our order too must have many people who, with a true practice based on a deep-rooted faith, will persist throughout the 3 time periods, so that we may progress infinitely rather than bear fruit that is fruitless. 16 The Master said to his attendant, in olden days, someone composed verses in literary Chinese, 8,000 strands of green willow / 10,000 specks of red peach blossoms, and was satisfied with what he had written. Upon seeing this, his teacher said, why would there be only 1,000 willow branches and only 10,000 peach blossoms? You should say instead, strand after strand of green willow / speck after speck of red peach blossoms. Thus, the teacher is said to have greatly enlivened those lines. This is a story to which those who record and compile Dharma instructions should pay close attention. 17 Listening on his sickbed to the sacred hymn students sang, the Master said, in my childhood, I took them as heavenly words and thought, through music and the joyful arts, I will save the world. An ancient sage also once said, there is nothing like music and the joyful arts for rectifying morals and transforming the manners of the age. Thus, do not consider hymns to be mere song. They contain truth, so sing them reverently while pondering the words. 18 The Master said, in terms of affinities in ordained life, we have been members of the same order over innumerable lifetimes. However, there were also not a few occasions when we were close relatives in terms of our secular affinities. 19 The Master said, the affinity between parents and offspring may be extremely important, but so too is the affinity between teacher and disciple. Since we are ever the same family, let us share both suffering and joy, not only in this lifetime but throughout all eternity. Let us live together throughout this life and throughout all eternity. 20 The Master said, since the most important thing in the world is camaraderie between comrades, ours is a camaraderie that will last for billions of years. Do not betray your loyalty to other comrades or abandon completely even those friends who have faults, instead, emphasize often the camaraderie between comrades. 21 The Master said to his attendants, you are not strangers, you have been affectionate brothers and sisters over many lifetimes. You must love each other like gold and take care of each other like jade. 22 The Master said, it will be easy to accomplish great tasks if you have the right kind of close affinities. If you have the wrong kind of close affinities, you will face many difficulties throughout your life. 23 The Master said to Yi Tongjinhui, Human affection and integrity are the foundations of the way and its power. He continued, anyone who goes against the way and its power or has not gained self-power will not be able to stand in the new world. 24 The Master said to Yi Kingsun and others, from now on, the way of the right mean will be the principle governing the world. He said to Song Inbong and others, the ethics of threefold unity is the ethics of the whole world for all eternity. 25 The Master said to Won Hen, you must have faith if your Dharma affinity is to continue. He continued, we are partners for all eternity. Then he said, be a worthy person. One who is free from greed is the worthiest of all. 26 The Master said to SNGWN and others, practice in accord with the functioning of self alone. Practice by taking oneself as the suitable measure. Later, the Master said to Yu Changsun and others, practice self-cultivation in accord with the functioning of self alone, and let us attain world peace in accord with the functioning of harmony alone. 27 The Master said to Songkhaman and others, it was difficult for women in the past to engage in the affairs of the wider world. However, thanks to the founding Master, you have become workers in the wider world. Hence, you should mutually forgive and take care of each other and devote yourselves wholeheartedly to this task life after life. Guard your purity by remaining celibate and become even greater global persons throughout all eternity. 28 The Master said to Yi Poun, a person with much wisdom can easily have few blessings, hence, one should balance the two well. He continued, from now on, all things will come to fruition through yielding and humility, not through willful self-assertion, and one's conscience, not falsehood, will determine how one is treated. 29 The Master said to Sun Bong, no one lacks the potential to become a great person, hence, arduously practice to become a great person by broadening your mind and horizons. Even though your physique might be slight, if your mind is great, you are a great person. Even if your physique is large, if your mind is small, you are a lesser person. He continued, what is essential in the practice of becoming a great person is to be tolerant in all matters. 30 The Master said, we are all descendants of ill one. From now on, people in the world will not particularly dwell on distinctions of ethnicity or family lineage, but will all live as descendants of a single household. 31 The Master said, greatly widen the scope of the mutual benefit societies for taking care of parents and broadly fulfill your duty as descendants of the whole world. Plan all things so that they have wide, not narrow, reach. Establish a benefit society of the vitally interconnected in every community to support one another. And encourage fine customs, then, a peaceful world will not be far off. 32 Each time physicians came to see the Master on his sickbed, he welcomed them, saying, you should become good doctors who cure people's physical illness. And we should be good doctors who cure people's sickness of the mind, so that all of us together may make this world a better place. To the nurses he would say, a wonderful world is coming. So, let us all keep our minds in a wonderful state so that we may together become great workers in the new world. 33 The Master said to his attendant, get rid of the fish tank, I want to see the fish swimming freely in their pond. Get rid of the flower vase, I want to see the flowers in the garden in their natural state. Open the bird cage, I want to see the birds flying freely through the woods. 34 The Master said to his attendant, after the 3 principles and 5 implementing successors have presided over the great opening of this new world, the right mean will prevail forever. He continued, it comes down as a legend that at the time of the great opening of the earlier day the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors appeared in China one after the other and took charge of the great opening. Likewise, at the great opening of the later day, the 3 principles and 5 implementing successors will appear one after the other and preside over the great public endeavor of the great opening that subsumes East and West. After that, personages of the right mean will continue the rule of the right mean in perpetuity, and there will be no end to the age of great peace. His attendant asked, the three principles have already come and gone, and are founding. Master has authenticated them. However, when in the future the five implementing successors appear in the world, who will come to authenticate them? The Master said, they will appear one after the other only in response to the right time, and later generations will naturally recognize what they did at appropriate times, so that the whole world itself will come to authenticate them. 35 On his sickbed, the Master would always sit up straight to listen whenever he had his attendant read for him the draft of the scripture of the founding Master. When he felt tired, he would ask the attendant to stop and he would lie down. 36 In December of the 46th year of the Won Buddhist era, 1961, the Master asked on his sickbed, do you remember the 4 plans I made earlier? The attendant replied, the 4 plans were preparation of doctrinal materials, establishment of institutions, single-mindedness between government and religion, and mastering the foundation and illuminating the root. The Master said, explain the details. The attendant replied, preparation of doctrinal materials means completing the compilations of the principal book of Won Buddhism and the scripture of the founding Master, editing religious texts such as the canon of propriety, Yejchen, sacred hymns, Tinga, and so forth, so that all materials necessary for edifying the public will be fully available. Establishment of institutions means further developing all institutions of edification, education, philanthropy, and production, so as to fully lay the foundation for fostering human talents, economic self-sufficiency, and business enterprises. Single-mindedness between government and religion means being of unified mind with leaders of the nation or the world, so that we may exert our efforts together in the construction of a peaceful world in both government and edification. Mastering the foundation and illuminating the root means not neglecting our own spiritual cultivation even while exerting our efforts in all these enterprises, so that we will master our original concern and, by always illuminating well our origin, we may not forget what is fundamental. This is how I understand them. The Master said, what you say is correct, but have even half of these plans been completed? And, for a fleeting moment, sadness and regret showed on his face. Finally, on December 25, the Master gave his final special instructions and entrusted 6 of his disciples, Kim Taeyag, Yi Kongju, Yi Wanchel, Pak Kwang Jane, Yi Ngwn, and Pak Chang Sik, to edit the scriptures and religious texts, and urged his attendant Yi Kong Jane to make speedy progress on compiling the scriptures. 37 Starting in January of the following year, 1962, the Master's illness became increasingly grave. Most of the important personnel from institutions and temples gathered. On January 22, after taking a short bath, the Master said to the large assembly of people, we are people who have practiced and worked together over many lifetimes and numerous kalpas. We have not just met for the first time. We will continue to meet in the future and pursue this task. The Master continued, someone explain the ethics of threefold unity. At the attendant's request, Kim Taeyag replied, unity of the source of all principles means that all religions in this world have a single principle within a single boundary. Interconnectedness through a single vital force means that all living beings in this world form a single household and a single family. Unity of enterprises means that all enterprises in this world constitute a single workplace with a single workforce. This is none other than the grand universal ideology, which is founded on the founding Master's great way of Il-One. It is, as you have said, the ethics for the whole world and for all eternity. The Master said, what you say is right. Trends in this world are gradually turning toward this path. Hence, you must be the first to observe the ethics well and spread it widely, so that our Dharma becomes the great Dharma of the entire world for all eternity. 38. After having had it explained once again, the Master said, "If you have any questions, ask me." Shortly afterward, the attendant asked the Master on behalf of the assembly, "Shall we take the gist of the ethics of threefold unity as your transmission verse?" The Master said, "Yes, do so. In the past, the various ways under heaven took separate directions, but now is the time for their coming together. Hence, you must all work hard together to make the world a single household. Through the great way of Il One, which is the grand universal ideology." He then told those gathered to disperse. That afternoon, he recited the verse, "With one truth in one world. As one family and one household, as one workforce in one workplace, let us build the world of Il One." Then, on January 24, 1962, he entered Nirvana with great dignity and serenity.